That's good. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's fine. I said the meeting was great. No, it's not. Yeah, I was at the break for like 6 more weeks and then like have that like great and that like great for like 4 more like 10 more weeks. Yeah. I still have yeah. I said like 4 weeks I can do it.
Yeah, but you and Bob are gonna make that motion. Yeah. Yeah, when we get to agenda.
It just seems like.
All right. We're ready to go? Yeah. Okay, folks. Hey, folks. We're gonna start the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, we are recording and we are live streaming on Facebook. So whenever you're ready, John.
Okay, thanks so much, Julie. Well, thanks everyone for being here. We want to call the meeting to order. This is the meeting of the Village of Sherwood Hills Board of Trustees. Tonight is Tuesday, August 19th, 2025. It is 7:02 p.m. Let's call the meeting to order. Julie, can you do the roll call?
I can. 1 second. I'm getting some people, and one of them is one of our trustees. So. Hi, Kate.
Welcome, Kate
Hey, everyone.
and Carol.
Okay, here we go. President Hines,
Present.
Carol Barford,
Here,
Steve Arbasuner,
Present.
Mark Letterer,
Here.
Donna Lutfi,
Here.
and Kate Osvik.
Here.
Did we get Bob?
Bob Falk. I know, I don't.
Bob, are you here?
count for much.
I'm sorry, Bob.
That's all right, Julie. I know you love me anyway.
It's true.
Item 3, the agenda. Bob and Mark, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to change the order of agenda items under section C to be addressed in the following order. Facilities modernization project, Deegan Village facilities space needs, Raymaker Pool reassessment report, CIP guidance, resolution R 2025-12, Post Farm Park playset, participation in the renewal of the Blue Watershed Council.
Is there a second to that motion?
I would just add, the reason we changed the order is to keep all the facilities discussion in sequence. Seemed to make more sense than having them read all over.
Is that
So
your-
now I'll give you a second.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. That motion carries.
Other motion to approve the agenda as amended. Is that
Sure,
what you're
I'll
rearrange
go-
the agenda?
Yeah,
I'll make the motion to approve the agenda as amended.
thank you, Bob. Second. Further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. That motion approves. You bet. Item 5, procedures orientation. Just want to remind folks that this meeting is also being broadcast on the Village's Facebook Live site. However, we don't monitor that site during the meeting, so any questions, comments, we're not in a position to respond to contemporaneously. If folks that are on Facebook have questions or comments, they can send those to our village administrator, Brian Mooney.
Hey, John, real quick,
Yes.
I'm not sure if you skipped over line item 4, statement of public notice.
I did. I appreciate that. Dietmar, thank you. Just want to confirm that the item 4, that the meeting was properly noticed. Julie, Brian?
Yes, it was.
Thanks again for that, Dietmar. Item 6, the public comment section. This is an opportunity for community members to speak to the board. No discussion or action may take place at this time, though trustees may ask clarifying questions. Only speakers may be limited to 3 minutes. So there's a couple things I want to do. I just had a request to provide an opportunity for someone has to leave the meeting to talk about the playset issue, and it's Michael Van Lanham. So we're going to do that. And then I'm going to ask that we break the public comment into 3 areas. One is the Sweetbriar Columbia CSM issue. Item 2 would be any questions, or any comments regarding the Logic acquisition. And 3 would be anything else. And then after Michael speaks, I'm going to give a couple comments on the CSM. And I'm going to direct our attorney, Bill Cole, just kind of talk about, where the board is on this and just provide some additional perspective on how things have been handled so far. And then we'll open up the public comment on the CSM issue. And once that's exhausted, we'll talk about the Logic acquisition, and then we'll talk about anything else. But I'll give Michael a couple minutes just to talk about the swing set, which we're going to deal with later in the agenda.
Hi, everybody. I'm Michael Van Lanningham on One Harbor Drive. I wanted to address some of the village packet materials. There's a mention of a donation by our family to the village for the acquisition of a new playset at Post Farm Park, which the Village League has agreed to match our donation, leaving the trustees whether or not they'll approve some spending from a budget matter that is up to Mark and anybody else who's familiar with the process. I don't quite get it. Just some background. My family really loved the play area that was outside of the pool at Post Farm Park. It was removed for structural rot, other issues. We were hoping to see that replaced a year or two ago. And so back in the winter, I think it may have fallen off the capital budget improvement. At the same time, our family was fortunate enough to receive a bequest from a family member who was a longtime educator. So we decided to reach out to Brian with a sort of gift request to return the playset to the village, just because it's heavily used by both members of the pool, members of the community, because it's actually the closest playset in the village that you can reach from University Avenue. There's lots of apartment buildings and of course, village residents. So we'd like to see that happen, and I'm really happy that the Village League has matched what we would like to pledge to it. And so I think it's an exciting chance for the Village of Sherwood Hills to come together, provide an amenity for children. It's always a challenge in the world to raise children, so having a place where they can play, hang out for 5 minutes when you're going to the pool or when you need to water your garden is something we'd really like to see happen. So I just wanted to give you that background. I have no business before the village. This is from our family, sort of just to try to get the ball rolling, like with Hyden House. I think the only thing that I have coming up is I have to renew our cat license. So fingers crossed. Give that to
I can't deal with that tonight, by the way.
No, I know. Anyway, so that's all. I know you can't respond or do anything. I just wanted to provide that background. So it's just, from us to the village along with the league. So hopefully we can make that happen because it's an empty space and it's much missed.
Yeah.
So thanks for your time.
Thanks, Michael. Incredible donation. Thank you. Look forward to considering that later in the agenda. So as we kick off the CSM discussion, again, I want to begin again by acknowledging the concerns that have been expressed by trustees, by residents, and those aligned with Mr. Clancy's memo, regarding the CSM, Sweetbriar, Columbia. And we obviously understand these issues are deeply important to the community and we take them seriously. You may know that the board had a special meeting with our village attorney to have a substantive discussion on this matter. And I'm going to talk later during the village president section about what we're doing on the plan commission. But I've asked Bill Cole, our attorney, just to speak for a minute to share with the residents kind of the rationale for the guidance that he's provided this board. The context, that it's making it difficult for us to counter the narrative that the board is being dismissive, and then him explaining some of the potential legal and financial risks of acting otherwise, and reinforce why this board is proceeding cautiously. So I want to give Bill the opportunity, obviously, for folks interested in this issue, and we've got ZBA tomorrow. Bill's going to be there. Brian's going to be there, of course. Our village engineer will be there. But Bill, did you want to take a couple minutes and just speak to the issue?
Thanks, Chair.
Yeah.
First of all, I apologize for the informal attire. I didn't plan on being here when I addressed this morning. I'm Bill Cole. I'm the village attorney. The whole Sweetbriar issue is something that I totally appreciate. It's significant to the village. It's important to people, and people have a lot at stake. Please understand, my role is not to get involved in the good and the bad or things or winners or losers on these kinds of issues. My priority is two things when it comes to Sweetbriar. One is making sure, as you all know, there's a ZBA hearing tomorrow evening, is to ensure that hearing is fair and impartial for everybody. The zoning administrator needs to be able to defend his decision. The appellants need to be able to present their case. And frankly, the developer, if he chooses to be there, is an interested party, has a right to have a fair hearing. And that's my primary goal with that. The chips will fall wherever they do. The board will make its decision, and presumably whoever loses will appeal it to circuit court, and people can keep doing that. But it's important for me that it be fair. The second part of it is that I have to minimize the exposure to the village on legal issues. Certainly the board can, in its decision with, the input from the residents, say, we don't care about the exposure. We'll invest the funds. And if that's the decision of the board and the community, I'm just the lawyer. But I need to advise them as to what the risks are, what the exposures are. I'm not going to go into detail of what I've advised the board. That's all privileged, of course, as you know. But I think it is important for you to understand somewhat the rationale of what we're doing there. In large part, with respect to the certified survey map, when an applicant submits for a CSM, we have to base our decision on the ordinances and the laws as they exist at that time. If you submit a CSM or a subdivision plat and it meets the statutes and it meets our code, we're required to approve it. We can't not approve it just because we may disagree with the decision or whatever. I understand there have been some issues raised as to perhaps the propriety of that decision and conduct by certain parties and whether or not that's right or wrong and that sort of thing. All of those issues presumably will be litigated at some point. My concern is making sure that the village is in the best position to defend its decision. The other concern on that has to do with the impact. If that some have advocated to rescind that certified survey map, keep in mind that the applicant has through that divided the land. Those parcels now have been bought and sold, and people have acted in reliance on that CSM. If that were to get rescinded, a lot of the impact of that would fall on those people, including the people that have bought that house now. So there's concern to mitigate any negative consequences to, frankly, innocent people involved in that. Based on those goals, I advised the board the way that I did. To my knowledge, they have been following my advice. And I appreciate a lot of the residents feel as though the board is not being responsive to their questions and more, I guess, definitive or offensive in fixing the problem as residents view it. In part, I need to be concerned that I still have this hearing tomorrow. I can't have a situation where the board or other people are putting the finger on the scale of that and influencing that decision. So to a large degree, I have advised the trustees, like any lawyer advises their client on just about anything that is likely to get litigated, that be careful what you say. Don't say things unless you know for certain they're factually accurate. And before that ZBA hearing occurs, don't be making statements on the propriety of that, because I have one trustee that chairs that ZBA. He has to be impartial. And I don't want their decision influenced by statements by the trustees, that sort of thing. They have to make their decision based on the evidence that's brought before them at this hearing. So in large part, the perception of non-communication or non-responsiveness falls on me. That's based on my guidance to them. And John, I think, can talk to it more, or the trustees. I think you've certainly been heard. I think there are already proposals to amend the code to fix a lot of these problems and hopefully get to a better situation later. That doesn't change what's going on now. The applicant submitted what he did at the law at that time. But I think the board is acting to fix a lot of these problems. That's not gonna come tomorrow. It's not gonna come, until we go through the process. But that's sort of just a broad sort of statement as to where we are and why we are where we are. I know this is a public appearance. You all obviously have opinions on things and want to state your views, and that's your right to do that. Please understand, it's not a question and answer situation, so I really can't address specific questions. This is your opportunity to present whatever information you want to them, so that you are heard. I was just asked if you could just sort of explain what I did and sort of some of the things that, from your perception, may seem like it's non-responsiveness from the board, but it's really based on those sort of factors that I just talked about. So with that, I think unless anybody has specific questions from the board, that's all I can really discuss tonight.
No, Bill, I really appreciate that. And as I mentioned earlier, during the village president section, I am going to speak to some of the things that the plan commission is doing in terms of the operational and technology, or not technology, but some of the changes we're going to make in terms of the buildable setback and public notification and the FAR ordinance and other things. So you'll hear more about that, and the boards continue to work on that with Craig Weinhold, one of our commissioners. Shadnan's been very active with that. Van Wall and Associates, Brian Berquist, our engineer, and you'll see, red line versions of those changes coming to the board in the not too far future. All right, so we're going to open up public comment then for issues related to the CSM. I'd ask that you just raise your hand, be recognized. If you could share your name loud enough so Julie can hear it and capture it for the tape and for the minutes. Is that right, Julie?
Yes, do you want people to come in front of the camera, or does it matter?
That's totally up to them. If they'd like to stand in their place, I'm fine with that. It's kind of a crowded room tonight. Or if they'd like to come forward and speak, I'll give them that flexibility. I
I'm
think
just
that,
afraid people in the back won't be picked up by the mic, that's why it said that.
okay. Speak loudly and clearly to the extent you can. Okay, folks, I'm going to start here first. First hand up, thanks.
Yeah, hi, my name is Leslie Taylor. I live on Dartmouth Road.
I'm sorry, what's your,
Leslie
Thank you.
Taylor, live on Dartmouth Road. And one of my questions actually had to do with the village attorney, who I had never actually seen or met or really given any thought to, but as I understand it, the village does we do pay you for your services. And I was curious because a rumor sort of is floating around that you spent 4 hours meeting with the developers, which I thought, well, why not meet with the residents that are concerned? I mean, seems like a reasonable thing. If you're going to meet with the developers, why not meet with all the residents that have been in an uproar about what's going
Ma'am,
on?
I can't sort of
I
go
understand.
back and forth,
Yep.
but I do just want to correct it. That is absolutely not true.
Okay,
I took one phone call from the developer's attorney. It was procedural in nature. It probably lasted less than 10 minutes. That is the only contact I've had with the developer.
Thank
Okay. Are there other public comments this evening regarding the CSM? John,
I'd like to comment on what the attorney said.
sorry, John Clancy.
That's right, John Clancy.
Yep.
What we asked for, I was the one who submitted the materials and asked for the village board, because
Yeah.
I asked, at the meeting, I asked for, 2 things. And it was based on submission, which to me very clearly showed that the folks that sought the CSM lied to the village. There were pictures we provided that showed that the attic was clearly accessible. In fact, was fixed up when it was marketed for sale, when the 2816 Columbia Road was marketed for sale. And what we asked for was 1, rescind the CSM. But 2, we asked for you to investigate what's going on if you felt you couldn't rescind the CSM. And that request was completely blown up. There was no response on that. And that's why the people are so mad about this. Because our concern is the village should be concerned when they're lied to. Our concern Our concern is that the CSM was improper because there was a lie about whether the attic was made inaccessible. As you all know, the existing house was too large when the attic was included. And the village engineer told the applicant, well, you can make the attic inaccessible. I'm not sure if that's the proper thing to do or not. But with that rule in mind, they told the village engineer they made it inaccessible. As everyone knows from the pictures, it was not. In fact, it was not only that did not occur, but they marketed the house as having a third floor that was fully accessible and took advantage of the new owners because of that. And the inability of you guys to even address that at all, to investigate that. I'm not talking about, Bill, about whether we rescind the CSM or not. I think you clearly can't. I think you provided no authority for why you can't. That rescission oftentimes occurs whenever there's a material misrepresentation in any kind of document. But the big concern is the failure to address even that request. I make that request again. We wouldn't put all these things together and come to you unless you were gonna frankly do something about it. And look into it at least. If I was on the village board, I'd be offended if a developer came in and lied about something to you to get a CSM, which then resulted in the property being divided, trees being cut down that are 100 years old, right next to a bunch of neighbors who are obviously very concerned about this. And John, you've apologized for what occurred, but apologies require action, not just saying, I'm sorry about what happened, but we have a clear opportunity to investigate what occurred and take some action, at least to come back with a report as to what happened here. There's no reason for that. The third thing is that we also asked for you to look at the trees that were cut down in the right of way. Those are clearly stated in the documents. You never came back about that at all. There's about 10 to 12 trees, I think, that were cut down in the Sweetbriar right of way, which caused great harm to the neighbors that are around the area because now they got to face a house that's 30 feet tall. We won't go into the CSL, I'm sorry, the ZBA stuff. But we asked for two things that were never addressed. I don't know, Bill, I don't know if you can speak to that, whether you guys talked about it in the meeting, whether you actually addressed what we requested. But that's what our concern is. I think that's, I don't, others can speak too, but that's what our fundamental concern is that you admit there's a problem that occurred and you don't even investigate what happened. That's what our concern is. I asked for that to be done again, because I think that would, if you just had an investigation done, what happened, I think that the neighbors would feel much better about it.
Thank you, John. Other comments regarding the CSM? Oh, it's hard to see.
Alan Goldenberg.
Hi, Alan.
I'd like to amplify what John said, specifically as a resident, and I don't want to speak for all the residents here, but I know many, if not most of the residents here. We appreciate what the board does. We appreciate your service and the difficulty of the jobs that you do. Most, if not many of us have sat on committees and have been board members, and we care about what happens in this village, and this gathering is evidence of that. To Bill's point, good or bad, excellent point. It's not really point here. The point is, what was the truth? And I think John's point, and most, if not many of these residents, we might be upset about 100-year-old trees being cut down. We might be upset about being taken advantage of if that's what happened. We might be upset about a lot of things, but mostly what I feel anger about is the fact that there isn't responsibility for the fact that it happened. And when, to John's point, my father told me a long time ago, when you do wrong, you apologize, and there's three parts of an apology. I'm sorry. It was my fault. What can I do to make it better? So that's the part we need to see. And
Thanks for that, Alan. Other comments on the CSM issue? Yeah, over here.
I want to add.
Could you identify yourself?
Yeah, Orange Road now, 2905 Columbia Road. I want to add to what people already said. What is so upsetting for the residents is the reluctance with which emails receive a response. And then sometimes what sounds like a dismissiveness in your emails, in your responses. And I don't know about good and bad, but for me, the board is a board of trustees for the residents and for no one else. In the emails I have read and in the conversations I had, I don't see this right now with this board. And that is very upsetting for a resident of 18 years in the village. And I think we want you to respond, and what Ellen said, we want you to take responsibility. It can't happen that, well, that's the CSM issue, but it can't happen that a developer in a meeting either lies or is mum about questions being asked. I guess that is something for tomorrow. But we want the board to be trustees on our behalf and no one else.
Thank you, Albert. Additional comments on the CSM issue? Yeah, Mark.
Yes, I have just a question, Bill. Once the decision is rendered by the zoning board of appeals, at that point, can the board speak out? Can the board address the issue, or are we concerned that there will be continuing litigation and therefore the quiet period will go on as long as the litigation continues?
Yeah, so once the ZBA renders a decision, whoever loses at the proceeding would have 30 days to appeal. At that point, if there's no appeal, then the thing is done. If there is an appeal, then the parties are in circuit court. I think at that point, my concern about a fair hearing to the ZBA is ameliorated. Because then it's ultimately some circuit court judge that'll decide the matter. So I think it does lessen the need to insulate the ZBA at this point. I think I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Shabnam, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I'm going off on my own and I'm gonna put myself in the line of fire and say what I want to say. Because the truth needs to be said. Before the CSM was approved, Mr. Reber had taken out a building permit to make the attic not habitable, and the attic work was inspected for final compliance completed by GEC on January 16th, 2025. Now, if Mr. Reber told the Bakers when selling the property that the attic can be used as a children's playroom, then the Bakers could have a claim against Mr. Reber. The zoning code allows for the village administrator to enter into any home in the village to confirm compliance with the code. And if the village enforces, is it me?
No.
Okay. And if the village enforces the zoning code against the Bakers, they may have a claim against Mr. Reber for falsely advertising the property. But this does not result in a rescission of the CSM. Second point, Mr. Reber was at the Plan Commission meeting and did not correct Brian Mooney when Brian said he believed the neighbors may have been notified. This was not misrepresentation on Mr. Reber's part because he never said he notified the neighbors. Brian Mooney was incorrect when he assumed, based on no evidence, that Mr. Reber may have. John Imes was wrong in his questioning of Brian Mooney because he assumed it's the village administrator's job to make this call, but it's the Plan Commission's responsibility to request the hearing, not the village administrator. John may have not known that, but neither did none of the other Plan Commission members because none of them stepped in either. It was not unlawful for Brian Berquist to help residents with building permits because he helps everyone equally. We are not able to change rules depending on who the homeowner is. A homeowner can be a scumbag, but a scumbag has the same legal rights as everyone else does. There are other CSMs approved this year without public comment. Now, you might have a different interpretation of the rules and how how this issue was determined. But the board members, with the advice of counsel, agreed that we didn't have enough evidence to rescind the CSM. And about accountability, there is no one person accountable, but I assure you that the board feels that we need to fix the zoning code. Brian, it feels that he could do better. John believes he can do better, and the plan commission does as well. But I'm saying this because I think you're owed the truth. That's how we made that decision. And it's a decision outside of the ZBA. This just has to do with the CSM. Regarding the ZBA, I have a little paragraph on that. There is no such thing as an absolute truth. Multiple realities can coexist at the same time. So the public can believe that the public comment section of the ZBA meeting is being removed to silence them. And equally true at the same time, the ZBA members might be worried that the public comments will cause them to experience biases and not apply the rule of law properly. So then the question that we should ask is, how can we meet both objectives? How can we make sure the public is not deprived of the opportunity to provide their input, and that the ZBA members are not going to experience biases? So my suggestion would be to send your public comments evidence to the Clancy's so that they can incorporate it into their appeal. I have no other way of trying to meet both truths at the same time.
Thank you, Shabnam. Other public comments on the CSM? Anyone else? John, I'm gonna go to you in a second. Anyone else for public comments on the CSM? John, you had a follow-up?
Yeah, just in response to Sean, I think if there is evidence that there actually was an inspection that showed that the attic was made inaccessible, that should be made available to everybody.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that the pictures that were shown clearly do not show that. And it'd be interesting to know what they actually did, because there is no evidence that it was made that way. And we should make sure that that actually occurred, and that there's clarity on that for the village.
I agree. If you guys had that 3 months
I
ago,
think
we
we're
wouldn't be
getting
here.
too far into this.
Yeah.
Um,
That's all right.
we've got members of the ZBA here.
Right. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, we got just a comment on the public comment on CSM. Yeah.
Those of us who have appealed the decision have been told that we are potentially responsible for lawyers' fees for that. And I think that would be the village's lawyer, and I question that because it's our lawyer, right? The village, we're the village.
Mhm.
So, and several people dropped out of the appeal because they were afraid of the fees, and it seems a little bit like intimidation. So I'm just wondering how that works.
And then if I could have you identify yourself as well. Thanks. Thanks, Ann. We're not doing a Q&A on this, so we definitely noted the question. And that's all I can say right now. Other public comment on the CSM? Yes, Rocky. Oh, identify yourself, sorry.
I'm Rocky Van Aston. I've seen the CSM for a while, and my only thought is this. So if I can convince the board of the zoning appeal through lack of forthcoming, lying, whatever you want to call it, and I get my way, I'm clear. I can do whatever I want from that point on, even though I may have lied and misrepresented it, because you agreed at the time, because it was great, and the conversation was great, everything's good, and I can do what I want. To me, that's wrong. To me, that says the board's not on the resident side. Something is amiss. It takes seconds to tell the truth and forever to tell a lie.
Yeah.
And every time you look into this whole thing, it's all these things that make no sense. To me, that's a forever. And I have no idea, from what our lawyer said, I would say he represents them, not us. I'd look for another lawyer. And somewhere you gotta stand up and say, you can't misrepresent things to the board. Even shadows of gray are not acceptable to the board. And clearly this whole thing is marginal at best about the truth being brought out. That's all. And I think it's time for the board to act. Let them resubmit the CSA and be honest and see what happens.
Thanks, Rocky. Other Other public comments on the CSM? Yeah, could you,
Kate Crowley, can you hear me okay?
thanks, Kate. Yep.
Yeah, my concern's about the ZBA tomorrow, which I think is maybe being mixed into this, well, here and now. Shannon, I appreciate what you said about sending comments to Clancy's and other appellants, but the meeting's tomorrow. And as of 5:30 this afternoon, our website said there would be public comment available tomorrow at the ZBA. So now we're in a situation where people relied on the fact they could show up tomorrow at the zoning board public hearing and make public comments. And now, less than 24 hours before the meeting, send your information to a neighbor you may or may not. So that's not democracy. That while it may be done to be fair in a hearing, it feels like we're being silenced, and we are effectively being silenced. And when you couple that with the only people who can speak are those who are agreeing to pay attorney fees with no estimate whatsoever of what those fees would be. Is that made to play? Hard to say it's not.
Can I respond to that?
So
The board's not supposed to comment, John.
Why? You were allowed to talk.
John said the board's not gonna comment.
Well, I'll just say to Kate, I wasn't aware of that change, so, well, no, but I guess I'm looking to my attorney. I'm looking to our attorney. Yes, I'm a village resident too, so it's our attorney. So, Bill, do you want to speak to that issue, or should we just?
I mean, I can, it's important for everybody.
Yeah.
There are two types of hearings. There are public
Turn
hearings.
around again, yes, please.
There are public hearings in which the public is entitled to speak. If you rezone your property, we have to give a class 1 notice. We have to have a public hearing, meaning anybody can come and talk and they can say, because that's a legislative decision. The plan commission and the village board can make their decision based on rezonings as to whatever they think is good for the village. And so public input by the public can help them do that. The second type of hearings are what are called quasi judicial hearings. They are in effect mini court trials. Those are not public hearings. The body, in this case, the ZBA, makes its decision based on the evidence presented to it at the hearing by the litigants, in this case, the appellants. They have to make their decision based on the evidence. They can't make their decision based on the input of non-parties. So with public hearings, you're absolutely entitled by law. You're entitled to come, you're entitled to speak. Just like here, everybody's entitled to speak. At quasi judicial hearings, that's not the case because members cannot, they have to make their decision based on the evidence, not based on what people may feel or believe. So it's for the staff had their stock language that had comments could be permitted. To be very frank, I told them that that was wrong and that cannot happen at this hearing. Principally because I do not want either side feeling as though the decision of the ZBA was not based on the evidence, that it was based on a member of the public that came that happened to be very persuasive, or somebody that wasn't persuasive, or whatever. That's just going to inject bias into the hearing. Whoever loses at the hearing is going to be the first to point out that, hey, the decision may not have been made on the evidence. It was made based on what so-and-so said at the public appearance section. So it's my advice, right, wrong, or otherwise, and eventually I'm sure a judge will decide if I'm right or wrong. But that's my advice to the board or to the ZBA, and to my knowledge, it's been followed. So I think if you want to provide input, certainly Shabnam's right, the appellants can put their case on. Any of the appellants can. Otherwise, you can state your feelings to the board. They will not make the decision. The ZBA will make the decision. it's all public. You're welcome to come tomorrow. You're welcome to observe. But there won't be a public appearance section. And I understand how that feels to some. Please understand my purpose is not to quash public input. It's to make sure it's an unbiased decision.
I'm gonna stay.
Very quick, just a short comment.
Yeah, real quick.
I'm very quick. Bill Cole joined us 3 months ago. And before Bill was the village attorney, we had Derek Punches, who graduated law school maybe 2 years ago. I think that there's going to be a lot more of these shocks and changes going forward, because I think we may have not always done things properly. When people rightfully compare the other ZBA meetings we've had in the past, there's a why are we doing things differently? A part of it is Bill has 30 years experience. I don't know if I'm aging you, I apologize, with like 20, 30 municipalities. You have somebody else coming in, and that's gonna shock us. It might shock, and we need to figure out how to manage that.
Thank you for that, Shabnam. Yeah, right here.
Just something I'm curious
Ju-
about.
yeah.
Cynthia Kinsey.
Thanks, Cynthia. Yeah.
Our lawyer mentioned when he first spoke, that one of the concerns he had that he addressed with you about why the CSM had to go for, or whatever, was because there were two innocent parties, so, which made me believe that those lots have been sold to people and they're intending to build houses on them. But I'm wondering, why were they allowed to be sold? I mean, when we knew there was this question, I mean, if that's one of the reasons why the CSM cannot be rescinded, is because there's two innocent parties that want to build homes on those lots. Shouldn't there have been a hold on allowing those lots to be sold when there so many things were in question?
Yeah.
And did I misunderstand that? Are those lots sold? I actually tried to contact the realtor to try to get some information on the larger lot, and she refused to, she didn't return my phone call. So I was kind of, curious about if those lots are actually sold.
Thanks for sharing that.
And why were they not, why were they sold? I mean, when there's this huge question about if the CSM was proper, why were they allowed to be sold?
I appreciate the comment. John, I'll go to you in a second. Any other?
Online.
Oh, there is. Thank you for that. Online, could you identify yourself and share your public comment?
I'll try to be brief, but I have a lot to say. I just want to point out that even the
I'm sorry to
language.
interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you just share your name?
My name
Sorry?
is Jennifer Ratner Rosenhagen, and I live at 2905 Columbia Road, and we've been here for 19 years. I just want to point out that the language that you keep using about your own residents is like that the feelings, that you might be upset, but we've got to stick to the law. And I just want you to be mindful of the language with which you're talking to us. It's so condescending that it takes my breath away. So that's the first thing. Second of all, the whole thing about public comment, I would want to ask Bill Cole. There are 4 things going on here. And one is that there was a letter that was sent out from Brian Mooney saying that there would be public, you could either submit it online or you could come and you could do it in real time. A letter of August 5th. What do you say about that? Shabnam, your answer that, well, we did things different because we had a different lawyer and now we're going to do things differently. That's not an answer. So there's policy. So what policy are we following now? It's not the whims of a lawyer. We follow policy. We follow our own regulations. It's real simple. And so I'm asking that, Cole, if you can tell us, what are we missing here when we look to the zoning code of page 1093, and it's very explicit in what it says, that there can be this comment. What language are you referring to that we do not see? And then the last thing, and none of you should be indifferent to it. If the information on the village's website as of 5/28 today was saying that there can be public comment, I can't believe anybody in this room, Zoom or otherwise, is indifferent to being part of a village that has this degree of, I don't even know what to call it. Is it incompetence? Is it mismanagement? Are you not troubled by the fact that you had misinformation up until a day before the ZBA? Okay, so I can wait for an answer. I don't know that I'm going to get an answer,
Fair
but I
question.
want to point out two things and then I'll sign off. One is that this isn't going to go away. And I mentioned this to you all in the, not the last meeting, but the meeting before. I mean, I really asked you all as our neighbors and as our friends to just take notice of what you're allowing happening here. Only use the word trustee. You are entrusted by us.
Yes.
And you have allowed for such an adversarial relationship. This is on you. If I forwarded all the emails that were greeted with silence, if I forwarded simply the email from today, where you respond with just a heavy hand when you respond at all. John Imes, you admitted in the meeting that you made a mistake. This is on record. We have film. You said it yourself. What? I'm just asking the trustees, what are you allowing to happen? Okay, so maybe that is me pleading for emotion, but I'm actually just pleading for a kind of ethics here and a historical precedent about what this place has at least meant to me for the 19 years that I've been here. And I'm asking, like, what the heck is going on, John Imes or the board, that this is okay with you? And I guess my last question is this, because, and this is for you, Cole, the attorney Cole, I'm so glad that the village is in, that the board is in such good hands with you. But I want you to notice that you've basically invited litigation now 4 times tonight. And John Imes, when you read the statement about the CSM after your meeting, you basically invited litigation. So it's as if you all are playing chicken with your own residents to take you to court. Like, it's like you're asking us to bring it on. And I'm saying, I can promise you, there are more and more people who will be delighted to, if that's what you want, but we would like the village to pay for our attorney fees. Because right now we're paying for Cole to not represent us, but to represent you all in this adversarial relationship. It doesn't make sense to me at all, but here's where we're at. And so I just kindly ask, what might we need to do so that residents can get the legal representation that you are daring us to do?
Yeah.
I mean, if you want, like, we can do it. This is this is a neighborhood filled with very capable lawyers who would be delighted, I'm sure. But I think people need to be paid for their labor, just as Cole is going to be paid for their labor. And I'm just asking, what is the mechanism by which the village will pick up the bill? And then I think we're good to go.
Yeah.
Jennifer, thanks for sharing that. We're not doing a Q&A on this, but
all right, I guess the 2 things I'll just sign off. The bigger one, I'm actually serious on both of them, but the first one is really just asking the board, are you really okay with the adversarial relationship that you have allowed? I mean, it's metastasized over the summer. And this isn't a few rogue free radicals in the village, and it will not go away. And it will certainly not go away when scrutiny is brought to bear on the other things that you all want to do. I mean, I don't understand it. It's not practical. It's not pragmatic. It's quite foolish, but I just also don't understand, like, what's the spirit behind it? And I wonder what you all can do to heal and to help this repair. because you have invited so much frustration and so much suspicion and frankly exhaustion from so many of us who've had to put so many hours doing your work. So one is the adversarial relationship, and maybe you just shrug your shoulders and you're okay with it, and then we figure that out. And then the other one is a very serious one, which is your residents need, we need a good lawyer. And we pay a lot in our taxes here, and we would like those taxes not to be going against our own interests, but speaking for us, right? When we have a president who admitted to us that he made a mistake, and yet an attorney now who's saying, we're just going to pretend that this goes away. And so I just want to ask what the process might be that we can get some financial, that basically we can get a lawyer to represent us and have
Jennifer,
money pick up the bill. Thanks.
I appreciate your comment. We definitely noted your question, and we'll move forward with the public comment, but really appreciate it.
There's two other hands up, John.
Thank you. I see John's hand. Who else has their hand up? Oh, online. John, we're going to go there. All right. All right. So, Brian, are you up?
Yep. So my question is a simple one. There was an open records request that was Brian Berquist and Mooney filled out or responded to, I should say, that John had put together. And in that, inside none of those records, while we were able to find the record of the permit pulled for the stairs, there was no inspection that was noted, nor was there any file included that ever occurred. And the permit was actually marked not to require inspection. So how that was inspected or by whom or where that record is, that would be news to all of us if that was actually true. That's not been present anywhere. I'd like to know how Shabna knows that, where that's from. And then if that information was forthcoming, I'm also curious to know is that the reason that the chief of police then elected not perhaps to pursue charges? Why was the chief of police in that meeting when you went into closed session? I'd be curious to hear, based on the fact that they think the permit was inspected. I'm going to guess that's the reason, but is that where that whole thing lies?
Brian, I appreciate your comment. We're not doing Q&A on this, but we definitely noted your questions.
How will I get an answer at some point then? Like, is it just, there is no answer? I'm just asking the ether?
No, sorry. All right, you can send your question to me and copy Brian Mooney, and we will get you a response.
Thanks.
You got it. I respond within 24 hours, 48 hours, everything. So, Jenny, I think you're up next.
Okay, thank you all very much. I'm Jenny Trude. I live down on University Bay Drive. I wanted to just say that I disagree with the way that this all happened, because it sounds like there was plenty of knowledge in the village about whether or not the assessment was accurate. And so I would ask for more transparency in the future. I know that this will not solve this particular issue. That sounds like it's going to be solved in other ways, but it would be helpful in the future if we had some information when these sorts of decisions were being made. For example, not too long ago, I spoke against my neighbor on Wellesley adding to their garage because I had information that that was a question. So my suggestion would just be to have a little additional transparency in the future so that you can hear these pieces of information from the village before before we get to this point. So I don't know if that's legal, but it's just something that seems like a good idea. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, Jenny, thanks for your comment. Appreciate that. All right, I don't see any more online. John, I think you're up next.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up about the building permit and the supposed inspection. Well, as Brian Bushik noted, in response to our open registry request, we didn't receive anything about the inspection. First point. Second point, what I recall, I looked at it right recently, but the building permit, I think Brian's right about that, may not be open for inspection. But two, as I recall, it says that they're going to modify the stairs. So the key question is, they did modify the stairs. What they did was, at least according to based on what the new order said, was that they took, there's a stair and there's another stair and then a bunch of other stairs going up. They extended the second stair over the first stair. So if they inspected it, that's probably what they saw. They did that. That did not make the area inaccessible. So I think another question is, did the inspection show the area is actually inaccessible and how? Inaccessible to me means that they wall up there so you can't get up there. There's no evidence that occurred, as far as I can tell. The evidence is contrary that based on the picture shown, you can see right down the stairs, you can see the open door, you can see that they fixed up the attic, they redid the floors, they painted the walls. We talked to Roseanne about this. She said, wow, this looks so nice compared to what I. So I would like to have that answered. And I think that just to say there was an inspection done doesn't mean it was made accessible. And that's what we were really asking for, was for you guys to investigate this. Shabnam, thank you for at least taking the steps to try to do that. I think your investigation may be somewhat faulty, is what I'm saying. But thank you for doing that. That's what we want the board to do. That's why we'd like a real special meeting. You guys could address this and talk about investigating. That's what we asked for. I don't see anything, Bill, I don't see anything that creates risk for the village to investigate. If you could address that at all, maybe Shabnam could ask. What risk is there to investigating what occurred, especially if you were lied to, either before, the CSM was granted, or by immediately switching it out, which presumably violates all your zoning ordinances.
Yeah.
So I don't know why you want to investigate it.
And comment?
Yes, go ahead. Brian.
And don't we have insurance in the village in a case that is questionable? Isn't that something we pay our taxes for? That if there is an issue that arises, that the village is insured in order to follow up. So what's the reluctance?
Thank you. Yep. All right, Kate?
Yeah, hi, Kate Crowell again. In the follow-up to the May meeting, Brian Berquist, our village engineer, was asked about the verification of the attic being made accessible. And in the email that was shared with us, health and records request, he said very, very specifically that he could not verify that the attic was accessible. He said his lesson learned was to trust and verify. I think he said that in the public meeting too. That seems very much in conflict with this, that there was an inspection done. Perhaps Brian didn't know about the inspection, but then I wonder, how does Brian Berquist recommend the approval of building if he hadn't seen the inspection? May or may not. This all speaks to John Clancy's point of there's a lot to investigate, and you have access to it. We're asking for it. We're getting some of it. We're not getting all.
Thanks for that, Kate. All right, other public comments on the CSM? Back online. Jennifer, you're up again. We can't hear you though. You're muted.
I'll keep it brief, and I say this, John, with some reluctance, because I'm not here to make a spectacle of myself or to bring shame on you, but I do want you, I don't know whether you're mistaken, like whether you're just making a mistake or you're not being honest with everyone who's sitting in the room or the Zoom room, but you don't respond to emails. John, the whole, for people, there are different issues going on. For some, it's about 150-year-old oak growth that's been cut down. For other, it's, impropriety and appearance of fraud. And for others, it's just basic transparency and open communication. And right, but it wasn't the last meeting, but the one before that, when everyone was so activated and upset, Dietmar said, look, we all have emails, just email, it's fine. And literally on the next day, I sent an email. And this began, and so began the saga of me being activated by all of this. So I just want for the record that the response is often nothing. It's sometimes extremely slow. And as you all know, you were told, wait, that you're not supposed to answer because answering an email could be in violation of open records. Open meetings or closed meeting. Actually, I don't even remember now. But anyway, my point is still this, that part of the reason why I'm very upset, and I know that I speak for many people in the Zoom room and many people in the physical room and many people who can't be here tonight, is because what you just said, John, is patently false. And if you want, we're happy to print up all of the documentation to show.
Well, I will just say this, Jennifer, that I think folks that have been involved in this issue saw my responses very early on. The attorney spoke to a lot of these issues tonight. I'm sorry I fell short of your expectations with respect to responding as candidly as maybe I wanted, but I take the advice of counsel very seriously and made some decisions. But I think the track record shows that I have responded and responded appropriately on a whole myriad of issues, including this one. And I certainly can document that, but I appreciate the comment again. Okay, I see Johnny for the next comment.
John, no matter how you look at this, it's a shame for the bar. You're hiding, you're ducking, you're blaming the lawyer. The obvious is there, and everyone can see it, and you're pretending that we can't. But you know what the biggest casualty is? The biggest casualty is trust. Now you're coming forward, you want a $6.5 million building, and there's a transparency there. I mean, if you don't have trust, how do you want to build it? Trust is everything. Your word and your honor.
Thanks for that, Johnny. Hold on.
Please,
Yeah.
I'll be quick.
Okay.
First of all, I believe the residents are owed a written report. And if we have to have it on the September board agenda to discuss whether we will give them a written report, then I will request that it is on the September agenda. We should be able to make that decision without having to put it on the agenda. Bill, I understand as a litigator myself that oftentimes you never want information out because it can be used against you. And that is very certainly true with the feds. You never give them anything unless they need it. In this community, I think it's a different tone. Nobody is looking for a report to find something in there to sue the village. That is not who these neighbors are. They just want truth and transparency, and they're owed it. And I don't want to hear that we can't have this discussion during public comment when it's not unlawful. It is not a violation of the statutes. What's a violation of the statutes is if you had a motion during public comment, but it's not unlawful to have a discussion. Can you answer if they can get a written report? Can we answer that? Or do I have to put it on the September agenda?
Isn't there one in this packet?
There's a one-page memo that says we decided not to rescind the CSM, but it doesn't say when the attic was inspected, by who, and the date, which is what they want. If we're relying on facts, we shouldn't be afraid to give the facts.
I'll speak out of turn and say I'd like to see a report. So we'll leave it at that, but I want to get back to the public comment. Who's up online? Oh, sorry, Julie and Kevin. You're up.
Hi, this is Julie of Julie and Kevin, first time Zoom caller here at the village board. Thanks for having me. I live directly across from the property in question with the CSM, so I'm not gonna rehash any of those discussions, but what I will say is, I think it would be in the best effort of the village if we could maybe review some of the zoning policies. I took the time to go through chapter 25 zoning, and the water runoff that we use is from 1981. So as the person who lives directly across from this property and downstream from it, I would hope that we wouldn't use the water runoff and precipitation measures in our zoning from 1981. So I guess my question is, or yes, my question is for the board and the zoning, it's not your fault. I appreciate that you're volunteers. If we can just kind of review and update some of those measures in a timely fashion, because I have a finished basement and I'd like to keep it that way. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Julie. Other public comments on the CSM issue? Yeah, go ahead. Identify yourself.
Rick Baker.
Thanks, Rick.
Close. With all of these unanswered questions, I don't understand why we're having a zoning board meeting tomorrow if there hasn't been transparency and answers to all these questions that have been asked tonight. It doesn't make any sense. Can't the village trustees postpone that meeting? Get the answers and circulate the answers so that we have a respectable zoning board meeting that is trust and with trust?
Thanks for sharing that, Rick. Other comments? Questions? I don't know the answer to that question.
Well, it's not a zoning board meeting, it's a zoning board of appeals, which is a different thing.
And the building permit and the CSM are two different issues.
Do you get one with the other? I don't think you do. But, maybe I'm ignorant.
All right.
You don't get a building permit. You're not allowed to build on a lot. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So.
All right. Any other comments on the CSM? No
I have a
one?
question, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. No.
My name's Jen, I'm on Sunset Drive.
Thanks, Jen.
Kind of late to this discussion, but I'm still unclear as to why. Well, if we decide not to rescind the CSM, then it kind of sets a precedent. And people will, developers will come up with new methods of evading the process. So I just kind of, can you clarify for me whether it's been decided that we will not rescind based on the facts?
I'll answer that very quickly. I'll answer that. And I'm going to reflect on what I do in my day job. So I sue the federal government in immigration related stuff. And I frequently go to my law partners and I say, we got to file this suit. And they all say, you can't do it. And I say, how can this happen? And they're like, this is the world and the America we live in. You don't have a claim. And we have like heated discussions over this. So I am usually you in those discussions. Property owners have rights to divide their lands, whether we like it or not. If you want to divide your land and it meets the zoning code, you are allowed to do it. And it might make us mad and irritated, but it's bitter. It's unfair when you learn that something is true when you don't want it to be, but those are the rules. You're allowed to do what you're allowed to cut the trees on your property. You're allowed to divide your parcel, and it's probably going to happen more, especially with the bigger lots.
Okay, thank you for that. Jen, I was just going to say, I'm going to share this. I'm going to share this later, but the Plan Commission has already taken steps to strengthen our ordinances and processes based on what happened here. On August 12th, the commission reviewed detailed draft updates from Commissioner Craig Weinhold and Vandewall, our planning consultant. Some of the proposed changes include public notice, requiring the hearings for CSMs that create new conforming lots shall be held with clear village clerk drafted notice language and longer submission deadlines to ensure timely communication to neighbors. Setbacks, we're simplifying the language, removing outdated provisions, and ensuring calculated setbacks are mandatory, with vacant lots excluded from the averaging. Fire and height, we're closing the loopholes in basement garage calculations and height limits to prevent overbuilding. Now we're working to merge Craig Weinhold's provisions with Vanderwall's recommendations, our planning consultant, incorporating commissioner and staff feedback into a red line draft for the board to review at a future meeting. The goal is to improve transparency, strengthen protections, and ensure future development reflects the values and character of Sherwood Hills. We will continue to engage openly with residents, provide clear updates, and invite feedback before any changes are adopted. And of course, your participation is essential to shaping these improvements. Thanks for the opportunity to share that. Question here, or comment here, sorry, comment here. And your name? Thank you, Paulette. Yeah.
There will be a moratorium on any division until these new regulations are put in place.
That's not planned at this time.
You can't do that.
Yeah.
I would suggest that would be a really good idea.
Okay.
Probably some people are anxious to get going right now.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the comment. Other comments on the CSM? Yeah, Alan.
Alan, yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted to thank Shabna for adding that detail. And I think to your point, if the CSM meets all of the requirements as written, then the owner can divide the property. I agree with you. And I think that is the ultimate question, if factually it met the requirements. Because if it didn't, that's the reason it's period. We'll stop. Thank you.
Thanks, Alan. And back here?
Jim Coors.
Hey, Jim.
I appreciate that the planning commission is investigating new procedures to avoid the difficulties of this. I just want to point out that that corner of Sweetbriar, there's a 67-acre natural or historical district that's been declared. National Historic District. And that is the very epicenter of the beginning of Shoreline. And I'd like the board to at least acknowledge that. And then waiting until allowing the destruction of that property is a crime regardless whether or not we fix things a year from now. So I think there's a little weight to trying to overrule the situation so that we can remedy at least part the damage that's being done in that corner.
Thank you, Jim. All right, other comments on the CSM this evening? We've got some other issues we're going to move to, and we've had a full agenda as well. So other comments on CSM? Okay, I think we'll move forward in the public comment period. So the next section, we're going to talk about the logic property proposal. I'll make a quick statement, and then this is an agenda item on the board, so we're going to have lots of discussion on that. But I'll just share with everyone on the front end here. The Village of Sherwood Hills has entered into a contingent offer to purchase the former Logic property at 2801 Marshall Court. This step was necessary to lock in a fair purchase price and key conditions with the seller so we could properly evaluate the opportunity. The offer is fully contingent on approval by the village board within 90 days, which means no final decision has been made. We are now in an exploratory due diligence phase, gathering financial details, community input, and feedback from residents to determine whether this acquisition is the right move for our village. Without an accepted offer, the property could have been pursued by others, leaving us without the ability to conduct a thorough and informed analysis. To ensure transparency, the village is hosting a public open house and tour on September 4th from 4:30 to 6:30, followed by a town hall at 7 p.m. at Village Hall. These events, along with surveys and online resources, are designed to give residents the chance to review the building, ask questions, and share input before any decision is made. For more information and updates, visit the link on the village website. We also had, I think, some flyers with some information as well. So with respect to public comments on the Logic purchase, there's some comments. Gary Johnson.
Gary Johnson, I live on 3010 Harbor Drive. I have looked into the Logic building specific, and I look forward to the meeting on the 5th to be able to take a look at it. But my,
Fourth, yep,
sorry.
that's right.
But in general, I like the Village Hall here where it is. It's visible. We are not, as a community, very visible. Most people in Madison don't even know Short Hills exists as a separate entity.
Yes, good.
This location gives us some visibility. It's right off University Avenue. It's got a beautiful sign that advertises Village of Short Hills. It's right at the main entrance to the Village of Short Hills. I think to move it to Doctor's Park, which is what, I'm an old person. That's what we call that, the whole area of the Doctor's Park. But to move it there decreases its ability to a great extent. It makes it more inaccessible to village residents. It's kind of out of the way, out of sight. I appreciate their space needs in the village, although I have a little trouble deciding why, because there aren't any more people in the village than there were when I was 6. That's some time ago. Yeah, you know, there aren't more employees, there aren't more residents, there aren't more kids. I don't know if we can make space in some other way. So I would just say I'll be interested in looking at it and making a more informed decision at that, but my initial reaction is don't leave this place.
Thanks very much for that, Gary. Marilyn, I saw your hand first, so we'll start there.
Marilyn Townsend, 1121 Wellesley Road. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'm just delighted to see so many people from our community out to address important issues and to view our government. I have substantial concerns regarding the proposal for the $6.5 million building on Marshall Court. But first, let me speak briefly about the process. I spent the weekend sharing with as many of you in the community as I could my concerns without totally going to the merits of the purchase, because touring this lovely shiny building that had a restaurant we've all been at, or at least I have enjoyed it. It seems that's putting the cart before. Is this financially viable for our small community of 500? We first heard that there was some interest by our board in acquiring a building for public facilities. There was a meeting June 16th, July 15th, and August 6th. It was secret. I objected to the closed meeting, and as a lawyer myself who have advised clients on the open meetings, it was one thing to go into closed meetings to direct your negotiating team as to should I offer. Selling agent for Logic said, well, it's worth 8 million, but I think you can get it for 6, but let's offer 5.5. And Sam Village is offering 6.5. That's one thing. That's private. It's another to not even tell us they were considering the purchase of this building or who to sell it. This weekend, as I went up and down the streets, and I would see couples walking, I would say, are you a resident of the village? Well, this one couple said, no, I'm not. We're from Madison, but I'm interested. And so I said, I handed them one of my flyers. And he said, oh, the Lodge building. I said, oh, do you know it? He said, yes, my organization was interested in purchasing. I said, oh, well, how did that go? I said, well, you know, it wasn't as expensive as I thought it would be. I said, well, what did they say? I'm not gonna get into that. He said, but we liked the location. And he said he was with the Ronald McDonald House. But he said, you know, with the building comes a restaurant. And the selling agent told us, well, we could have a restaurant there and we could make a lot of money. Well, we thought about that and we thought, well, we don't really aren't in the restaurant business. This week, and I could never understand why this board, and no one really explained to me, why they wouldn't tell us what the building. This weekend, I met a resident who said, oh, I talked to a trustee, and he said we kept it secret because we didn't want the UW to know we were interested in the building. Well, let me tell you, the University of Wisconsin knows every building within 2 miles up. They looked at it, and I would bet you, although the selling agent hasn't discussed this with me, I would bet you that agent tried to sell it to the university. We're not interested. It's been on the market 2 years. Then they came, I understand, even though we don't have minutes yet of the closed session. Now trustees are talking about what happened in the closed session, as they believe they can. And they were told that selling agent could get a deal for them, even though it was priced at 8 million, to get it for 6. Well, my question is, 4, why isn't it 3? We don't know. But as a trustee for 12 years myself, we weren't in closed sessions. We were very limited. And sometimes even though we could, it isn't the law that you have to go to session. That's a discretion of trustees. And they make the decision. But let's get to the issue. Now, I had asked in a public open records request for the packet that they gave in the closed session on June 16th. I asked again all through the time. Finally got it on August 11th. The packet was a summary by the president to the trustees saying this was a good deal. And then a fancy brochure from the lodge. I do not know what else the board looked at. We've done an open records request, but I shouldn't be dealing with my government like I'm a litigant. I've been asking repeatedly for the offer of purchase. That's a public document. They say, our poor staff said, well, Marilyn, I'm just so busy in public records request. That's not a good sign. If I was a trustee, you can do it. You take that offer of purchase and you just email it to the client, the resident, and let them have it. So not that this, yeah, the job is that. The other thing, the president said in his memo, and it's also in this little sheet today, is that the purchase is financially feasible. I'm on the finance committee. We were supposed to have a meeting in July. Without explanation, it was canceled. The finance committee is not window dressing for this village. We were given no information concerning it. But he said in the memo, it's in part financially feasible because the village could, by buying the building and leasing, quote, the former daycare and restroom space in the building, generate over $300,000 in annual income, more than 10 times the property's current village property tax revenue. He added that such revenues might avoid the need for a future referendum. Well, again, I don't have the documents. I don't know why they said anything, but let me tell you, some of our best friends have operated a restaurant. It is not easy. And if we're the owner of the property, our poor staff at this point would be serious. We have to be very careful. We're a community of 2,500 people. we have stayed in existence when other communities over Wisconsin have gone out of business. I know the 12 years I was on the board were very fiscally conservative. We watched what we were doing with our money. And this is really a big jump. So I would say I don't object to touring it, but we're putting the cart before the horse. Let's see the documents. Let's see if we have the capability of even managing it. I heard that staff really wants it. Staff always better accommodations. But what I'm concerned about, we have 23 full-time staff. And I'm chair of the personnel committee for 10 years. We have 17. There's a real difference each time you put another full-time staff at increments of salary and cost of living and staff with health insurance payments. We have a wonderful state pension plan. We've got to make sure we take care of financially ourselves. Make sure no one is laid off and carefully. Now, I just saw last night or 24 hours ago, there was a timeline added to the board pack. Said they want to vote to approve the deal over, I don't know what it is, 15 through 16. You know, it's on a fast track. We need to help. It's very hard to be a trustee. You have to slow this thing down and make sure the numbers work. And what I'm saying isn't very much for that 300,000 a year in revenue from the restaurant there. Thank you and
Yeah. Marilyn, thanks. Marilyn, thanks for your comment. I also received a copy of your letter this morning and I responded to it this afternoon, and I know you received that.
yeah, John, you did, but it was essentially what you said in the press.
Well, I think it was more than that, but that's all right. But I will tell you that we're working diligently with staff to get the documents up on the website, provided. And we're going to speak more about it during the agenda item tonight.
I have more.
Sam?
Okay, I'm Sam Carolee Mahaney Braithwaite, 3424 Viburnum. 34 years living in the village. And I have been a regular attendee at these meetings. By myself. Now, I have a contrary story to the village board or the village, whatever they are, the village, I'm gonna say the people, then I'm gonna do YMCA, but the people who work at the village. I went in and I asked Brian, I said, gee, Brian, why is the village of Shorewood Hills listed as a co-owner on the Moose Lodge? That, by the way, is the Logic building.
Oh, okay.
And he said, well, I don't know. I don't know why we would be on that. I'm thinking at this point, you must have been a little uneasy that I was coming in asking about exactly the building that you guys were talking about in closed session. Well, I didn't have to wait more than, let's say, 18 hours before I had full response. I even had a response from the person at the deeds department who sent me a letter saying, oh, we're really sorry, it's a clerical error, we'll take it off. So I'm just sort of saying, I don't know, there's something not right. Okay, so then the next thing I wanted to just say here is that the board has put out a very good statement about what they want. The board will discuss how this opportunity aligns with department's space, future budgetary considerations, comprehensive plan, and the strategic. Those are very good things. And when you do the evaluation on this, I'd like to see all of those done, not by you. You all have lost my trust 100%. So I want this done by an independent committee because I'm not going to believe anything you guys come up with. Finally, regarding all of these closed sessions, I had to think, wait a minute, I thought we got rid of Sharon. Oh, apparently we didn't get rid of Sharon Because they're going and they are looking at this huge financial commitment. I don't know, maybe you don't think $6.5 million is a lot, but I do. They're going and they're talking about it without going to the facilities, without going to the budget guys. They have finance, and without going to anybody, just themselves. And so they make this decision without going through the committees that we have carefully put together so that we can first look at what it is that we're pursuing from a village resident perspective, as opposed to the seller's perspective, which really is not who we should be dealing with. We should be dealing with a licensed commercial realtor who's gonna go out and get us honest bids for how much that building is for. You can't ever trust the seller's agent to tell you how much something is gonna cost. So that's dumb, but that's looking like when Sharon was here, when she wanted to get rid of the committee input and bring it back to just the board and just the administrator. Sharon again has been fired from yet her second job. So we know that however it was that she was trying to take our village down with all the poison pills that she brought, that has totally made this village to be very uncomfortable with everybody. I mean, I was worried about who I'm gonna see on the street and what are they gonna say, or can I ask them something? But that's all because we became so, the CSM has just brought a lot of problems forward. I don't know what to tell you other than I really think that apologies are not enough. And John, I really think you need to resign. So Dave's leadership before you have taken this village in totally the wrong direction.
Right, thank you.
So, let's see, did I get everything up? Just a second, I have to look at these, it shakes. Okay, this is the last one. So you're gonna talk about all the space needs that we've had over the years, where we've had surveys and we've had people coming and talking about, do you like this one? Do you like this one? What should we have in the firehouse? What should we have in the village hall? What should we have over here? What should we have? We have spent years talking about what we want and where and how we want it. We want the moon. I mean, honest to God, you read these things and it's like, what village are you living in? Are you in Pittsburgh? It's a Sherwood. But the problem with all of that is that all of these space needs that have been done, which when they were done before by the staff, were done by the staff. Now you come and you ask me when I'm working in a little office, it's basically a closet. Do you need a bigger space? Well, yes, of course I do. The problem has been that all of these surveys have been done without any regard to cost. And so when you don't have a cost associated with your decision, what are you gonna say? You're gonna say, yeah, I want well, what do I want? I don't even know what I want. I want something, but it's gonna be something that I can't afford. Because you're not giving me the pertinent information that I need in order to give you what it is that you really need. We have enough land. We are not taking care of it. We have been trying to work on that firehouse. 34 years ago, when I first came in here, they were talking about redoing the firehouse. Here I am 34 years later, and we have done nothing. We have plenty of space in this building. There is nothing wrong with this building. It's fine. We have fun. We need the boathouse overdone. That's gonna cost us money. I just heard where they took a play set out of the capital budget. And now we're talking about a $6.5 million building. We can do that, but we can't do a play set. Okay, so there are priorities that are all screwed up. And somehow you guys need to get back on track. Because going forward with this kind of an endeavor, you can see what has done. The village is not happy with this notion. And you guys really have, over the last couple of years, really done something to the trust we have in the village.
Yes.
So that's all.
Thank you, Sam.
I think that's it. I won't look anymore at the piece of paper.
Let's go back here. No, sorry, go ahead.
This is David Brown.
Hi, David.
First, to the trustees, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. Taking a lot of heat tonight, and I'm not going to pile on anymore. So I appreciate your work and your willingness to listen to this rather difficult conversation. Let me put it that way. I'm pleased to be here. Let me say at the outset, I'm absolutely against the Logic purchase. Not necessarily because of its space it provides for the staff, but I have no belief that any town of our size should be in the business of running restaurants. That's notorious businesses failing, right? They're highly cyclical, and at the worst times in the economy, they fail, right? And to saddle this small community on top of everything else it has to do with operating a business is absolutely wrong. So let me just say that I'd imagine there are alternatives that could come about with the right financing and right connections. That would be for a private business to own the building and lease the space we need, if that is truly the case, right? A long-term lease. We needn't go into the details, but that's the sort of alternative that should be considered if the community were to move ahead with this building. Absolutely no way should the community buy outright that building. And I think we're wasting our time going to tour. And I think
Thanks, John. I'm Bob Hurley. I live on Crestwood. I was on the board for 8 years. I don't know much about commercial real estate, but I know a little bit. And that is if the two businesses have been empty for 2 years. CapEx. You get NOI, net operating income, from tenants. There's what operating income from this building now? I think it's zero because there's no tenants.
Yeah.
The owners have been trying to lease that place up for 2 years because it increases the value of the sale. Nobody's there, no leases signed, no NOI. The CapEx is nothing because there's no ability to get your money back. So to say to this village, oh, wait a minute, the guys that own the building have been trying to lease it up for 2 years and haven't been able to do it. Well, we're gonna.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Please. This is not an generational opportunity. It's a white elephant.
Bob, I understand your point of view. I mean, we're gonna get into it in a little while as part of the agenda. I think we'll be able to address some of what you said, but I appreciate the comment. I'm gonna go back to this side and I'm gonna ask Tracy.
Hi, my name's Tracy Cosiel and I live on Lake Pagoda Drive. I'm here to talk about the Logic building as well. I can't really offer any support or honestly strong opposition because there's just not enough information. Kind of echoing what you're hearing is, I think the biggest missing piece for the village is a true master plan and a list of priorities. I have sat through many meetings, committee meetings, et cetera, where we have many spaces and buildings in disarray, from the Public Works Firehouse to the McKenna Park, to this building, et cetera. The list can go on in addition to our public park spaces. I've watched many mini master plans created throughout the years that get abandoned. I know we just created one for McKenna Park. What has happened to that? So I just really feel the bigger picture is a step back. I know surveys have been sent out to us village residents many times over many years, asking what we want to see, but I don't see a result from that. I think we need a true map. And I think we need to prioritize what is our true need at this time. Is a new police and admin building our #1 priority for our village residents? Who can answer that? I don't know, and I don't think it's been asked. Now, that's the primary issue I have with this decision. Do I think the Logic building would solve that? I don't personally believe so. I am also of the mindset that this building isn't a forgotten building and it has life in it. I would like to understand the space studies that are being done that are telling you we've run out of space. I can't say we are or we aren't because I don't have the data. Our village actually has grown. I disagree with our population being stagnant. We have many more due to the apartments and everything on University. So we do have more village residents, and that's probably why we have more staff trying to manage things. But I just think we need a better roadmap to dictate to us what's our true need and what's our priority moving ahead. If you guys still feel it's in our best interest to pursue this purchase, I strongly hope you guys have good financial planning and good financial advice and good representation for us as a village buying a commercial real estate property. I think we're all well aware since the pandemic, commercial real estate property is not popular. People don't want to buy it. Spaces are empty. You can't find people to lease spaces. I know there's a lot of opposition to the restaurant. You could easily dismantle that and turn that into something else. I'm not really obsessed with whether it's a restaurant or not. Whether it's a daycare or not, I'm assuming we would not be managing that, but I would be worried about us being the manager of a building. Having run rental properties myself, it's a lot of work. And I already see our village staff spread very, very thin, and they're already asked to do a lot. So I would want to know who is managing this new large building. I'm also in the mindset, I think the location is not ideal, because of where it is. I like the community feel of this building, even though it is over the railroad tracks, it's still easily accessible to walk up, drop your thing in the mailbox, come have a brief conversation with someone. It's very approachable and very accessible. But these are my personal opinions, and we're all gonna have a different opinion. You guys know that. We're all gonna have different values and opinions on where things should go. That's why I think the master plan would be great, because there was talk of even moving the admin and police where public works were, and moving public works somewhere else. I remember seeing a master plan for the pool building being like this crazy archery team where you guys want to put another playground. So I guess my
Incredibly expensive, but we're gonna get into it, Tracy. Yeah.
plans made a lot of money wasted, a lot of consultants hired, and we don't know what our final decisions are. And I think this is too early of a decision, and we need better.
Appreciate that. In the far back.
Good evening, Laura Calderon,
Hey, Laura.
2820 Marshall Court. So I would like to provide a little perspective from Dr. Stark. I may be in the minority here. Young families really appreciated what Logic offered. I do see the vision. It is very expensive, so I'm not saying let's go for it, but I do want to provide some insight that it was really heartbreaking to know personally families who were affected by the daycare closing there, parents who worked at the hospital who no longer had childcare for their kids. We have an opportunity here as a village, as a greater Madison community, also to perhaps consider doing a co-op for the daycare, doing a co-op for the restaurant space, where as Tracy just mentioned, it doesn't even have to remain a restaurant space. I think my only comment tonight is I implore you all to have an open mind and consider other perspectives and other locations within the village. Yes, this village hall may be central to most of you. It's not for some of us. So just please keep that in mind. That's all, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Laura. Right here.
Hi, Pam Murphy,
Hi, Pam.
on Central Close. This is my first meeting, and I just have a question as to if this is considered, would a referendum be put out there?
That we have a 90-day window to decide as a village if this is something we want to do forward. We couldn't schedule a referendum within that time frame. So
Seems
we're,
like a lot of money to spend.
We could do a survey.
yeah, I mean,
It's not a
we will do survey, it's gonna be, I mean, one thing we're gonna talk about tonight is the whole phase of this. I think it's in the packet, 4 or 5 phases of all things that are gonna be involved here. It's gonna be tons of opportunities. It's not just about a tour. It's not just about a meeting. This may not happen, but we're gonna evaluate it fully. And tonight is kind of the start of it. And, September 4th will be important, but the comments we're already receiving online, the board members are gonna read every single one of those. Everything's gonna be available. Everything's gonna be transparent. And performance is the only thing that counts. I think we'll perform. And I think you'll be happy with the due diligence that we do on this. And
John, isn't this our time? Because we can't talk when you have your board meeting. Isn't this time for us?
thanks, Rocky. I was just trying to answer a direct question, but why don't you go ahead? You asked a question about the referendum. Was there anything else you wanted to share? Okay, thanks. Appreciate that. Are there other questions here this evening? Right here.
I mean,
Yes, sir.
yeah, I'm Bill Thompson.
Hi, Bill.
3230 Charlie Hill Lane.
Yep.
For 40 years. And, I noted that, what the village, the people who are doing this have in mind
is they're going to buy this place and then make some money with it. And also house some good stuff. But I assume from this that when the village buys it, it goes off the tax roll. Is that right?
Well,
yeah,
That's
absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, that building right now is delivering $99,000. Some of it goes to the village, a lot of it goes to the schools. And some goes to Madison College and some goes to Dane County, $99,000. So you're stuck behind, I mean, as far as the organization, that was a TIP project. And these agencies agreed that they would support this and wait for the tax revenue to go up from the increased value. Is that gonna happen here? You're gonna knock off whatever it's worth now. Bingo, that's gone. Those people don't have any money. I would think about that before I started. And then another part of this is you're gonna, part of the deal, maybe this is a deal that's interconnected some way, and we ought to learn about that. But then you're gonna abandon this place and sell it to someone, hopefully, or something, something good, for housing or something it says in there. I'd like to see that before, Thank you, Bill.
Making money out of it.
Thank you, Bill. Fred, I see your hand up.
Yes, Fred Wade, 1121 Wellesley Road. I'm happy to be married to Marilyn Townsend, who spoke earlier. I served on the board for 4 years, on the finance committee for many years, about 15. And one of the things I was concerned with when I was on the board and on finance was the financial constraints that we face in the past and going forward. When I was on the board, we didn't have any money to really deal with major capital improvement projects. We just didn't have it. We spent recently $7 million to reconstruct the roads on the east side of the village. We had to defer. We were actively deferring in our minds the need to reconstruct the roads on the west side of the village. And although we've had a capital improvement plan that's been revised every year at budget time, the reconstruction of the roads on the west side of the village seems to have fallen on the radar screen. We have a community center that is still not handicap accessible. And it's fallen into, my impression is, disuse because it's hasn't been kept up. As repairs are needed and to spruce it up and make it that accessible. That also has fallen off the capital improvement plan schedule. A couple of things have jumped the line. Even though it's there. For many years, we've had a capital, the headline item on the capital improvement plan is, has been a new DPW facility, public works facility, at a estimated cost of $5 million to construct. It's all been understood for as long as I can remember. That's just a placeholder number. Has no real substance to it, no hard estimate. But that's about $5 million or more, likely more. And there are other capital priorities. I've commented to the board a number of times. We've got to try to deal with getting a better handle on what our relative priorities are, because we don't have a lot of money coming in. And we have levy limits and constraints on the amount of money that we can get going forward. that don't allow us really to match from ongoing increased revenue sources what the cost of paying our employees is going forward. We've got about, maybe we can raise our levy about $38,000 the last time if memory serves. That's not enough to pay our increased expenses just as a result of inflation. So now all of a sudden, we've got this opportunity to spend $6.5 million to buy this facility. And we haven't yet decided what our priorities are. What are we going to use it for? What is going to have to be deferred even further among the needs that we've previously identified if you spend the money for this? So I'm very concerned about where we're going with this. I mean, if we could magically fit, I think it would be magically, many of our needs into this building. And it would be feasible. Maybe it would offset some of these other things that downsides in terms of what we need to do in other areas and how we're going to pay for it. But I doubt it. And one of the biggest things I see as a problem is there's no very limited on-street parking there.
Yeah.
I mean, if people are gonna come to a meeting like this,
It's underground and heated.
where are they gonna
It's
park?
underground.
I know you can go underground, but a lot of people, if they're like me, they don't want to experiment with going underground in a strange facility. So there might be enough under there, I don't know. But, you know, I would not regard that as being an inviting location for anything that requires access for a lot of people. So, and that's just the top of my head reaction to what would we do with it? And how would we use it? So I just throw them out for you to consider. I think we've got to put it in a larger context than just going after this building and the cost.
Right, really appreciate that. Thank you. Right here, Kathy Brock, and then we'll go to the new person online.
Kathy Brock, sorry, Kathy Brock on the Dartmouth Road. I have a couple of things that have already sort of been said, but when I read over the material on this subject online this afternoon, because I hadn't known how to find it before. One thing is, it looks, you know, I don't have the numbers here, but it looks like about 40% of the building would be, it was, I didn't even realize it's empty now, but 40% more or less was taken by the restaurant and the nursery school. And so plus or minus, but a very significant amount. And that seems to me to be a very strange business for Shorewood Hills to be in, to be having to think about renting out that space. To a nursery school, there's probably a call for it. I would be most interested in knowing what the finances of the previous inhabitants were there. The other thing is a restaurant, okay, or something else, but we would have to constantly be taking care of that and making sure that it's bringing in money to us and not sitting idle the way it has been. So I think those are very important things. I mean, I don't think we've got any business trying to be professionals at renting out our space. And we would have to do that to make it have any income to us at all. And I think that's pretty important.
Yeah.
The other thing is location, and Tracy mentioned that also. I think that it's at the end of Marshall Court. You come in off of University Bay Drive and drive an impressive long way, and there's that building. And I think it's a dead end. I don't think.
No, it's not a dead end.
Yeah, it connects all the way to university.
By the soundbite column.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can go there. but you can't get back home that
Past,
way.
yeah, past La Brioche and then come
Yeah.
out, yeah.
Yeah, so with the light, and I mean.
Yeah.
It seems to me a very strange location for the center of Shorewood's interests, and people can't sort of stop in and, as somebody said, and drop off a tax payment or whatever. And I think that's really quite important. So just
Appreciate that.
two sort of important areas
Yep.
that I think are, the rest of it, I'm not big enough on finance. It didn't sound like a boon to me to have a questionable income.
Yeah, thank you for that, Kathy. In the back, in the red. Hi, Rick.
Equinox Drive.
Yep.
I'm just curious, and we've heard from a number of people far more involved than I have been in terms of the fiscal status of the village, and that we don't have massive amount of capital surplus. I'm just curious, where do we come up with this 6.5 million? What does that end up doing? Well, property taxes, where does money coming from, and is there? Where are you pulling the 6.5 million out?
Yeah. So, I mean, as we get into the session, we'll talk about that. Obviously, we've authorized as a board, we've authorized as part of our capital improvement plan. So the idea is that we would do all this within our existing approved CIP plan. But I don't know if we don't want to have a full discussion right now. We really want to get through the questions and then get into the agenda. But that answer will definitely be questioned. It's definitely been noticed. Julie, we're going to go online.
Yeah, she's been waiting a bit.
Sorry so much. Camille? Am I seeing that right? Go ahead,
Yeah,
Camille.
hi.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I'm Camille Adamani. I live, sorry, my teenage boys are making fun of me. I live on Oxford Road. And I want to go back to what Bob Hurley said, because I think everything is spot on about that specific building. I also want to say that I build and run restaurants for a living. And the fact that I've also been in that restaurant building, or, the previous restaurant space. It is the entire first floor, or maybe a couple of other, a hallway or two. It is a massive space. And even if we were to remove that restaurant, that in itself is extremely expensive to remove all of the facilities and the equipment that would be in there. We're talking like massive, massive pieces of equipment. Also, if you do that, or if you keep it or remove it, it doesn't matter. That is for sure would be part of what we would pay for with that building. And so if the part of the logic, no pun intended, of taking that space is that we could rent it or lease it to another restaurant. Again, to what many of the other villagers have said, we don't want to be in the restaurant or in the business of running a restaurant. It is so complex, and I'd be happy to speak on that separately if anyone is interested. The second piece is, though, if we did remove it, then why are we paying for it? Because again, it is certainly valued, a big part of the valuation of that building. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Camille. I saw your hand up before. Go ahead. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Ryan Hudson. I
Ryan.
live at 3417 Circle Close, and I would like to address something a little bit different, which is the fact that we had 3 closed sessions. And there's an open records law in the state of Wisconsin, and I would like to read to you from the Milton case, which was decided. The legislature has made the policy choice that despite efficiency advantages of secret government, transparent process is favored. Now, I understand there's a need for certain closed sessions with respect to purchase price and other items that you need to keep secret in terms of a negotiation. But the identity of the building does not need to be kept secret. And so I would urge not the lawyer, but the trustees, when you decide to go into closed session, to do so in a very restrictive fashion. And in order to reestablish the trust that many of those have spoken about, that you need to favor transparency. Secondly, I read the material on the village website. And I was dismayed to read incomplete analyses of this transaction. The question, John posed a series of hypothetical questions and then answered. And one of the questions was, have we purchased this building? The answer was no. Instead, the statement should have been, we have made an offer to buy on a contingent basis with a 90-day approval rate. There was a complete lack of full disclosure. And even in this proposal here, you're offering, presenting to us, the residents, a sales job. This is a once in a generation opportunity to evaluate. Right. So I would ask for disclosure that is factually based, it is comprehensive on the website and in all materials. And again, I would urge the members of the board to use the closed session in a very limited way. Perhaps as to reestablish transparency in what and how you're communicating with us, because it's been deficient. Yes.
Johnny, go ahead.
You know, somebody mentioned a referendum. And I think that's actually a good idea. And as she mentioned it, I was thinking, we just had a referendum a little while ago. We had a referendum because we didn't have enough money to run the village. Barely passed, and then I believe we rolled it into the general fund for the most part, but that's not important. What's important is, if we have to have a referendum to go above the state tax base, now we're gonna buy a $6.5 million building? I mean, the two don't go together very well. And the first part of this meeting was about Sweetbriar, which was a series of stumbles and mistakes and miscalculations. When we built the boathouse, the guy who built the boathouse, nobody even came and monitored. He just kept adding cost overruns because people just ghosted him when he contacted him to what he should do. There was no supervision. How are we gonna run a restaurant and a daycare? How are we gonna do that? And you know, if you're a developer, you can give that a shot. And if it works, maybe it would work. But if it doesn't work, the developer can write it off. Those developers, by the way, who weren't interested in doing it. But if we do it and it fails, we're holding the bag. We're sitting here with an empty restaurant, an empty daycare. And that's, you know, you say this is a once in a lifetime opportunity, somebody just told us. Well, it might be a once in a lifetime chance to go bankrupt for the village. We have to be really careful. This is a risky venture. And I don't want to put anyone down the board, because I realize you're residents like those of us out here. But you don't have experience in these kind of deals. This is, now we're playing multi-million-dollar deals. This is serious business. If we muck up, guess who pays for it? All those of us out here. We all pay for it. So that's why everybody has a lot of trepidation, because in the end, we're the ones who put that bill. And I don't really have confidence that this looks like a well thought out. It doesn't look like a great opportunity to me. If it were, I believe someone else would have probably snatched it in a ditch. And I think we gotta be careful. We gotta be really careful. It's risky.
Yeah. Johnny, I definitely, I understand that perspective. I do. I appreciate the comment. Go online. Okay.
Craig's been on waiting for a while.
Hey, Craig, why don't you join us?
Hello. Hey, thanks. Yeah, the logic building, I have not reviewed the materials. I look forward to doing it, so I have no predisposition on whether it's a good thing or bad thing. But I'd like to make 2 or 3 quick points. First, I like seeing police cars on Shorewood Boulevard at the entrance to the village. I'm guessing with the logic building, they would be underground, out of sight. Not sure about that. I would actually prefer to see them at the old village hall. But
Sorry, hey, Craig, I'm sorry. Could you speak could you speak a little bit louder?
Sure, yeah, sorry, where's my microphone? Is this better?
It is.
Okay, yeah, so I would like to see continue seeing police cars on Shorewood Boulevard. I think that's important. Second, we at one of the meetings we went through a facilities discussion where we kind of went through all the requests from staff and police and courts and public works to, trying to figure out what everybody needed. The most compelling requests in that list were all from Public Works. Their specialized equipment, the need for a pull-through garage, all those things really resonated as a good use of money. And of course, this Logic building does nothing for that. It does nothing to help what I considered probably the single biggest need from that former facilities work. And that's all I had to say. I'm looking forward to reading about it. And going through the walkthrough and taking a look. It is an exciting building. I think kind of to what Camille was talking about, making sure we have a good handle on what the remodeling costs actually are. If it, we can remodel our existing facilities, and I wouldn't be surprised if some of the remodeling at Logic to reconfigure it for our use might end up being similar or more expensive than remodeling our existing spaces. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Craig. Appreciate that. And then let's go to Julie again.
Hi, since I'm here, I thought I'd just talk again. This is a comment just based on the timeline. I was lucky enough to go to some of the meetings regarding the Hayden House process. And the 90-day timeline seems really optimistic, in my opinion, based on the amount of feedback, input, and responses from individuals in the community. So I think it was very optimistic to think that a decision of this much income and money from residents could be made that quickly based on previous examples of village work where we make a decision as a group. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Julie. Appreciate that. Shabnam, real quick.
So we do a terrible job at communicating, like just awful. I want to acknowledge it that everybody coming in here and saying, what the hell is going on? You are completely justified. As somebody who's been on this board for 7 years, there's a story and we have to write this down and put it there because it's just in my memory and it's probably in your memories. But for years, the village was always fixing the streets and ignoring all of the facilities. And everybody would show up and say, what about our facilities? Everything's a mess. So we decided that we wouldn't spend all the money that we can borrow to fix every street. We would do facility, street, kind of try to address both of them. So then the facility site study happened. And we learned that this building has problems and the DPW building has enormous problems, not just from a functional standpoint from the structure, but your staff is operating in conditions that are like safety hazards. And the numbers that kept coming out were like this: renovating the DPW building is $20 million. And we brought it to 17 and then 14 and then 13. And so there's that background of like, and if we were to fix the DPW building and we want to get all this, the police department, the village hall and DPW there so that this property could be monetized. I'm just trying to share some of the background. And so when the $5 million came up, it was partly, I think, in comparison to the $10 million it costs to fix the DPW building. Now, I'm not saying that that's a good deal or the right deal, and certainly we're going to do our due diligence, and it might not be the right building, but the context matters. We tend to know the context because we come to the meetings every month, but we don't do a good job of giving you that context, the background.
Shabnam, thanks for that.
John, this is our time or your time? Can we talk during board meeting?
Rocky, I'm gonna, we've been here, Rocky, we've been here for over 2 hours. I don't think it's unreasonable for a board member to provide a comment.
But it is, because what she's saying is irrelevant.
Okay, I was just gonna give Bob an opportunity and then we'll see if there's any additional public comment and then we'll get into the agenda for the rest of the evening. Bob, was there something you wanted to add?
Well, I just wanted to follow up what Shabnam said. As long as I've been on the board, we've been looking at these facilities this was not driven to go look for some new shiny object. It was an effort to look at our facilities and all the maintenance costs we're gonna have to put in because of this deferred maintenance. And the fact that it's not meeting the current standards or the current needs of our staff. And it's always been my opinion that we try to put together some different concepts and look at what the costs are. In the midst of this whole thing, the Logic building came up, and it's a very, a short window. And we thought maybe it can offer some solution to some of our problems that we're having, some of the costs that we'll face. And I would encourage any of you that are interested in this to stay tonight. Tom Deegan is going to talk about some of the alternatives in remodeling and some of the costs that are involved in dealing with the firehouse, trying to bring some of that up to snuff. There's a report on the pool. And we'll also be talking about the Logic building with some of those numbers. We don't have the answers to everything, but we're trying to collect those, and we're trying to do due diligence and trying to involve you folks so we can make an intelligent decision. It may not be a good one to buy Logic, but in my mind, we ought to at least investigate. And that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you for that, Bob. Okay, let's go back to the audience. Gentleman standing there, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, and Bob, I do appreciate your time.
Could you, I'm sorry, identify yourself?
Tom Underkoffler, 3419 by Burn.
Yep, thank you,
My
Tom.
wife Trish and I have lived in the village for a while.
Yep.
So I have a little bit different perspective, and I apologize in advance for my direct questions. But I am a 29-year banker, all of it in the capital markets, all of your municipal securities, bonds, chief investment officer of a bank here, directly working over 560 different banks, regularly bidding on municipal securities, including the city of Madison, a 6.8 million taxable issue, very involved in that process. My questions, if I may, is how did the village come to the price point of its offer for the Logic building? Second of all, did it consult with bond counsel? This is important, I think, to understand. My professional, and I'm not bond counsel on this, but the purpose of the financing that the village would utilize, the part of that that is public would be tax exempt.
Right.
Likely the portion that's going to be generating revenue would be taxable. And it's going to be taxable in current interest rates, there'll be higher long-term rates. The village had financed that on a tax exempt basis.
Yeah.
And third, what's kind of been mentioned here as far as the competencies of the board to manage complex business lines in nurseries and for restaurants, a significant amount of complexities. And, again, coming to the capital markets, AAA rating is significant. Closely examining and the amount of debt capacity that the village has is significant and important to consider as to looking at these different.
I really appreciate that, and I think I saw your comment online as well. If this moves forward, obviously the finance committee is going to be looking at that. I know we have engaged the bond counsel. I'll talk a little bit more, and as part of the session about how we got to the offer price that we provided. But I really,
I'll stick around.
yeah, I appreciate your comment, and those are all excellent observations and things that will have to be considered as we move forward.
1 second, and 1 second, one comment.
1 second.
Can I just ask, because everybody in this room is so educated, so smart, so talented in their own professions and careers. I want to know your name and what you do so that when we are dealing with an issue that we could ask for your expertise. You're asking questions that I don't know to ask. And Tom Deegan is assisting on some issues because he has expertise. You guys know a lot of stuff, and I would love to know what you guys are able to contribute so that we could pull you in.
But we're not going to do that right now.
Right now, send an email with your name and what you do. That's all I want.
We're anxious to move forward, but we don't want to curtail comment. So if it's comment, Rocky, I see your hand up.
Sorry for upsetting you about the shop now, but you're being disingenuous because the board, for instance, this lady talked about Sharon, right? Remember Sharon was hired. Sharon was hired and given directions by the board. Sharon was not a bad person. She was doing exactly what she was told to do. This board has had a constant path from Dave and now John of getting rid of committees, ignoring everybody, loading the committees with 2 trustees, a few that are remaining. So all you need are the 2 trustees, all right, and 1 citizen, and things go ahead. You guys have generated a feedback loop. So you keep hearing your same rhetoric all the time. You don't listen to anybody else. We can give you a list of our professions. I don't think you listen to any of us as a board. All right. I also find interesting is that for the last closed session, I took a picture of John Flad doing core samples right here. How did he know about it? And we couldn't find out about it. How did he know we're selling this building after the June closed session meeting? We didn't know about the building. We couldn't find, I believe Maryland tried, what, 3 months to find out about it? John Flad knew? I mean, to me, there seems to be a common thread over the last 5, 6 years. Someone in this group wants to give this building to John Flad. Because there's a big tip district with this building, Panera, and all those things. They want to do one big giant project, and this is part of it. And you guys seem to generate all these studies that show that this building has to be forfeited. We have no choice, even though the building's fine. You'll find out from Mr. Deegan, if you read his report, that it won't take much to put the police in the court down the DPW building. In the village can stay here. We have what we need. I don't think there's any confidence in the residents that you'll listen. Because you haven't listened for the last 2, 3, 4 years. How many times have you come to these glorious decisions and it ends up in a big explosion like this? Because you didn't listen to committees. Maryland said finance never met on this. That's hard to believe. Flad knew, finance didn't. Flad knew. John, you want the picture? I can email it to you.
Right.
The date's on it.
Rocky.
That was
You know-
outside my office window. They were on their own property. They were.
I know they were on their property, but they knew. They went right down the line. I stood and looked at it. I talked to the guy.
I'm not arguing. I just want you to know.
I know it was,
on
I
their
can
property.
see it. The photograph shows it, it's right on the property line. I talked to the guy.
Okay.
I know what he's, the point is, I mean, you don't listen to committees, you do things yourselves. You're gonna buy this big building, you put in some artificial 90-day thing, right? My guess is you're gonna buy that building. And we're gonna be in the restaurant business. And I don't know if we can even stop it, short of trying to recall you and, a few others on the board. Also, my understanding is the person selling the building, the realtor, is in the same family, the brother-in-law of one of the trustees. So one of the trustees on this, his family's getting what, 5%? $300,000 off this sale? I mean, the whole, it takes a second to tell the truth and forever to tell a lie. Why does it seem like this is forever? Why does Marilyn Thompson have to ask for freedom of information requests for 3 or 4 months? It just, none of this makes sense. And when nothing makes sense, it tells me there's something else completely going on. And from what I can see, the only person that seems to know what's going on is John Flatt. He seems to be the one that knows everything. Anyways, that's the problem. You guys have a feedback loop. And I don't know how you're gonna break that feedback loop. My recommendation is rip all the trustees off the committees, reform the committees, and send this down to a true finance committee. Send this down to a true facilities committee without any trustees. Let them evaluate it. Right? Get rid of the loop, somehow open it up so we can be involved. Right now, that's simply not happening.
Thanks for that. All right, additional, Tracy. Yeah. No, you're great. Yeah.
I appreciate all you guys are doing.
Yeah.
As you guys are weighing pros and cons and digging through all the numbers, I appreciate Bob, you catching me up with a lot of the information. Just so we don't wind up in the same pickle, I just asked that maybe the finance committee work into our long-term budgeting, deferred maintenance projects for all our village facilities. So if we do buy a new building or we renovate a new building, is there some kind of budget item that every year we're looking at maintenance issues and addressing them so we don't wind up with all these deferred maintenance projects for the future?
Really good point. All right, any more comments on, yeah,
I'm Claudia Brown up on Circle
hi
Club.
Claudia, yeah.
Say we bought this building, I'd like to know the amount of square feet we gain considering we do the restaurant, we rent the daycare, How much square footage are we gaining over this building that we currently have?
Be about the same square footage.
What's the point?
Wait. Okay, I really want to get into the session. I thought I answered a question very quickly. So I'm sorry, what were people upset about? I don't get it. Excuse me.
We were too small here. We didn't have enough room.
Yeah.
To expand it, which is why I asked my question.
It's, yeah, the layout's different, but we can talk more about that. But thank you for that, Claudia. I appreciate it. All right, any other comments on the logic? Sorry, I can't. Yep.
Hi, I'm Nick Kiernan.
Oh, hey, Nick. Yeah.
First of all, appreciate all the work you guys do.
A little bit louder, Nick.
I know there's been a lot of piling on tonight, and you guys have a tough job because we're reacting to the hours that you spend studying something. I can appreciate you've got a lot of buildings to you're looking at, a lot of priorities you're looking at. One of the challenges I think that I felt, and I think is echoed here, the communications are coming out, limited communications that are coming out. And I realize you don't have a lot of time to spend on communications, but it's coming out with, it's a once in a lifetime opportunity, and this is the greatest thing, and it's like, really? So maybe it is, but it's kind of a surprise, and maybe it is a good deal because we're gonna sell this place for twice as much as we're buying that place. You haven't put the puzzle pieces together.
Yeah.
You've just said, here's this answer to a whole bunch of problems that maybe we didn't know we had. And here we are. So, whether it's open or records or closed, but it was a surprise to get this communication that this once in a lifetime opportunity for a building that's been empty for 2 years. And I miss everyday kitchen. But somehow the Moose Lodge couldn't make it work. So that's a cautionary tale.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Nick. I can understand that completely. Yeah, go ahead.
Margaret Marriott, 1220.
Hey, Margaret. Yeah.
What happens to this building and the DPW police department on the way if you buy that building? Are there any plans in place to sell it when we build?
I mean, we're gonna definitely get into it in the session. What I would say is if we didn't need this building, it's very valuable. It's on the University Avenue corridor. It's an acre of land. Our University Avenue corridor plan, which the board passed several years ago, called for investment here and housing here. And could be condo-owned villas, could be more apartments, it could be what have you. So it could be RFP. You do a request for proposal, and the board decides if it meets the criteria. We have at least a $10 million valuation, and so that's something that could become available if something else went forward. Okay, thanks. All right, Bill, I know you want to comment, and
I just want to say, yes, and that there seems to be an idea here that the corridor here, the land from here forward all the way to Garden Homes, is just ripe for development. The problem with that idea is that a 6-inch flood, 6-inch rainstorm, puts all the streets underwater, all the land between the buildings underwater. This building is about 7 inches underwater. I mean, comes up there. Last building on the corner, it's about 3 feet. The bottom of that building is 3 feet underwater. And the water in the intersection there is from 3 to 4 feet deep for more than 2 hours. And it's just daydreaming to think that it is going to be a good investment to put there. Every building you put in there beyond this one means more flooding in those houses over across the street that are now just naked because the village doesn't recognize that there's a flood over there, that it floods over there.
We live and die by our drainage.
Yeah. Thank you, Bill. Sam?
Yeah, just want to say that I want to make sure you all know that I'm angry at the board and not at the individuals on the board. So when I'm here saying that this board needs to go, yes, I do think this board needs to go. But I just want you to know that as neighbors, still really like you guys. So the last thing I just want to make sure you understand is that every time you're talking about the $6.5 billion over there, or whatever, I want to know, are they going to get priority for renovation, or are we going to finally get our act together and get the pool done and get the firehouse done? And that doesn't get backburnered again. Now, I don't need an answer, Bob, but I'm just trying to make sure that we understand that those things cannot continue to be put off. So I don't know where you're getting that 6.5 million, but if you can get 6.5 million, let's get the firehouse done and a pool. And the pool place can have the community center that everybody wants. So, but thank you, neighbors, but as a board, you guys have messed up big time.
Thank you, Sam. All right, are we ready to move on with the agenda? That would be great. You know, let's,
Just make one more comment, please.
you bet.
Claudia Brown. I
Hey,
just
Claudia.
want to say that, usually with real estate deals like this, you can make an extension. So possibly we should ask an extension on our contract, so in case y'all need more time to do due diligence or whatever, don't forget about that opportunity.
Okay.
Don't rush into this, is all I'm asking.
No,
You
appreciate it.
know, it gives more opportunity for more town halls or whatever for people to figure out. Ask for an extension.
Thanks again, Claudia.
Thank you very much.
All right. And then if you're not, obviously it's, that's about 2.5 hours. So we hope you could stay for a little bit longer because we'd like to get into this issue. That's one. Two, if you're not able to, go back and look at the tape after the public comment. Definitely provide your comments with respect to this issue and other issues that we've talked about tonight. All right, so we're going to close the public comment session. Payment of bills. Can we get through that real quick? Mark, do you want to take the
I'll
lead
make
on
the
that?
motion. Payment of bills in the amount of $312,734.40.
Okay, is there a second to that motion, Dietmar?
Second that motion.
Okay, further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye, raise your hand. Bill, you're great. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
All right. Consent agenda, item 7B. Someone want to move that?
I say move.
Thank you, Dietmar. Is there a second? Bob?
Yes, but I have a question.
Go ahead.
I know that the refuge recycling, there, in the last services meeting this past week, there was a lot of discussion about edits, maybe adding some more language to some of that. Is that reflect
that off the consent? Let's move it off the consent and then we can talk about it.
Yeah.
We need to move it off.
Move it off.
And then
Yeah.
approve the rest of the agenda, then it can
Move
be
the
for
consent
discussion.
agenda, Julie, without item, Roman numeral 4 on there.
Thank you, Dietmar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Obviously, I did during the
So
program.
we have a motion. Do we have a motion?
Yep, motion.
We have a motion
Consent
to,
agenda, removing item Roman numeral 4.
We have a second. I didn't hear.
no, I didn't hear a second. Bob will second it.
Consented.
Agenda 1 through 5, but not 4. Right. Everybody understand the motion? Ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye. Okay, and then Bob, item 4, E4.
Yes, it was just my question because we discussed this. I wasn't sure if this reflected that discussion in the services committee, and maybe Kate could speak to that. I don't know if she's been in communication, so.
Yeah, so
I didn't want to approve the proposal if we still had edits that were being considered.
Kate gave me feedback the day after the meeting that I incorporated and made the recommended
Very good.
changes into it.
Thank you. Then, can we then have a motion to approve this as a separate item?
Make it a motion right now.
I make the motion that we approve item
7B,
7B4, as corrected.
Thanks, Kathy. All right.
I second that.
Thanks, Kate. Ready to vote then? All those in favor? That motion carries. All right. All right, 7C, new business resolutions and motions. Discussion, Sherwood Hills Facility Modernization Project, 2801 Marshall Court. So obviously we've had a lot of discussion today, and I'd like to start out with just kind of painting a picture of what this is. Tracy's comment about really having a master plan and how this really looks, I think is going to be really important. It's something I began to think about even more today. So to Bob's point earlier, this kind of came out of the blue, and we've been discussing how do we update our facilities, and how do we do things much more efficiently, and it's incredibly expensive. So the bids we're getting, and you're going to see it if you looked at the packet and looked at Tom Deegan's stuff, the estimated cost for renovating the firehouse for Public Works and the police facility is 5.5 to 6.3 million, or $426 to $432 a square foot, plus the design, site management, equipment, technology costs, architectural. That's all pluses on top of that per square foot. It's a really big number. Okay. We're also got numbers on the pool facility just to repair it, $433 per square foot, plus again, things that aren't included. And that didn't include the abatement for the asbestos. Or $5 million to build it new. But a big driver of that cost is that second floor. To create a lobby, to create a Lula lift, to get people up to the second floor, to redo those bathrooms, to redo the kitchen. It was $831 a square foot to do that addition. Okay, these are bids that we just got for this meeting. So we're looking at all of that. Now,
Excuse me, John.
Yeah.
Wasn't Tom's estimates on the firehouse more like $11 million?
Oh, yeah, no,
You
yeah.
said, you said 5, but I think all 3 scenarios he came up with were between 11 and $12 million without all those extra.
Right, and
so we have some significant.
Right.
The alternatives are significant as well.
And 10 to 12 month construction windows, tons of disruption. Okay, so the board is dealing with this. And then what we're hearing from the contractors, and we've heard it from Tom Deegan, one of the reasons we went with Tom was he cut us a nice deal on the phase 1 and phase 2 evaluation on this. We did the full space study, but we got his numbers today, or as part of this packet. It's big numbers, to Bob's point.
Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, so we're, and there's only so much in the capital improvement plan. So what was a driver for us from the beginning was, how can we do what we need to do, but still go within the CIP? Okay, so this opportunity became available with the logic. All right, it was listed for $8 million. Ideal construction estimated in 2024 to rebuild the building then would have cost $14 million, not including what they call FF&E, the furniture, finishings, and equipment. Okay. Moose International, they had a full business model. You guys saw it. It was the daycare, the restaurant, and then the co-working space. The Madison operation, to my understanding, did extremely well. The one in Champaign, Illinois, and the one in the suburbs outside St. Louis did not. And they opened in 2020, like February of 2020, January of 2020. I remember I toured it for the first time then. And COVID hit, and it is what it is. Now, they are a big charitable organization. I think they get $75 to $100 million in contributions every year. This model was not working for the board, and they bailed on it, and they dispensed of the property. Now, it's been for sale for over 2 years. Our understanding is there's quite a bit of interest in the daycare space. There's people ready to go for that. And there's folks that are really interested in the restaurant space, but they could never get anyone for the upstairs or to do the whole building. This is really important. Logic paid $10 million for the building last June. The reason they paid $10 million for the building last June is they had a lease. that was costing them a lot of money. So it was a buyout on a lease. So I think they probably had 10 years left on the lease. I haven't seen the details on it. But if they were paying, you know, 40 bucks a square foot or whatever they were, they're paying $1 million a year. And they were like, we're going to cut our losses. We're going to own this thing and we're going to try to sell it. So, and I didn't find that out until after we had submitted a counter, which they eventually accepted. So the way this worked out, you know, they were at $8 million. We offered 5.75 with authorization to go to 6. They came back at 7.5. And you know, I just, you know, and the board delegated me and Brian and the attorney to, you know, to do the negotiation up to a certain point. I got to a point where I was just like, because there was a lot of time here. This started in June, and it just wasn't moving, it wasn't happening. And I just said, listen, you know, we're on a timetable with the budget going up. We have to make decisions with respect to our bond council. We have to have, you know, extensive discussions with the residents if this is really viable. This is as far as we can go, the 6 million for the real estate. And the only move that we made was we said we would do $500,000 for all the FF&E. Now, that sounds like a big number. Now, they estimated $40 a square foot, which is a 25,000 square foot building. There's $1 million in FF&E there. I saw you guys were provided as well, an invoice just for the kitchen equipment in 2019, it was $320,000. Now, if you add inflation since then, 26%, that puts you at $400,000, and God knows what it's going to be with tariffs. So this is all about the costs that have just been driving, and Brian's hearing from the contractors, automatic 4.5% increase every year, an inflationary increase for the construction. So when I look, remember I just talked about, you know, those square footages, right? If you look at the $6 million and you back out the land value of the logic, which we're estimated at 1.2 million, because developers have paid more than $60 per square foot for land along here. So that would be 1.2 million. That's a half acre. This is an acre. We think this is at least 2.5 to 3. If you back out that 1.2, the cost is $196 a square foot, all in. Furnishings, equipment, and for those of you that have been in the building, it's an incredible space. We've also talked, I've been on the board since 2012. We've talked about having a community space, having a community center, having a real place. This place has that. So you walk through with the staff and they see the possibility of how you could have administration and you can have police. And the chief was very clear that it's important that the police department be in the same place as administration, because the residents show up to do their village business and then they turn around and they do their police business. So that was so for me, it was just like, this is an interesting opportunity. Now, could it work practically? Okay. So, you know, the thought was it could probably work. Now, one of the things you heard today was, you know, who's going to run the daycare? How successful is the restaurant going to be? You know, the risk of that. I share those concerns. I have no interest in being in the restaurant business. I've done that business in my career. Kathy and I were in the hospitality business for 27 and a half years, all done. I've pumped enough toilets. It's, you know, we're done. And then the daycare space. So, you know, we don't have that idea fleshed out, but we have a management firm that would run that, completely run it. Usually it's about 4% of the gross. So whatever the lease rates are, it's about 4% of the gross. Now, Bill talked about the tax issues. Okay, that building is assessed at $5 million right now. It's the fair market value is 6.54 or whatever it is. It's generating $27,000 for the village of that 99,000 that Bill spoke to. Okay, you know, when you look at market rates for lease space, we were thinking those two uses could do at least $300,000 in revenue every single year. You know, minus 4%. You know, for the management fee. You know, that's 10 times the tax contribution to the village. It's equivalent to the taxes from a $50 million development. So it's something that we have to look at pretty seriously. In addition, when we look at our financial analysis for the next 5 years, there is a shortfall. And the issue is, I have no interest in going to referendum. And I trust, my partners in finance committee to help, figure this out, how we're going to do it. But this is a potential pathway to address that and bridge us to 2031 when the TIFs mature, and that's going to be a good time to be on the board. Okay. Now, if the community supported, so understands the financials, understands the opportunity, has a lot of comfort on how this is going to happen. We are in the lease business. I mean, the Blackhawk Country Club, we've had a lease with them forever. And the revenues from this potentially could be 2 to 3 times the 5-year average of what Blackhawk is contributing every year to the village. So when you look at it from that perspective, it's not something that we can just say as fiduciaries, well, that can't work. That doesn't make sense, because we're also looking at these huge cost estimates that are not doable for this village. But it's a tough thing to do. We're trying to do things within the CIP. All right. So if by some possibility this opportunity looks viable, and this is the first meeting. This is the first, we're just really getting into it. And you guys are going to be absolutely key. And it was key tonight to hear the concerns and perspectives that were shared. Then, as I alluded, this potentially becomes available. And there's a value associated with that. So one of the ideas is with that $60 per square foot, this is $2.5 to $3 million. This is all paid for. We do an RFP. The University Avenue corridor plan doesn't talk about apartments here. It talks about owner-occupied villas. This is something Port Washington just did. They did an RFP for a 1.5 acre former Port Washington building that was moving into a new building, their services. They made that available as an RFP, and they're doing 21 owner-occupied condos on 1.5 acres. This is an acre, maybe we get 14, was the thought. And that would be like a $10 million valuation, and this gets back on the tax rolls. So that's part of the notion here. The other thing is, there was a real thought that someone could swoop in and get that building. I mean, there was a lot of budget concern going into June, and even I think, part of July, and what monies were going to become available for the UW. I know they've had the federal impacts and the pullbacks and all the grants and the research dollars and everything else. And, one of our concerns is that building was going to go off the tax rolls, just like UW Credit Union went off the tax rolls. And Julie, what was the hit on that for the village?
50,000.
I can't tell you, John.
That's all right. But it was like a $50,000 hit to our taxes, with a non-taxable entity having control of that real estate. So, obviously I've got lots of remarks here, but that's kind of the dynamic that causes us to pause and go, is this an opportunity that could make economic sense and long-term financial sustainability and address some of the issues? Because if we're generating another $2.5–3 million from that, we can put some of that into public works. Now, where public works gets crazy, and I haven't seen if Tom's here yet, but oh yeah, he's going to join that. The numbers, to Bob's point, it's 11 to $13 million. I mean, it's a big deal, but we were trying to cram police in there as well, and then figure out something for public works. If we can do this at the logic, this financing can help things happen in other parts of the village. So that was the thought process. Ultimately, what it looks like, how it operates, there's a ton of questions. And one of the things that you saw in the packet today was we kind of laid out a 4-phased comprehensive planning, public outreach and engagement process to help us figure this out. Try to do it within the 90-day time frame that we've established as part of the contract. So I can talk and talk and talk. I don't want to do that. But I'll ask board members to share perspectives. Maybe we can just go around. We'll start with Bob and add things that they feel like they need to add, and share things that they want to add. And then we can see where we go on that. And Alan, we can't take questions during this part. Yeah.
So we can't ask questions in response to any of your comments.
Yeah.
Because we didn't have your commentary.
Right. Yeah.
So when is the appropriate time to weigh in over the?
I'll tell you, yeah, which is September 4th, but you can also call me and
Write email.
and emails. That's right. Yeah.
But we're gonna hear, we can't respond or.
We prefer to keep it on this dais because we're already and I think,
Trying to figure out.
and I think Carol's in Norway. So I don't know what time it is in Norway. But is it 5 o'clock in the morning, Carol? What time is it?
It is 4:47 in the morning.
Yeah, but it's light out.
It's light out. Right. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. And that's the thing. This is still a two-way thing. And so there's going to be tons of opportunities for everyone to weigh in and find a way through this together. This may not be the right idea. There was a lot of good points tonight, but we're facing a certain reality in terms of what new things cost and how disruptive it is in terms of time and money and uncertainty. And this we think reduces the risk pretty significantly, just because of the value proposition that's there. And so, and you have to look at that too. 10 years down the road, that thing could be worth $20 million. So we could pivot out of there and do something else. So there's also a potential real upside that many of us see that, we could be wrong, but it has to be evaluated because a building of this opportunity with the layout that actually works. That restaurant is turnkey. The dishes are there, the silverware is there, the equipment is there, the linens are there.
I have 2 minutes.
No. But yeah, and having a phone conversation too, Alan. This is really important that everyone have an opportunity to weigh in. Bob, do you feel like you could speak for a second?
Sure. Well, at the risk of being redundant, as I said before, I've been involved, especially with Shabnam Services Committee and with John and others on the board and looking at the condition of our facilities. And there are two issues, as I pointed out. One is the deferred maintenance that's been done. But there's also the issue that in 2025, we have, I guess, operations and standards for which many of these facilities weren't built for. Our police force operate, I think, differently and with different equipment and different needs than they did in 1997. And Tom Deegan did do a space needs study, and that wasn't just on the wants of the staff or the police force. It was also based on what are the standards expected today for those types of departments, and so that they can operate to today's standards. And we spent a lot of time looking at these different buildings and how we might modify them. We looked, of course, at the fire station. Can we put everything there and consolidate? FGMA came up with an estimate of $20 million, 19 or 20. Tom Deegan is here tonight. He's got well, I don't even think it's all department, or is it? It's 3-story. Again,
no, some is here, be $4 million to do this, and then
yeah,
a lot to do. Yeah.
These are significant costs to bring some of our facilities up. So when I saw the Logic Building, and I'll be quite frank, what, for the last 3 years, I've driven by the place and seeing it empty, I thought, this could be a village hall. It might work. And, but I always figured it was way too expensive. And, but this is what needs to be evaluated. The next point I want to make is that we can talk about, the positives of this place. But I think it's also important to talk about the negatives that we avoid. And, when we go through all this remodeling process, and I've done a lot of remodeling in my life, not in commercial buildings, but done 3 historic homes. And I can tell you that it's disruptive, it's hard on your marriage, it's always takes longer and always costs more than you think. And as we go into some of these buildings, there's going to be a lot of unknowns. And in some ways, looking at a new building that's just been built in 5 years, or in the past 5 years, it's got everything. And my walkthrough there is that everything is high quality. I mean, every desk has a USB port. And I know these are little shiny objects on the tree, but it really is amazing what is there. And security cameras, you walk in the computer room and it's actually, in this building, it's substandard. And there's a lot that needs to be redone. But my bigger point is that as we start thinking about the remodeling of these buildings and potentially consolidating the different departments, that all the planning, all the contract negotiation, all the monitoring of construction, the moving out in order to do the construction is hugely disruptive and expensive. And too often people don't think about that. And so that I think we need to take into account. Now, we could just do nothing and continue on for the next 40 years with putting Band-Aids on everything. And I really think a lot of our facilities are just Band-Aids holding up the structures. And to me, it's a question, do we want to make some kind of investment in the village? Or do we just want to have the status quo? And I certainly think doing the very minimum is going to cost the least. I think it comes down to you folks deciding what do we want to make investments in the village? And so that's why we want to try as much as possible, giving you all the information. And I want to emphasize that nothing's been decided and that some of the numbers you hear are kind of back of the envelope calculations at this point, because we didn't want to go into detailed financial calculations until we knew we had an offer, right? That didn't make sense. So that's kind of why we're at where we're at from my perspective.
Thanks for that. Mark, anything you want to add?
Yeah, I'll keep it short.
Sorry.
Because it's getting late, and I think you also need to see what Deegan has done.
Yep.
And what Raymaker has done. Because unless you see what we see, it's like, black and white. You're seeing this, we're seeing that. The differences are just so great. So this is a long shot, in my opinion. Admittedly, I've always felt there was well less than a 50% chance that this would go through. So that being said, because we know this is a heavy lift in a short amount of time. So why are we putting ourselves through this? All evidence to the contrary, we're not suicidal. And I know that, I find that hard to believe, given what you heard tonight, but we're not suicidal. So what is it that we're seeing? We're seeing aging buildings, aging infrastructure, right? It's costing too much to maintain, and it's going to cost even more over time. I mean, we're not in the 1 to 2% inflation anymore. I mean, the numbers, especially on the construction side, they're more like 4.5%. And you continue to have pressures because of labor issues in the construction industry and what is going on. So we really are in a difficult situation. We have some things going for us. We're extremely strong credit. AAA, our debt is down. We have a lot of capacity. Going to Fred's point, it's not infinite capacity, so we have to establish what our priorities are. And that's what part of this whole process is about. This is why it's important for us to bring to you not only logic, but the pool, but the PW building, because we can't do it all. And we need to help to figuring out where the priorities are. So it's how do we deal with these construction costs? And I know people get sticker shock and they look at logic and they $6.5 million, and that's a lot of money. That's the kind of money we spent on University Avenue. That's the kind of money we spent on the inside roads. It's a big sum, no question about it. But you're going to see a lot bigger numbers when we start looking at the other alternatives that have been considered so far. Maybe there are alternatives we haven't seen yet that are more efficient, cheaper, whatever. That's the process that we have to go through. But I think the difficulty for us now is the clock is running on this logic offer, and it stinks, and I prefer it wasn't that way. I prefer we had 6 months or a year to look at it and think it through, but we just don't. So my focus right now is getting as much data for the board. I mean, I think there's the suspicion that we have all this data and we're not sharing it. The fact of the matter is we don't have the data. We don't. We have a few kind of things from salesmen and this and that, but really hard data we don't have. We're going through the due diligence from a dead stop. And that's difficult. So as we get the hard data, we're going to share that with you. We're going to share it in the board. We're going to talk about it. We're going to look at the alternatives, and we're going to see where we're going to end up. But, you know, John talks about 90 days. We don't have 90 days. We have less than 90 days. And that's because of the pressure that we need to put our budget together. We have state imposed restrictions on when that budget has to be approved. Okay, which puts us into maybe November. So I don't want to continue this process any longer than we have to. But I do feel that when you look at the alternatives we looked at so far, this is worth looking at. Maybe we'll, after September 4th, we'll say we're done. I don't know. We'll just have to see how it plays out. But that's where I am on this whole thing.
Thank you, Mark. Shabnam?
I really just echo everything that Bob and Mark said. 100% right. Absolutely. Renovating and moving Village Hall. First, you got to move cold storage and get half of DPW there. And then these guys have to work from home. It's an impossible way. And this is an alternative, not just work-wise, but also the better financial option. My understanding is like just building a underground parking is $3 million itself. So I think doing the due diligence, it's worth looking into this. And I do want to mention, Marilyn, on my honor, I assure you, and I promise that in every closed session board meeting, there was no other additional information and that. Right. But I just wanted to say, okay, I just want to say that there is no other document, I assure you. And never in the 7 years that I've been on this board did the board ever have a discussion in closed session that they never should have. Like I stand for truth. I would have called everybody out, and I want you to know that. But back to this building, yeah. And then the issue of money. Like if we would have fixed the pool building 10 years ago, it was 2 million. Now it's 5 million, and it's just you know, when I was a kid, I would see $1 million houses. And they were just mansions. And like the shack I live in is $1 million house. It's just kind of like shocking that $1 million, it's pocket change these days, sort of. I don't mean it that way, but the value of money is changing, and that's all.
Before I go to Carol, I was just going to say there is a precedent for this. I mean, it was like 1999, Village Hall, everything was at the firehouse. And this building became available, and the board evaluated it and, you know, saw the possibilities, and it's served us extremely well since then. But priorities change and if there's an opportunity financially to do much better as a result of doing things differently, it's something that the board really wants to consider.
And I just wanted to add, like, if it's, I understand criticism. I would just wish that it would come with the alternative. If this is the bad deal, somebody do the work to show us what's a better deal.
Oh, that's good. Thank you. Carol, can we go to you?
Sure. So I would echo pretty much all of the sentiments already mentioned, and to add a slightly different element, talking about alternatives. Inflation continues, costs continue to mount to run the village, and we're just staring squarely down the barrel of a referendum without some other condition changing. This is a possible change of our financial situation. So I felt personally that it was incumbent on us to explore the possibility. That's my comment.
Thanks, Carol. We'll get a Kate next. Kate?
Yeah, thanks. So for me, since this is the first time, in open session, we're discussing this, I would like to be very upfront and transparent with the village that in closed session, I did not support moving forward with this. And for me, that was based on both kind of the, means and the ends. I think that we could have discussed this in open session. I do think it's critical to get resident input for something as massive as an undertaking as this. And I think a lot of the comments tonight reinforce that point of view. And so I I did not vote to pursue this in closed session. However, that being said, I want to assure residents, I have an open mind. The second that this became public, I sent an email out to a select group of residents that I've been communicating with regularly, and I engaged their feedback, and I tried to make that as an unbiased email as possible so that I could actually hear from people. And I've gotten a lot of really interesting points both ways. And so I just want to reinforce to folks, I have a lot of questions. I do not think back of the envelope math does it for us here. We keep saying this word due diligence. I am very concerned that we do not have a full 90 days for a purchase this massive. I think that we do need more time. I think it is a creative solution, and I really applaud the people that brought this to our attention, that this is even a possibility. I think we should dream bigger for this village, but I am not convinced that this is the big swing that we need to take. I am not advocating either for no action. I have toured our police station. I think that is in desperate need of more space. We do not even have an interrogation room when we apprehend a potential witness or someone else. And that is absurd to me. So I know some of our village staff need more space. But the other thing I want to underscore here is this is not a silver bullet that serves, basically solves all of our problems. We still own and have the DPW building, the old fire station. What are we going to do with that? Are we just, we are going to look at some plans later, right? If we purchase this new building, that does not go away. That is still a huge presence in our village. It's actually, when you come in on one of the main roads, kind of one of the first things that you see. We cannot just sit and let that rot. So I don't think that, we have to factor that cost in no matter what, if we purchase this or not. And so I think that the devil is in the financials here. And, as a fiduciary here for the village, I have to actually see real numbers and something that can actually not just suggested amounts for potential revenue from tenants, but I want to see actual examples. What was the business previously paying? We need to actually see some real things. And finally, because I know it is late for everyone, On the positive side, I do understand, we might have some windfall from revenues, but I just want to remind people on the other hand of the ledger, we are going to be losing some of the property taxes from this facility. We are going to potentially see an increase in other facilities management, like janitorial, like security, like potential liability insurance needed for a childcare or daycare center. These are real costs that we have not factored in yet. And then finally, renovations. This building was not set up to be a municipal building. We are going to have to do renovations on the space, as John has mentioned. How much are those going to cost? It is not currently set up to be a police station. So those are some real concerns that I have. Again, I want to assure people I have an open mind here. I want to hear from residents. That is my number one priority because I want to make as informed an opinion as I can, both with resident input and some of the harder financials as we move forward here in the process. So back to you,
I
John.
really appreciate that. No, thanks so much for that. Dietmar.
Yeah, thanks, John. I wasn't even sure if I would have a chance to talk tonight.
Oh, yeah.
All this ruckus. So yes, to members in the audience and those watching here tonight, and certainly my fellow board members and Julie and Brian, I'm going to share the same opinions that I've shared with the board in closed session about the endeavor that's before you guys. And I guess just to sort of start this out, I fundamentally disagree with the majority of the board on what we're trying to do, and that's to purchase the logic. I don't think that that's a wise choice. I don't think it's a financially sound choice. And I voted in that manner during the closed session that we shouldn't pursue this. I believe that the lift is too big. I believe that we have other priorities that are more important. And as we look at the CIP, so the capital improvement plan, it becomes very evident based on what Mark had laid out, that our needs are much greater than what our debt capacity is. So where to go from there? We have to do something. And we really do need to do something. And I will underscore that I'm not vehemently against doing something and that I'm not for doing nothing. But I do believe that pursuing the logic is not the right choice. And more importantly, I really believe that our facilities do need improvement, but so does our infrastructure. And that is roads, utilities that come with it. So that's the hard task in front of this board, is to figure out how to slice and dice and make it happen in our capital stack. That will be, we've got the CIP for 2025, and then we'll have the CIP for 2026 coming up again. And really understanding what is important. Now, I believe I've got a pretty clear vision of where I want to take this, but that's just me. All of you, it's the rest of this body that has come along to really follow this vision. But to maybe lay out a few points, I believe that we should stick money into this existing facility. I've got some numbers in mind. What that buys us, I think the devil is in the detail. But it's an order of magnitude of 1.5 to $2 million, and truly like a heavy facelift. This building does need some PLC. I think the pool is an amenity that we all use, and not only that we as residents use, but also other members of our community outside of the confines of Sherwood Hills use, and it's a revenue generator. And I think that amenity needs attention, and it needs love, and needs a little bit of care. We'll talk about the pool assessment study shortly here. Again, we'll be looking at scenarios where the needs and the costs are much greater than what we can afford. So how do we scale back? How do we right size this thing? How do we improve something to keep going along and making this work? And then my third priority is, as I believe it, and this is just me, again, I'm one voice on this entire body that makes decisions on all. Goes back to utilities, infrastructure, and roads. And that's me. That's where I think the priorities should be. But it's the conversation that we need to happen. And Kate, you and I are more closely aligned probably in just the view on this, and that's not bad. I think this is all appropriate. That's why you guys are all here. You're listening to us. You're listening to me babble. But yes, I will certainly echo one thing that you had said, and it rings home. It's so true. The amount of conjecture with numbers and dollars that are being swung around is breathtaking. I think we need to pick a strategy, but aligned with that, numbers need to follow in line. And I know, Bob, you're looking at me, how can that happen? It's not easy, but I think that's our challenge. That's our task. Yeah, that we're charged with. So I think I'm done babbling. Hopefully everybody that is out here tonight and anybody that's watching knows and understands why I'm on the issue. And we'll go from there. So, thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
There was it was the last board meeting or the one before where Ellers might have been here, where I asked how much can we borrow, and they said at a maximum it's $50 million. But that we have our own internal rules that is far less. So what is that number? Because we keep saying we don't have money, we can't borrow, but is it 25% of 50 million? Then it's 12.5. Can we have the base conversation of what we can borrow and stick to that? Or have it as a part, because otherwise everybody is going off of assumptions and nobody knows what the answer is. How much can we borrow?
That issue will be pursued in Finance Committee when we meet next week. That's part of the financing piece of this.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that's the biggest piece, but it's an important piece. And we're going to start having that conversation. But one other thing I just want to add here is I really appreciate it. I think the audience can see that we have a board are not of one mind on this issue. There are dissenting opinions, and I think that's very healthy in this point of the process, and not to be it's not surprising given the absence of hard data that we have upon which to coalesce as to our strategy. But I do hope and I do believe that as we work our way through this process, I think this board will move together or not. I don't see myself wanting to have this be a split decision at the end of the day. It's too important. So, whether we go forward and follow that track or we decide, no, we're going to pull back and do something else. I just hope and believe we'll do it together once we have the data to work with and the discussion with the residents.
Yeah. So for me, I mean, this is about the purse. And so tonight it was an introduction. It was try to give you a little bit more background, a little bit more perspective. I mean, there's an opportunity here that the board is evaluating. We've shared a little bit of why we're considering this. We're going to have a conversation now with Tom Deegan on real numbers based on a space study, what his contractors are seeing on the costs of things. I've highlighted a little bit about some of the cost comparisons. I think as Tom speaks, we'll be in a position where we understand that even a little bit more, which will help us make better decisions going forward. We've identified some potential benefits to the communities, and we've heard, quite a few concerns on this path that we have to take very seriously. We touched on a little bit what happened to this if this moved forward, and we've also talked about how we're engaging residents. So we're going to continue to post stuff on the village website regarding this issue. We've also identified a comprehensive planning, public outreach, and engagement process. And I won't go through all the details on that, but that'll be posted. That was in the packet today. We're in the due diligence preparation right now through August 30th. Then there's some early awareness beginning out actually in phase 2 right now, the town hall that we talked about, and we'll see where it goes from here. But we're going to post that information. I didn't have more I wanted to talk about on this right now. I wanted to hear from the residents. I wanted us to have kind of a good discussion on this, share some of the perspectives, but it's 10:15 and I like to move to Tom Deegan because it does relate to this discussion. The pool issue relates to this discussion and really strive to be out of here well before midnight. So, Julie, if it's okay with you, is Tom online?
Yes, I am.
Oh, hey, Tom.
Hi.
Hello. How's your evening?
Very good, very exciting. Excellent
Good.
meeting.
So the this is item C4, discussion possible action, Egan Village Facility Space Needs Phase 2. The spreadsheet that Tom put together, the plans that Tom put together, that's all in the packet. And Tom, why don't you lead this discussion?
Okay, thank you, John. And I invite any interruptions and questions from the board as I go through this, please. If something's not clear, please ask me a question and have me explain. So I'm Tom Deegan, 3518 Blackhawk Drive. And way back at the beginning of the year, I was bothered when I saw the FGMA report that was done on facility space needs. I thought it was a poorly done report. I didn't feel it reflected the space needs of the various departments of the village. And also, I think it was an inappropriate preliminary design and pricing of a project. So I offered my services for a phase 1 and phase 2 study. And phase 1 was where I would talk with each of the departments and go through their space needs of a discussion. And it was really a very good back and forth dialogue with all the admin staff and the police department, public works, and the fire association. Very good discussion. We went back and forth talking about the space needs and several drafts, and finally came to a consensus of space programs that each of the departments approved. And then that was phase 1. And I presented that material. And now I've completed phase 2, which is preliminary design, taking those spaces in 3 different scenarios to accommodate those space needs in different locations of the village. So I tried throughout this to do it very comprehensively, because we have, when I began the study, we were looking at 3 different buildings: the existing village hall that you're in now, the former fire station building, and the west storage building, or the cold storage building. So we have 3 facilities. We have at least 4 departments, and that generates a matrix of information that I tried to move through in a logical way through 3 different scenarios. So I'm going to, Julie, may I share my screen now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, if I can do this. Okay, can everyone see that?
Yes, sir, it's up.
Okay. So this is the phase 2 report. Now taking the space needs and looking at the various scenarios. And I'm wondering why this isn't advancing when I press my, oh, there we go. Okay. So the top part of it, and I want to mention that there's a lot of information. I tried to, rather than just explaining it in words, get it on a chart and different exhibits, put it in the package so people can go back and look at it. So I'm going to move quickly through it. But if you get, what I'd like you to notice is sort of the process of it and the logic of it. How I'm trying to capture all the departments' space needs. You see the village hall, police on the left, public works, looking at the top half of this page, and then talking about, in this part of the exhibit, what the existing space uses are in these different facilities: the village hall, the fire station, former fire station, and the west storage building. So these are, in this exhibit, what's being used now, the area of square footage in each of those buildings that are being used now by each of the departments. And that totals about 29,000 square feet. In the lower half of this page, you'll see the departments again listed on the left, and those are the program totals. And in the package that I presented previously for the final phase 1 report, you'll see all the space programs for each of the departments, and those are the total space needs. So those total program space needs, after discussing with each of the departments, is 34,000 square feet. So roughly 5,000 square feet more than the departments are using now. But the challenge is that 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 square footage is not in the right location, really, from a functional standpoint for each of the departments. So on the next exhibit here, I took those space programs and I allocated them across the different buildings. So each building, of course, has a size, and I can only put so much in each of those buildings. And working with the designers, this is how we allocated the space, and also talking with the departments where they wanted to have their functions located. And you'll see each of the assignment of the spaces here, totaling to 34,000 square feet on the right-hand total side. So we allocated, this is a little bit academic at this point, it's just we allocated the program space across the existing buildings, and we came up with these totals. Then we went to, in the phase 2, that what I've said so far really summarizes phase 1. Now in phase 2, we took those program spaces and we put them with real designs that you'll see in a moment into each of the buildings. Now, when you go from a program space to actually applying it as a design into a building, it's never one-to-one. There's always some drift because now we're dealing with the reality of the physical space. And also, in this case, one of the scenarios is renovation scenarios, where I told the designers to try to respect as many existing walls and corridors as we could to help minimize renovation costs. So the numbers will be large numbers. These numbers are coming from contractors who walked through the space with me and with Brian and with Terry, and also then they also looked at these preliminary designs that I'm going to show you in a moment. So here are the construction costs toward the bottom of the bottom half of the page. So we would place the village hall functions, all the program space in the existing village hall building that you all are sitting in right now. And we can satisfy all the village hall program needs and the fire association program needs in that building. And if it were totally renovated, it would be about $4.1 million to renovate the building. But that, very importantly, is excluding architectural engineering fees, site costs, construction management, furniture, equipment, and technology. But I applied this same constraint to all the different scenarios and all the different buildings, so we can see how these numbers in order of magnitude move together between new construction and renovation. But keep in mind that all these construction costs are understated because of these other excluded items, which are significant costs that would be added onto this. And then I have a construction schedule for each of these renovations also. But the important piece here, I feel, is that I not only looked at the village hall needs, but also the police and public works in a renovated former fire station building, and how the west storage building, the cold storage building that some refer to it as, would need to be expanded in order to realize the total space needs of each of these departments. So we're looking at this comprehensively across all the departments and these 3 buildings all at the same time to come to a total construction cost. So if we look at just one building and say, well, the cost will be 4.1 million to renovate the village hall, well, that's just part of the story. We still have to accommodate the police and the public works in the former fire station building, and that's 5.5 million, plus 500,000 to expand that former fire station building to provide more public works space. Plus, we have to expand the west storage building to provide the last bit of public works space that's needed, and also the fire association storage that's needed to hit the 19,000 square feet roughly in total that the public works department needs. So I tried to do this in a very organized, sequential step, comprehensively, so that we don't get twisted around with numbers. Like if I begin to say that, well, to renovate the former fire station building for the police and public works is $11 million, that is incorrect. Because here's the $11 million number, but it's a total across all these buildings. And of course, that is understated because of all these other costs in the notes at the bottom here. But that's what I think we need to be careful of when we talk about this, and why I wanted to get everything on exhibits, so that we don't sort of get twisted around with the numbers and start to inadvertently misrepresent the costs. The numbers are big, but they are within construction standards and they are doable. I think the threshold question is, do we want to renovate buildings, and do we want to put this money into our existing buildings, or would we prefer to have a brand new building that would cost something comparable? So those are, threshold questions that you all will deal with at some point.
Tom, John here. This is really helpful. I had a quick question. The construction costs exclude architectural and engineering fees, site costs, construction management, furniture, technology, equipment, etc. Any idea what kind of percentage typically apply to the construction costs that would cover those additional costs and fees?
Well, this, if you look at the FJMA report, because they did quite a bit of pricing out of technology and different line items, that added to their $19 million 3-department building. That added, I think, if I don't have that in front of me, but I think it was in the neighborhood of $1 million to $1.5 million. So, they're substantial numbers. That would be a next level of analysis we'd have to do. So I don't have that percentage at the moment, because I haven't priced out the the technology that's needed in a police department, or all these components. This is more of a study of order of magnitude price comparisons between these alternatives, and it begins to get you in the ballpark. If you add $1 million to each of these renovation cost numbers, you're probably getting close to what those other components added in would be. That's not a specific answer to your question, but just we're trying to work in generalities.
But I'm trying to understand magnitude. So what I'm hearing from you is, if you're applying $1 million or so, this is like 20-25% upper for design and engineering and site costs, construction management, et cetera, et cetera.
More like,
Well, I haven't looked at it that way. I haven't dug into that aspect of cost. I mean, it was enough of a challenge to get all the contractors through the buildings and get pricing on the straight construction costs. But it could be in the neighborhood of 15-20% add on this, because you have construction costs, but the site costs vary across the different scenarios, so it becomes even more difficult to make comparisons. But
I appreciate that. Yeah.
Tom, this is Mark. I just wanted to ask you, do you have a view about these numbers are in present value terms? I assume this is what, if it could happen tomorrow, this is what it would cost. Do you have
No, I inflated these numbers to next year's numbers. And I was given by the contractors roughly a 7 to 8% increase. So these are not 2025 numbers. These are 2026 numbers. And even that's aggressive to be delivering this amount of work all in 2026, because there's a lot of more design that needs to be done. But I already inflated the numbers for 1 year.
Okay, but if we said we can't do it till 27 or 28 or 29, what kind of a factor would you use to increase these costs?
Well, that becomes very speculative. I was told if I wanted to go to 2026 from to now today, 2025, I would be in the neighborhood of 8% add. Is it going to be 2 years out? Is it going to be the same? 3 years out? Is it going to be the same? I don't know. It could be significantly less, could be more. It's really, that far out to project is very difficult. But everything will be moving in the same prices at that point. All your alternatives will be moving up or down with inflation. Now, that's not probably a very satisfying answer to your question at the moment, but if I could move on to these other scenarios, I think that then we can come back to some more discussion about comparisons, if I could. Mark, did you have another question?
Tom, 1 second. Let me just confirm, Julie, this information, what we're seeing and what the residents are seeing on the screen, was not in the packet.
It was, the packet was revised on Monday. Tom sent me updated stuff.
Okay, so if someone downloads the packet now, it will have this
Yeah.
information. It wasn't in the original packet, just so
Right, Friday,
people don't
they
get
have this
confused.
information And Tom updated this with me on Monday.
Thank you. Okay, Tom.
Okay, so this is a designed space and projected construction costs and construction duration for each of these alternatives. Now I'm going to show you those designs. First of all, in order, all of these numbers move together. So in order to be able to accommodate all the DPW needs, we probably have to begin with adding 1,400 square feet to the existing or the former fire station building. So this is, of course, Shorewood Boulevard here, and this is the former fire station building. So we'll add 1,400 square feet to the back corner of this building. And this is a preliminary design that ties directly to the space program that the police department agreed to. And just the general takeaway here, the yellow areas are common corridors and common space that includes stairways and elevators. The blue area is programmed functional space. And this is all for the police department. To the left is lower level, and that has some evidence areas and fitness room and break room and those types of support functions. On the upper and mid levels, because it's actually a 3-level building with some intermediate stairs, are the patrolman cubicles and the various interrogation rooms, etc. And then the offices for the detectives and the chief and lieutenants, so forth. And then the police parking. So we have parking for 5 squad cars, including the Sally Port function. So without getting into detail on this, that's the police needs. It flows very well. The police department hasn't seen this schematic or this preliminary design. They would need to review it, and then there'd be some tweaking and adjustments based on their comments. But this is a very good starting point for their space needs. The DPW space, I'm showing on this illustration, the existing demising walls. A lot of that can be changed and moved. We didn't do that for this study, but that's relatively easy because we're dealing with primarily open space for the Department of Public Works. So the point here is that we're taking the space programming, we're putting it into actual building, we're pricing that renovation scenario and delivering space that could be functional, but of course at a cost. We did the same thing with the Village Hall.
Can I ask a question? This
Sure.
is Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
Or just make sure I understand and for the residents as well. This design assumes that we're putting the police and public works at the former fire station, and that administration would stay in the current Village Hall. Is that correct?
Yes, this is the first of 3 scenarios.
And your next scenarios, is there one that has all 3 departments in one location?
The third scenario is, yes.
Okay, and then, so the next one you'll discuss is also just police and public works at the fire station.
Yeah, at the fire station location, that's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure everybody in the room understood that.
Does this include any office space for forestry and public works? I've seen all ED office space.
There's
There was a question of it.
Well,
Go ahead, Ted.
the entire program is accommodated. The forestry was in the DPW space. It should be labeled DPW and forestry. So as I say, we didn't do a lot of detailed design on the Department of Public Works space. But that's where the forestry component is included in the space program. So this accommodates all of the police needs plus some of the DPW needs, because we have the physical constraint of the existing building. The rest of the DPW space is provided at the West Cold Storage Building, which will be the next exhibit after this exhibit. Well, I can show it to you. It's right here. It would be at this location as an addition to the east end of the existing cold storage building. And 6,200 is the maximum that we feel can be reasonably placed on that end of the building. And what I'm trying to avoid is doing additions on both sides of the building, because then we would be displacing the salt shed, which is on the west side of the building, as that brown component here, right there where my cursor is. So this is the Village Hall remodel, and you saw the number for that in the chart earlier. I'd like to add that this is like the extreme total remodel that could be done to accommodate all of the listed administration space needs and fire association space needs at one time in one very large remodel. This could be done in phases. Some of the remodeling wouldn't need to be done because truthfully, I think Brian, if I understood Brian correctly as we went through the discussions, admin is operating fairly well with the space they have. They could, if we probably through discussion could identify critical additional pieces they need, but maybe not everything on the space program to every size that's on the space program. This was more of an exercise of taking all of their requirements, which I think are valid and reasonable, but taking all of them and backfilling the vacated police department space and utilizing all the space in an efficient way and satisfying all the requirements of the space program, which I think that admin certainly deserves, and it would be great space for them. And I think this would function really well. There's a lot that could be said about this design that's really wonderful. It provides wonderful adjacency between the fire association space and a new village administration break room that's much larger, so we get double use. It has good circulation to other storage areas and needs that the admin needs. So it's a very good design, but we don't have time really to go into that at the moment. The point here is that all the admin space fits in this building in a renovation scenario very nicely. And this is, of course, that additional public works space. So that's a renovation scenario. And then we can go to a new construction and renovation scenario right here. Is the image still on the screen clearly?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was having a problem before with it bouncing around. But in this scenario, we took the fire station site and removed the building and had new construction of 14,800 square feet of assignable square feet. So that's not the gross area. That's more analogous to the net area within the building. New construction, which has a construction cost of approximately 6.3 million. And that would provide new space for the police and public works, but not all the public works space. We still would have to have a west storage addition of about 4,000 square feet. And also we would be leaving the admin and the fire association in the current village hall. So we'd still need to renovate that building just as before at 4.1 million. So again, we're looking comprehensively over all the departments and all the buildings, and we come to about a $11.7 million budget. And as I said before, and I agree with Bob, renovation isn't easy, but this renovation obviously could be phased in an effort to control costs and timing. But this would be the full renovation scenario, and those would be the full prices. And then this last scenario below is the full department solution, all three departments in one location at the fire station site in a 3-story building, new construction, 20,100 assignable square feet. Construction costs about 9.3 million plus the extras that we talked about 12 months construction period, and that would free up the village hall for a sale. But even in this scenario with new construction, we can't accommodate all of the public works in this location. It would be, again, kind of a seasonal swap between what's in the village or what's at the west storage building, depending on whatever the public works department needs for that season. So we'd still have to have a west storage addition of 6,000 square feet. And that would add about another $2 million. But again, this budget is flexible depending on whether you're insulating some of that new construction or not. And there are a lot of variables there. So this is maybe a little bit strong of a number. But regardless, in this scenario, yes, the village hall could be sold, that you're in the building you're in now, new construction on the fire station location, renovate the west storage building, accommodate all the space needs, total budget of about 11.3 million. So those are the three scenarios that I had. And the main takeaway here is looking at it comprehensively across all the building and all the space needs. To just look at one building in isolation isn't telling all the story. So we have to accommodate, all the space needs ultimately. So here's an illustration of what can happen on the former fire station location with new construction. And this is a fairly complicated building. I'll explain it, but do, study the diagram on your own and call me if you'd like to discuss it more. It's a very interesting concept. It's probably the most cost-effective new construction that would be possible for this type of building. It's a 2-story slab on grade, wood frame construction, a partially exposed basement level. So that first level is probably 2/3 out of the ground. So we have a window opportunity. And that's where maybe the police support functions that I mentioned before would be the break rooms, the fitness rooms, things and storage, evidence storage. There's a mid-level component that has the police car garage. This is outside parking right next to it. So a total of 29 surface parking spaces, which are parking spaces are the least expensive to construct. And then 5,500 square feet of high story DPW space. That's a 2-story building. Here up in the upper left-hand corner is a aerial perspective sketch rendering of that building to show how it could function. Now this whole structure would be placed at a safe elevation. If you can imagine the whole building being moved up to a safe elevation so it wouldn't flood in the flood events that Bill Thomas was talking about, which is very critical. A person would rise up to these on-grade surface parking lots from Shorewood Boulevard to get into the building, and then the building would be at a safe elevation and construction. The next, and I can go back to any of these exhibits if you'd like to hear more, but the last exhibit I have here is for the 3-story, 3-department solution, 21,700 square feet of gross square feet, 20,100 square feet of assignable square feet. Same concept with now 3 levels, again, a mid-level parking garage so that those the police vehicles can leave the building very quickly. On the rendering, that mid-level police garage function is right here. If you can see my cursor, this is the exterior surface parking. Here's the exterior surface parking in front of the building for a total of 29 surface parking spaces. And again, the high ceiling, 5,500 square feet of DPW space. But as I mentioned, well, I hope the image didn't jump, but just as I mentioned before, we still would have to build about 6,000 square feet on the west storage building to accommodate all the space needs of the Department of Public Works. For those of you who didn't see my phase 1 proposal or presentation, just for frame of reference, the DPW, if we take all their equipment and find a place to park it, it'll take almost 9,000 square feet. There's a lot of very important equipment that they have that needs to be sheltered, and that takes a significant amount of space. So that's really driving part of the component that's driving their 19,000 square feet of space needs, which is really very appropriate as I and my designers look at their space program. So that very quickly, I hope it wasn't too long, is my presentation of the phase 2 design and pricing study, the phase 2 part of my work.
Thanks, Tom. That's really helpful. Questions for Tom?
What the departments have asked for is, I think you said about 5,000 more square feet than they have today. That what the department's using today is about 29,000 square feet. What they've requested is more like the 35,000 square feet. That's about a 17% increase. So even if the departments had to live with the space that they have today, we're still only talking about, I don't know, ballpark 17% reduction in these kind of costs that we're looking at. I mean, I know it doesn't work exactly like that because where does that 17% reduction come from? You know, which department, you know, is giving up space and so on. I guess what my point is trying to say is, even if we said to the staff, they have to live with just the space they have today in terms of square footage, we're still talking about a cost of renovation that's upwards of $9 million, something like that. I mean, I'm not trying to pin you down to an exact number. It's the concept.
Yeah, well, what I kind of went through it step by step as a, you know, a very objective analyzer of the information, so to speak. I had all the discussions with the department heads. We listed all the rooms. We talked about all their functions, and those functions had to operate in some physical space. So we assigned appropriate size rooms for that space, added it up, came to these totals, and then we looked at, well, how do these totals that we came up with programmed space, that we determined with programmed space studies, relate to the amount of space that they have currently. So where did that 5,000 square feet difference come from? Well, Village Hall administrative functions, and this also includes, I must say, the municipal court functions, which are actually very detailed from a design standpoint, and they're very underserved right now. But anyway, regardless, in total, those administration and municipal court functions, they required additional 2,000 square feet, about 2,400 square feet more for the police to function appropriately, according to their space studies, and about 4,000 or 5,000 square feet for public works. Actually, Fire Association, which is the group representing the former fire department, and they have historical information there and provide obviously wonderful support for all the 4th of July functions and fireworks and so forth. Lots of storage associated with that and meeting space. But actually, they would make do with less square footage, 1,000 square feet less than they currently have. So that's where the 5,000 square feet come from. Now there's an unassigned component here because we actually in the existing square feet, there's some space that really isn't assigned to anyone and really utilized very much. There's some space in the former fire station building that's, you know, has storage of various kinds that's really hard to determine without much more time spent exactly who to assign that space to. But regardless, 5,000 square feet. So this looks very reasonable to me, these increases with the discussions I had and the increases. So I think as I mentioned before, it becomes a little more of an exercise of where the square feet are and the adjacencies and whether we can capture some, you know, double use of space that we can really start to see some savings. Now, Mark, that relative to cost, well, it is expensive to renovate to provide all the space. Absolutely. And it's expensive to build it new also. But I think we want to be very careful, and it can be done with analysis, but we're very careful when you look at the logic building that you do start with the space program and place the space program, all the list of rooms, at least as a starting point, try to fit it all into that building and see what fits in an appropriate way and what the cost is to renovate that to fit those space needs. Or you might be asking the department heads to really rethink how they operate and the space they need, and maybe they're comfortable with that, or maybe they're not too pleased with that. I mean, these are, I think, part of all the due diligence that you guys board members all wisely alluded to during the entire evening tonight.
Go ahead, Shabna. Now I had a question.
I was just gonna say, I know that there's a motion that is to authorize starting phase 2. I don't know if I'm ready to make that motion tonight. And I just wanted to know, is anybody else ready? It's in the packet on page 2.
If you have a question,
I think he's done phase 2.
This is phase 2, Shabnam. This is the report.
So, but isn't there, it says here to make a motion to do.
It was before we had Tom's stuff.
Yeah. So, we'll get back to that. So Tom, I had a quick question. So when I look at this, and this is great work, by the way, this is adding immense knowledge and information, some of the detail that we discussed tonight that we really need to make decisions. So as I look at the renovation and the small addition, the 1,400 square feet, isn't it fair to say that if we didn't have police at the former fire station, that we wouldn't need the West Storage addition, that we'd be able to accommodate all of Public Works and Forestry and the Fire Association within the Public Works building?
And
then I have a follow-up question.
I haven't looked at it that way, but I can say that obviously when we look at that building, only a half or a third of it is garage type space. So really let's look at what we're doing here at this. Okay, we're basically, this is what you would, if you didn't have the police function, you'd have this much more Department of Public Works right here. I don't have that square footage number, but that's still not going to satisfy all of DPW, because basically this is what DPW and Forestry have right now. They have all of this up to this demising wall. And after that, this space is developed. Can you see my cursor?
Yes, you bet.
Okay, this space is all developed as rooms with demising walls and corridors that we respected most of those. Like this, for instance, this is, if I remember the original plan, this is basically one room that we're dividing into 3 rooms. It worked out very well, very nicely. So that's wonderful. We're preserving this corridor right here, which is wonderful. Sorry, this corridor right here, which is the original entrance. This is a handicap ramp, concrete ramp. This is the side door. This is all space that's there right now. We're adding this elevator right here in a I think it's a closet that happens to go up and down between floors. But anyway, that would be a new elevator, but these stairs are in this location. So that's the idea of being able to utilize existing walls. Now, if you wanted to really satisfy a much more DPW space, I imagine that then you'd tear out all these walls, but then you have a wood floor, because this is an upper and middle level right here. This is the upper level. And underneath it is this basement. So this is not load-bearing floor. It's load-bearing for, it's not for equipment. It's for people and rooms. It's a wood frame floor. So you couldn't park equipment there, and you don't have this much, you wouldn't need this much space, this level and the lower level for the DPW non-equipment storage space, would be my guess. I haven't studied the plan from that standpoint. So I think you'd be hard pressed.
No, that's helpful. So I'm hearing that we would still need some West Storage addition. And I know when we've talked about this previously, we talked about, that you could have a wash bay, or you could have a vehicle maintenance bay, because that could be a scheduled activity out towards, the cold storage. But you couldn't, what I'm hearing from you is, no, you couldn't take 100% what that's allocated for the West Storage back to the fire station, but you'd be able to allocate some of it. That's what I'm hearing. And then the follow-up question I had was, your analysis did not contemplate Village Hall and police remaining at this Village Hall. I don't see.
Oh, no, because that's the current situation.
Right.
That let me look at that. That's what we have now, and the police are very tight. They're basically in this component right now. I wanted to say also, when we really talk to admin and the program space and how they utilize the lobby space. This plan would anticipate expanding the size of that lobby and squaring it off. So there's really room for voter registration and whatever other functions, bake sales and things, whatever else goes there. It makes it a much more gracious lobby and gives the opportunity to have some circulation space back to the fire association, and then also internal circulation here to some other support functions for the admin area. So with your question, John, are you suggesting that the fire department would continue to use only this area of the building that they currently use now?
Well, the fire association uses some of the current public works building, isn't that right?
Well, yeah, but I thought, was your question that what if we leave admin and police in the existing village hall?
Right, well, that's, but yeah, I'm not seeing that here, and I think a determination was made is that they can't fit the footprint, and we can't expand the footprint to accommodate the square footage allocations that are needed for admin and police.
Correct.
Yeah.
That was,
okay.
yeah, I guess the beginning premise was that the police in the current village hall were in cramped space.
Okay. And then my other quick read on this is whether it's renovation on the small addition or the 2-story or 3-story, you're estimating 11 to 12 million dollars, excluding architectural engineering fees, site costs, construction management, furniture, equipment, technology, etc.
You're talking about the renovation scenario?
I'm looking at all 4 of these, and they're all in the 11 to 12 million dollar range.
That's correct, but keep in mind that we're accommodating all the space needs of all the program space needs of the admin, the police, and the DPW and forestry. Right. So if you look at it collectively across all categories, all buildings, all departments, all buildings, yeah, I believe that would be the range of prices, and they start to hover around that 11 to 12 million dollar range. We have 11.7, 11.3. They all because you're moving several type of variables at the same time. You're switching between renovation and new construction, and those have different cost parameters, right? So you're swapping one for the other. As you build more new, you can renovate less. Renovation is expensive, but building new is expensive too, but it's much more efficient, and you can control your budget a little more by building materials and how you organize the space. So that's why, very interestingly, the total budget across all buildings, all departments starts to hover around the same, but similar number, 11 to 12 million dollars.
Thanks, Tom. Kate has a question. Kate.
Yeah, Tom, if you can keep it on this page. I just wanted to point out, I think, so this third version here where we're moving everything to the old fire station site, I just want to encourage trustees. This is probably, in my opinion, the most apples to apples if we wanted to look at the logic building here, because this actually frees up Village Hall completely, like the current Village Hall. So any assumptions we're making about redeveloping Village Hall could be made in this scenario. This also, though, so you're looking at that 11.3 versus our purchase price. However, what this includes is the solving of DPW and that entire old fire station building, the underutilization of that, and also just maintaining that properly. So I want us to, I know these numbers look big to us. However, if we're comparing it to a $6.5 million purchase, which also will include some renovations, to Tom's point on, we don't know exactly if the space requirements fit that building, right? So I think this would be the version, sorry, I would encourage the board to look at the most if you're trying to look at, plan A, which is acquire a new property, and redevelop Village Hall, and plan B, which is solves most issues, I think, with the facilities, pool building aside.
Kate, I think you made an excellent point, and I would add to that my designers feel it's going to be quite a challenge to get all the programmed Village Hall functions and the programmed police functions in the Logic building with it in a functional way. It could be difficult from a space standpoint and also from a construction standpoint, unless you start to really modify the expectations of what the police wanted. The village hall is fairly straightforward space, but the police, they have what they told us anyway at that time. The story may be different now, but what they told us were there was a lot of discussion about security and soundproofing and different functions and not moving through public spaces, so there was little opportunity to share space with the village hall function. But that can be modified depending on what their current view of the world is, and how they'd like to operate. But just going by what we heard, it could be quite a challenge, and I think it'd be quite an expense. So I think that's a very important component, to do a full schematic study of how those spaces could fit there, and then put a price to it.
Tom, it also doesn't show in there, I think Kate made a good point, but we also have the value of the village hall here for sale to offset some of these costs, correct?
That's right.
In that three-story building concept. So you minus out 2 million or 3 million, whatever the number is for the sale of this building.
Dietmar.
Yeah, Tom, question for you. Do you have studied these plans in detail? You spent a lot. Who did you spend time with from a designer's perspective? Which firm?
Ed Kaharski.
Got it. So you spent a lot of time on the village hall, and so my question is really only about current village hall. And do you foresee a scenario where the current village hall, with the space that's available, that there's an opportunity to add a space program, add square footage to the building, somewhere to the tune of 1,000 to 2,000 square feet?
Well, we didn't look at expanding the building. I
get it, Tom. Yeah.
Right. So I think that
this is not a trick question. I'm also not trying to lead the witness, but
I have more to say, but that's okay. Please continue.
Yeah, you've looked at these long enough. This is really a gut check on your end. Is it possible, or do you not see that to be an option?
Well, we didn't look. Now let me expand on it. We didn't look at expanding this building. This is a unique shaped building. We want to be careful that if we'd expand it, then what are we displacing? Are we displacing a parking lot drive lane? Are we displacing parking? It's a challenge. So we did not look at expanding the building. I think it's worth a study. I agree that has a potential. We'd want to place that extra space in a good location that gives us a good design functionality. I think as oddly shaped as this building is, it really, as you look at this design, you can see the space organizes quite well on it, on different circulation spines. So we wouldn't want to disrupt that and make it too odd and meandering, but it could be studied. And also I want to say that, as I mentioned before, that the renovation of this building could be done to a lesser extent. This is like the full-blown renovation, right? So I think that your comments earlier were very right on, Dietmar, when you said, it could be in the neighborhood of 2 million, I think you mentioned, possibly. So there would be a scenario of a $2 or $3 million renovation, and maybe that incorporates an addition. And maybe that begins to get to a point possibly where the police department could exist in the building. I mean, there are a lot of deficiencies of their space now. And we have to really make sure that it would flow correctly for their needs, and also their police equipment and, vehicle needs. It's a real challenge, but it's worth a study, Dietmar, definitely.
Yeah, no, I understood. Thank you for that gut check. When did we authorize phase 2?
We didn't. And that's why I was confused, because the memo says to authorize.
So how did we get here?
Tom's generous heart.
That's right. If you would rather not authorize me to phase two, that's fine with me. But here's the information. I brought it forward now because you guys move really quickly. And, you know, while I'm grinding away, looking at 4 departments and 3 buildings, you go out and put another building under contract. I would have put that building in this scenario, and I would look at 4 buildings at the same time, because that's the way to look at it comprehensively. But regardless, I wanted to, in my, in my little way, try to maybe give a little perspective on costs and scenarios and alternatives, because I think it all helps in the discussion of considering a new purchase.
No, Tom, this is really helpful. It would be good for us to get a handle on that percentage upper, because I know construction management, Dietmar could probably have to answer some of that as well. And I know the site costs are going to vary. You know, there's going to be some more architectural, and there's going to be definitely some engineering, and those numbers can really, really add. If you're at 11.3 million and you add 15-20%, you're in the teens before this building is done. And you got to furnish it, and you know, you have to have the finishes, you have to have the equipment. So I just want to point that out. This is incredibly helpful.
And I would, John, I think that's very good thinking and very good logic. And I would suggest that same logic then is applied to obviously the logic building with the renovation costs there.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Because it is good to look at comprehensive budgets. Absolutely. Given the limited time and also the complexity of this, I didn't want us all to get caught up on, you know, the different site costs and different locations and all the equipping costs for different size facilities. And that involves a whole another level of conversation decisions by the different departments to really get a real number. I think FGMA, you could look to that report for some ideas, because I think they had experience with equipping the buildings. I don't agree with how they size the space or their building concept at all. I thought that was very poor. Just, you know, that their 3 department solution was, I believe it was $19 million. And I'm sort of apologize for flipping around here, but let me get to the number for the new construction. You know, this 3 department solution is 9.3 million plus, you know, throw another million or $1.5 million on that, but you're still significantly less than 19.5 million. And I think you're in a much more functional, well-designed building, which, you know, is my unbiased opinion. But I like the way the design turned out.
No, this is great work, and it's a credit to you and your passion for this. I think it added lots of value for us, and it's going to give us a good comparable as we make decisions in the weeks and months ahead.
Oh, excellent. Thank you,
anything else?
John.
Yeah, anything else for Tom? I don't want to cut you short, Tom, but we got a few more agenda items, and I am really trying to shoot for midnight, no later, just to get Harold to bed.
Any
Steve,
other parting questions for me? Otherwise, I've said everything I need to.
Awesome. Any other questions for Tom?
No, just a big thank you, Tom.
Yeah, thanks,
You're very
Tom.
welcome. My pleasure. Thanks for the opportunity. Good night.
All right, thanks again.
Have a good night.
Okay. The pool was up next, wasn't it?
It is.
Yeah. So, Mark, do you want to kick that off?
Sure, I'll start that. So in the CIP, we allocated $75,000 to work on design and assessment and the like with respect to the pool facility, what I would call the community center, right? The community center being the whole building, the pool facility being on the first floor, and the community room being on the second floor. So that building was built in 1970. So the board retained Raymaker, which is a consulting firm, to go in and do a complete assessment of the building, which they did, first and second floor, interior and exterior. That's the first of 2 reports that are in here. I think it was dated in May or something like that. And that came up with a long list, a rather daunting list of all the repairs and renovations that would have to that they were recommending be made to bring that building up to kind of the current state of the art, which largely included some major additions with respect to ADA, right? Because the second floor is only accessible by stairway now. The bathrooms are too few and inadequate in size. And so what they came up with was the footprint of the existing building, and then they added an addition to the front of the building to accommodate bathrooms and elevator, and then addition to the south side of the building on the pool deck, if you will, to accommodate two family bathrooms. So their recommendation was not only to renovate the building, but to add some space to the building to try to bring it into compliance. That report just dealt with the deficiencies in the building and how they might be remedied. And then they issued a second report, which is also in the packet, from their partner, who's Findorf, who went through their list of recommended improvements and put a price tag on it. And so the first page of that Findorf report indicates that to replace the building would be in the neighborhood of $4.8 to $5.1 million. And if we wanted to renovate it and add the square footage, those bathrooms and elevators, which is actually more like 1,800 square feet rather than 1,200 that appears there. So they're going to fix that. But that's $3.5 million right there as well. So I think the bottom line is we're looking at a big price tag to whether we're renovating this building or taking it all the way to new. It's a very significant number. We'd have to figure out what our priorities are in terms of doing this. The pool obviously doesn't have the funds to do this themselves. They wouldn't even be able to service the debt for something like this. If we, the village, borrowed $3.5 million general obligation debt and then asked them to pay the principal and interest as it came due every year, it would be beyond them. So it would definitely require some support. So I think the bottom line here is just to indicate that while the structure is sound, the facility is getting quite dated. It doesn't meet any of the ADA, and it has the same problem as the fire station, in that it has a lot of what I call orphan space. And orphan space is space that either is not being used or grossly underused. That's not a problem on the first floor of the pool building, but it is certainly a problem on the second floor in terms of underutilization. It's certainly a problem in the old Village Hall, which is the south section of the Public Works building, with that underutilization. So, I mean, I don't feel good about leaving orphan space as orphan space. Here we are, we're trying to add space, but it's all in the wrong places, the space that's available to us. So that's an issue. The fate of the second floor is very much tied up in Logic, because Logic does have a very large community room. So there's some room there. When I talked to the pool committee about this, and we'll be continuing that conversation next week, they're in favor of going towards the replacement and not try to renovate this facility. The difference in cost is just not that great, and you could get a much better designed facility as a result. I think it's a major question. The focus of the pool committee is mostly on the first floor. They use the second floor occasionally, but they don't use it that much. But it's really up to the board and the community. What are you going to do on that second floor? What would it look like? I think the suggestion that I've heard from the pool committee is maybe it's the second floor enclosed space is half the size that it is today. That's say it only encompasses half the roof, and the other half could be spectator space, stands, other things. But we're in really early days. But I think that the challenge for the board is to figure out, now that we know something about these costs, where does this sit in our priorities with all these other buildings and all these other functions? But I would urge the board while we may not assign this the highest priority, and I don't think we should schedule this someplace in the CIP, or remember the CIP has a 5-year horizon, or in the Ellers Financial Management Plan, which is a 10-year horizon. So it gives us a little more flexibility and so on. But I think the pool community is very enthusiastic about moving from what we have today to a modern facility that just works a lot. But when we can afford it, that's really up to the board.
Dietmar first and then Shabna
Thank you.
and then Bob.
I think the notion and perhaps a recommendation or a straw poll, whatever you want to call it, that the pool committee came to consensus of, which is to lobby for a new building, will not be in the cards. I mean, it's just unrealistic. I think my sense on the matter is looking at the CIP, and yes, we'll be recreating it to try to take away from the Raymaker report truly the essentials of what we can spend to a fixed dollar amount. And whatever that dollar amount is that we all can come to consensus with, pick a number, $1 million. Pool committee, I guess my challenge, my ask would be pool committee, come up with a list of priorities to fit into that budget frame. I think that's the only reasonable way to move forward. That's my recommendation. I'm sure everybody else has got different views or similar views, so I'd love to hear.
Yeah.
Mark, I just had a quick question. My understanding, and I don't know if it was in the report or not, but I'm sharing what I've heard from others, is that that building is like 2 feet too low, and that it's in a flood zone, and that when there was that 2018 flood, all the equipment that was in the basement was impacted. And is that correct?
It wasn't flooded, all the pool mechanicals, the pumps, the boilers are all underground essentially. And it did flood in 2018 and it was all replaced. Fortunately, we had insurance that covered all that cost. But in speaking to the architect at Raymaker about that, they said it is possible to waterproof, if you will, having waterproof doors and the like, to be able to shield that underground space if the decision was that it has to stay where it is because of cost considerations or other considerations. Steps could be taken to better protect the space from a recurrence of 2018.
But I think you mentioned this, and I would echo what Mark said, that this is a building and a location and a facility that a lot of people enjoy and have interest in. They're maybe not interested in the DPW renovations as much as they are in this one. And I think there's a lot of people who would be willing to contribute, that it wouldn't only be the village supporting the renovation. And between renovation versus new, my preference would be new because the dollar amounts are not that far off. And there's public support, and that allows you to free up and have a brand new slate and not be stuck with, well, there's a bathroom here and then let's move around it. You're going to have a much better product at the end of the day.
Thanks, Shabna. Bob?
I just wanted to ask is all the pool equipment, the boilers and such, are they all in the renovation? Are we assuming we are using the existing or that all?
They were gonna reuse a lot of it. So whether they were replacing the building or not, they were gonna reinstall that equipment. I mean, it's only whatever, 6 years old. It's not that old. It's quite efficient.
Would that be the case on the new construction as well?
Yeah, and I think they feel they could describe some of that in their first page of the Findorf analysis. But again, there is some equipment that is above ground as well. Some of the chemical controllers are up on the first floor. So we have to deal with that. I mean, it's a big project at a time when we are confronting other higher priority needs, admittedly. So it's a question, it's not gonna be at the front of the line. It's gonna be further back. But the question is, wherever it is further back, is it the $1 million that we kind of threw out as a placeholder in the current CIP? Or is it something closer to what Raymaker's talking about here of $3 to $4 million?
Yeah, I had a couple of comments. Was there anybody else right now? Kate, I see Kate. Go
Yeah.
ahead, Kate.
Yeah, just thanks for the recap, Mark. And yes, you accurately relayed our conversation. I would just add one point is I would like to understand, maybe we can take this up with the pool committee and have Rainmaker relook at this. What if we eliminated a second floor in that facility and maybe didn't have a building, like an enclosed building, but just some shades or something if people wanted to go up there? But if we move the community center to either a new imagined firehouse potentially, or the Logic building, how does that impact the overall renovation of that pool facility? And does that dramatically decrease the price? You know, is the second floor what's adding a lot of that dollar amount? Because I'd like, that would be one data point I would like to know, because number two, I do agree with Shabnam that the conversations I've had with the community around the pool, there would be a lot of community interest to, you know, if we could set up a matching funds, something like that. I don't want to cut us off too short there. I think, you know, I heard actually from multiple residents during All City last year, when pool members were able to go to different facilities, people got a little taste of what other facilities are like. And I think is a lot of desire, both resident and non-resident alike, to increase that. Also, Mark, one thing I would add is I think with an updated facility, we could also look at updating prices for pool membership to offset some of that new construction, and we could phase that in over time and figure out the appropriate way to help fund and offset some of those costs. So I just throw those out there as other things that we can play with here, but I am definitely in the camp of this is a tear down building. So
Yeah, and when we hired Raymaker, the contract, like the Deegan contract, had two phases to it. And what they've done so far is the first phase. So there still is money in the budget, I believe, to do a second phase. Once I think the pool committee had as a better idea of what it would like to see, be it a new first floor and some kind of rooftop viewing or whatever. And then I would suggest we bring that back to the board and see if the board be willing at that point in time to authorize phase two of Raymaker once we're more focused as to what phase two would look like. I realize, you know, for DeMar, the $1 million, it's, I realize a non-starter, so. Okay, I put that aside, but to the rest of the board, I'm speaking, the issue is, you know, is that something that the board might be interested in? So I think what we're gonna go is we're gonna talk about this some more. I'll let the board know that, you know, the variety of views on the part of the board on this issue. And let's see what they come up with. And then the question is, will the board want to fund that as the second phase of Raymaker? And will the board put a placeholder in the CIP, or worst case in the Elders plan at some point for this kind of a project? And whether it's $1 million or $3.5 million.
Shabnam, and then I had a
Sure.
follow-up.
I just don't want to, I don't want the use of the second floor to be overlooked, because it sounds like the pool committee is mostly focused on the first floor. I think the Four Corners and other programs use the second floor, and I don't want to assume that they're going to be using Logic for that, because they're bringing the kids to the pool. Maybe if there's not a second floor, there would be space on the first floor for the things that happen in that building that are not necessarily related to the pool, but to other organizations that are using that space.
Is the second floor being used that much? I mean, my sense is it's just used for meets. They go up on the balcony and.
No, there are some groups
Four Corners is
that
using
use it. I think like once a week, there's a drumming group that comes in there and uses the space. So, I mean, it's definitely underused, but there is some use for it. And the other thing I would caution on that too is we can't just say, well, we're going to take off the second floor and the community, you'll go use Logic, but then the board decides we're not moving forward with Logic. Then where are you? Or we don't have a plan for a community room in this 3-story new public works building. So
what I mean, these are still big numbers. So one of the things I was thinking about is can we block off the second floor? So you don't need an elevator, or you don't need, $600 a square foot to work up there. But that doesn't sound like that's gonna be.
The elevator is actually, it turns out a little less expensive than the original estimate because it's what's known as a Lula elevator, which I had never heard of before, but it's a very simple lift. It only goes up a single floor, so
Right.
it's not quite as pricey.
Yeah.
But you still have to deal with the bathrooms, and the bathrooms are, that's pretty expensive
Oh, yeah,
too.
and it really is, to Shabnam's point, it's really about the first floor, but I'm looking at the doors at $4,500 a piece, and the wood doors are $3,500 a piece, and it's 88 grand to remove the pool equipment while we do the work, and then the addition is $879 per square feet, and the overall is $600 a square feet. So to Dietmar's point, this may be a bridge too far, but it also suggests to me that the better play might be the 1-story, do it right. We've only got so much money. We're gonna have to raise money to find a way to bridge that gap and then figure it out. And 3/4 of the members are non-residents for the pool. So those are I see a lot of big numbers in here and a lot of risk, a lot of uncertainty. But I'm encouraged by Kate's remarks and Shabnam's remarks about people really want to see an improvement there. I agree with Kate, there'll be less enthusiasm for improving what's there currently. And it's gonna be very costly to do that. Shabnam, and then we'll move on.
Sure. Is there a way to know who uses the pool? Because even if 3/4 of the members are not residents, people use the pool and they don't buy a membership. So you don't have to buy a
You can get
$700.
guest passes, you can, yeah,
I'm saying,
that those passes can only be purchased by them.
Yeah.
right.
but you could, if I'm a resident and I don't have a summer pool membership, I can go and pay $20 and just swim for that day.
Don't know.
So my point is that even if 3/4 of the members who pay for a summer membership are not residents, that doesn't mean residents are not using the pool. They just get a day pass.
No, see, it was my understanding that we only issued day passes to members, but I don't use the pool, but that's from talking with Dane, I was asking him questions about that as well. Is that correct? I mean, as pool members.
Shabnam is
that-
correct. Yeah, you can buy a day pass.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's only for residents?
Anybody can buy a day pass.
Anyone.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
I didn't know that. I didn't know
yeah, there may even be more flexibility after August 1st. I'm trying to remember.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah,
That's
after
right.
August 1st, there's more flexibility. All right, so is that good for the pool discussion? I thought that was a good discussion, good questions. Mark, you got everything from the board that you hope to get tonight? Obviously, the committee's gonna look at this.
Yeah, I mean, it's how much and when.
Right.
And that's gonna be part of that CIP discussion.
Which is next.
Which is coming up soon.
Yes, no,
Hopefully.
the CIP is, at least on our agenda, is next. Isn't that right?
Tom, I would just make one
Yeah,
remark.
go ahead.
Mark asked me to look over the structural aspects of the structural engineer
Yeah.
and that building is pretty solid.
Yeah.
The ceiling is concrete tees. There's a little bit of rusting from the mansards that are on there, but
Mhm.
it's a substantial building, whether or not it's functional or not.
Mhm.
The second floor is wood framed and could be relatively easily removed. So when you're talking about a 1-story option, I don't know if that's only for new, but I suppose an option of remodeling with 1-story could be looked at too, but. Anyway, I just wanted to
No, that's
note
helpful.
that some of the structural, it's a solidly built building.
So could you have a walkout up on top of there? It sounds like without having enclosed.
Yeah, I mean, it's all rated for 40 pounds per square foot. I imagine those tees could, the concrete tee is 4 feet wide and comes down like this and you could probably support some kind of waterproof deck on there. But it would have, a structural engineer would have.
Even have a green roof up there, as long as you could hack the snow load and. And,
Again, those tees could be looked at and
but it would be an
evaluated.
outdoor space.
It could be.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting. Yeah. Shabnam?
I want to know what is the difference between renovating and demolishing? Because if you want to renovate and just have like, I don't know what the term is, like scrape off or something, where you just remove everything from the interior.
A gut remodel.
You remove everything and you just keep the structure versus remodel a brand new building. What is the difference between these two?
Well, as you saw in Tom's evaluation, not much. And in the scenarios he gave, and as he said, remodeling can be quite expensive, but it depends on whether that space that you're gutting meets your space needs. And if it doesn't, then
I think I have an assumption that the remodeling is gonna not work, but I don't have facts for it. I just have like, I want to see the actual difference between renovation and demolition. Can we get that information?
well, an analysis like one was done would have to be done.
And Shabnam, the current building, just the first floor footprint, so to speak, I don't think encompasses things like the addition of family bathrooms, which has been requested, right? Like that you would see at an airport, or facilities for the lifeguards, like to actually be able to shower and have private areas to change, which doesn't exist right now. So there's a lot of, I do think there is partially some additional square footage needed. What I don't know is it just like a walls in, and can we add on to that? Does that impact the price? But I think there's small details, but I think we do kind of need to get in the right ballpark, as a team and a board, and then go from there. So
That's helpful. All right, ready to move on? See
So
you.
you know, Dane has just joined us. He was.
Hey, Dane, we just had a great discussion on the pool.
Howdy, yes, I was just joining to answer any questions if needed.
Okay, any questions for Dane?
I'm afraid we haven't solved any of your problems, Dane.
That's no problem.
But we had a good discussion, and it's nice to have real numbers and real analysis on what's going on there.
Yeah, Dane, you and I will work out on the full agenda and how we want to approach this later this week and have that meeting next week.
But the pool's in great shape and the equipment's in great shape, isn't that right? We just put a new liner on.
Replace the liner.
Right.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah, all the money has gone into the pool and into the equipment.
Right.
There's still some issues, but yeah, a lot of money has been put, but not this kind of money.
Right, right.
I mean, this is a different order of magnitude.
Right. Okay, discussion, village capital project guidance. Brian, do you want to speak to this?
Yeah, so I mean, it ties in well with what we were just talking about. We've got a lot of different facilities related projects currently occupying a lot of the thought process here in the village. I was just going to bring everyone up to speed. I will be working on exclusively on the CIP as we get through the close of this week. I had a meeting today with Brad Viget from Baird, kind of throwing around a few ideas for how we can prepare a few versions of the CIP. Obviously, given where the village is right now with the uncertainty surrounding the facilities projects, it will require me to put together two different iterations of the CIP. One is if we are proceeding with our status quo plan from last year with the facilities project coinciding in 2026. And then one, if we do go forward with the plan in 2025, and how the borrowing and everything will fall into place as a result of either option. So I might, and we were just talking about one other alternative option I might put together. So it might be three options that are finally prepared and given back to you. But the other piece was we had a number of things that we just discussed, and I didn't know what direction we would be coming out of each of those discussions and whether we had any guidance or clarity as to what new projects you might want me to be looking at potentially slotting in at future placeholders on the CIP. So just felt this was a good time to bring that up, or any other suggestions, and then I will turn things over and start working on them at close of this week, next week.
Is this where we recognize that you're going for extra stars by putting together CIPs?
That was not, that was not my choice. Or want, yeah.
Do we put in requests now?
You certainly can.
Well, you're gonna have, we talked about this last time, I think, that you were gonna generate a list of at least the new items.
I do have a, wish list of items that we have been making note of throughout the course of the last calendar year.
Are you
So,
gonna, I presume you're gonna share that with us at that point.
Yep.
Make sure that we've got our requests in.
yeah, I can issue that out to everyone beforehand as I get started.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we want to show a breadth of CIPs in the sense that some of us have favored a more, what I call more minimalist solution, which is to say, take the current CIP, advance it 1 year, and there you go. How that accommodates the kinds of dollars that we're talking about for these projects, it's not a good fit. There would have to be a whole new capital plan as to the projects that would support that, because you can't take what Deegan presented to us and fit it in the current CIP. You can't, the pool doesn't fit in that CIP. So the question is, okay, if we just look at the base case of what we currently have, it's got what, $6 million in 2026. But $6 million doesn't pay for Logic, $6 million doesn't pay for these public works projects. What does it pay for? So that's one issue. But I would like to see some different scenarios. So that might be a base case kind of thing, where we're saying we're steering away from any new buildings. We're doing some renovations, but we're capping it within our prior budget. And then there would be another CIP that says, no, we're going to stretch ourselves. We're going to borrow some more money. And whether that's Logic or whether that's a new public works building, that's what that sort of scenario would represent. So at this point, I don't think we should be too focused on the dollars. I mean, in terms of financing, all this will have to be financed, all of it financed through debt issuance. That will be discussed in the finance committee. I think where the finance committee looks to the board for guidance is, what are your priorities in terms of, buildings and plans? Because then we will build a financial strategy, a borrowing strategy around that. And my kind of guidance to Brian on this, and I say the same thing to the finance committee, is that we want to, as we think about financing, we want to maintain our strong credit rating. That doesn't necessarily mean AAA, but it means strong credit rating, okay? Low cost, availability of funds. And we also want to be very cognizant of the fact that when we borrow this money, that's not subject to levy limits. So it's passed right through to the residents. And so that, depending on what we do, that could really spike the levy, property tax for the residents as they absorb the cost of debt service on these projects. So what we want to make sure is that we remain a strong credit, and that we also have the cost of the additional debt service levy on the residents is something that's acceptable. So and we will try to work kind of within that framework. But again, it's up to the board to figure out what the projects are.
Mark, isn't it safe to say in so many ways the scenarios that have been played through by Brad were in the finance committee, really the reality is we can't read much beyond this, the 2025 CIP and the projected borrow or debt capacity of what we have. I mean,
we have actually quite a bit of debt capacity.
Exactly. Yes.
We
fair, but what the 2025 CIP projected were within the constraints of our financial model and certainly our financial guidelines.
Right.
That it's a different conversation to create a CIP that bleeds beyond that and or bleeds beyond that significantly.
Yeah, I mean,
This maintains a level borrowing and a debt capacity that evens out over the years.
but I think it's important to realize that's not the village's debt capacity, okay? We know from a statutory point of view, what we got, I don't know, 12 million borrowed today or something like that, and half of it is in the TIF3, which services its own debt. So our debt is low today, okay? That's why we're AAA credit.
Right.
So there is the capacity to borrow more and significantly more, but of course there is a cost, both in terms of additional interest expense and in terms of passing on that debt service cost to the residents in terms of property tax. And so I just don't think we should say, well, this is what we did last year. That's all we can do. We can do a lot more, but we have to be aware of this is what the trade-offs are.
Can I ask a question?
And that's the conversation in
And-
finance we have to have.
I just want to make sure when you say we can borrow more, you're saying we can borrow more even staying under our own limits.
Well,
Because, or is Dietmar saying that these numbers are the limits,
the only,
our internal limits I'm talking about?
yeah, if you look at the financial policy, there's only one real metric in there, and it relates to the debt, and that's the debt service coverage, right? It's looking at what your debt service principal and interest is as a percentage of your operating revenue. Okay, and right now the financial policy says 25%.
Correct.
And I think that's maybe what Dietmar was getting to and saying, well, we're kind of up against that 25%. And we are, but that 25% is just a self-imposed number.
But that's my question. Are we at the 25%?
No, today, no, we're not even close to, I mean, where we are today is we have because our operating revenues, right, are capped because we don't have any net new construction, right? So we can't, we have a very small operating revenue source. So whenever you put debt service on top of that small revenue source, you start getting numbers like 20%, 25%, 30%. But it's kind of an artificial constraint because the only reason why our operating revenues are the way they are is because of levy limits, not because of the financial capacity of the village. When you ask what can the village borrow, it becomes a function of what the value of the property is in the village and what the income of the residents are. All the agencies are looking at is, will the village pay in full on time? And if the village has some debt obligation that it needs to pay, there's no constraint. In fact, there's an obligation to pass it on in the form of property tax. So the ultimate payer is not the village, it's the residents, right? That's the source of all the property tax revenue. Okay, so it becomes an issue of their willingness to pay, but not so much their capacity, because we're really quite wealthy as a village. So these are the things.
Capacity in the wrong, it's not wrong nomenclature. I realize that. I guess you explained the subtle nuance of what I was trying to get at.
Yeah. So
what are the taxpayers willing to pay? And
it's a taxpayer question.
Where is the high water mark in all?
Yeah. So I mean, a lot of communities don't have that luxury. They just don't have the tax base to be able to do these kinds of things. We do, but again, it gets down to the question of, do the residents, are the projects worth paying for? Are they willing to absorb the cost in terms of debt service to do these sorts of things? And then ultimately there is a limit imposed by the state, and there's also a limit of our willingness to pay higher interest expense. over time, so.
So Mark, is it possible for us to model the scenarios that are gonna be in front of us? In other words, there's a logic model with a focus on public works, mostly being located at the firehouse and maybe some addition on the west side. There's a scenario where we fix this up and we do the full three-story deal, the one that Kate mentioned, she had a preference for. I mean, do we have the ability to model these three scenarios? Because I think the residents are gonna wanna see how each of those play with some certainty on, and how much flexibility there is with each of those, but just give people a good handle while we do the due diligence, figuring out if we do logic, what that build out's gonna be, to Tom's point.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be a minimalist approach, but we're gonna find out.
Yeah, traditionally, we have used Baird to do some of that modeling,
Yeah.
but it's fairly limited. But now that we're using Ehlers, I
Right.
think that opens up a whole new possibility, because you saw the kinds of tables and charts that they can put together, because they're looking at the entire revenue expense stream. They're looking at the capital projects. It's all integrated. So, I mean, I don't know where Brian is in his conversation with them about this, but when they did the original presentation to us, they were working off the 2025 to 2029 CIP. So there was just that one scenario that was built into their model and the resulting output. But there is certainly the capability to go with them and say, now there's two different CIPs or three different CIPs, drop that in the model, and let's not see just what happens to interest expense and debt, but let's look at the operating revenues as well in the case of logic.
So I want to finish this so we can move on to the next issue, but so you feel like we could operationalize this to produce real value so that we can make decisions. You can work with finance committee and work with Brian to kind of we'll get to a point where, these are one of the 3 or 4 directions we're going to go. Model all 4 of them and then see,
I don't think Brian and Julie want to hear that. They're struggling to model too.
But the residents are gonna need real data.
We can put the time frame that you need is my concern. I don't want to overcomplicate.
Okay. Right.
Yeah. I think it'll have to be more limited than that, but I don't know, Brian, to what extent you've raised this issue with Ehlers in terms of exploring these, a variety of capital plan scenarios and having that ripple through and are being able to see the results from that perspective rather than the sometimes limited bare charts that just focus on a single metric.
Because I want to model some of the things that Dietmar's talked about as well. We talked about public works. It was like, they probably do a pretty good job there for $160 a square foot. So I'd like to know what that is, because again, I think the discussion we've had today, these are huge numbers. And I don't know how we get from there to there with these big numbers. So that's why we're continuing to look for cost-effective ways to kind of piece this together. But I would love to model it so we can show the residents to go, here's the real impact. Here's the impact on taxes. Here's the impact on the levy. Boy, a referendum looks like it's definitely going to happen. It's going to have happen here and here. Freaking Maple Bluff is going to referendum every couple of years, it seems like. So that we spent the money on the software, on the package with Ehlers, it would be good to use this opportunity to run these scenarios so that we could see how they come out, and it could be a management tool for.
My biggest concern is time.
Yeah.
Because.
So we don't have the time to run the model. They don't have the time to run the
It's
data.
not running the model, it's preparing the scenarios. That's the hard work. I mean, running the model is just taking a set of numbers and keep punching it in and seeing. I mean, it's not quite that simple, but it's pretty close to that because the model's all built. And we're not changing the model, we're changing the assumptions that drive the model.
We just learned so much in the last week. We know what logic is. We know where Tom Deegan is. We kind of know, where the bare bones remodeling is. It seems like we should be able to work together to come up with some assumptions.
The devil's in the details.
Well, if we don't have the data, we can't get the decisions. And the frustration level you heard tonight isn't gonna go away unless people have real numbers.
Well, and that's my concern about logic, is because it's, the other options we don't have those time pressures. I mean, if we wanted to say, well, we want to go the route of the Public Works building and putting policing in there and stuff, we have time. I won't say infinite time, but we have time to study that. But it's this artificial deadline for logic that really is the constraint. Otherwise, this project could roll out in a more orderly fashion and be better understood by the residents. But that's not where we're at.
Well, deadlines make action happen.
Yeah.
All right, so.
Do the work. All right. So Brian, did you get enough from us on the CIP for right now?
I will share some of the details on the wish list and follow up with a couple of you. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Hang in there, Carol. We're home stretch. The Dane County, Urban County thing, let's put that thing to bed quickly. That was covered in your report somewhere.
Yes, that was going back to number 7C2.
I don't even think I had that. So, Brian, do you want to just speak to that?
So this is just a continuation. It's a renewal of the partnership that we have with the Dane County Urban County Consortium. There was a piece of this which I might have to have Julie refresh my memory on with the police, correct? Was this with the police with grants?
Not necessarily, no, not police.
Oh, not police. Okay.
So this is by joining, we were already a member. Apparently we joined this we signed it in 22 and joined in 20, it was like effective in 23. This allows us to apply for funding for things like block grants and public facilities. And honestly, I wasn't even aware that, because we do not have a block grant program here in the village. So I wasn't aware that we were part of this partnership. This is something that Sharon had set up. But I did run across, when I was looking for background information, there was a mention of this in the court plan as a possible source of funding for public facilities. And so it's my understanding that to be able to apply for grants through this funding that's available, that funnels through Dane County from the feds, we wouldn't apply directly, we would apply through this consortium. Is that accurate, Deepa?
I mean, it's all
So it's
starting to maybe
possible-
come back, but yes, I trust your recollection.
It's still very limited research,
Yeah.
but I was just trying to find paperwork for this.
So is it fair to say it's a low bar and we could potentially get?
See that there's any cost to the village, but we have a potential to participate in asking for grants in the future.
Okay, sounds like there's a motion then.
Well, I just have a question is, as you read through this, there are some obligations on the part of the village. This isn't just, we can just borrow money.
Yeah.
We have to provide statistics. It references a number of agreements that we have to stay in compliance with. So I am concerned about understanding what the administrative burden on the staff is to be in this program. I mean, since we're currently enrolled, I guess, right? This is just an extension. Has this been burdensome, and to what degree? And
Good question.
Honestly, I didn't know it existed.
so we haven't even applied.
The burden has been minimal.
So it's a low bar.
For it, that we were in compliance. I just did a quick look through.
there's like one issue I had a question with and we're dealing, it's about having attesting that we have specific policies in place.
Yeah.
And that's something that we're addressing. This doesn't go into effect until October. So,
Yeah, I'm just concerned that we
I-
enter into
I-
the program and then all of a sudden find ourselves caught in some bureaucratic, administrative, you know, you're out of compliance, you have to do this, you have to do that. And all of a sudden, we're saying, wait a minute, why do we buy into this thing?
My guess is
The cost benefit isn't worth it.
My guess is the compliance won't be checked until we apply for funding. But yeah, I share your concern.
So is that something we need to better understand before we buy into this, to agree to this, or are we going to agree to it and then say, well, before we borrow any money, we're going to be sure we understand what our obligations are.
That's the way I'm looking at it.
That will just,
It's something we can plug into if we need it, and otherwise it's a low bar. And it's not hurting staff. It's something we made a judgment on previously. I mean, that's me at 11:55. It's like, I'm looking for a motion, let's move on. I don't see the downside.
okay, well, I guess the only point I would want to make is.
And you make good points, Mark. I just don't see downside.
Before we draw any money under
Yeah.
this program.
Absolutely.
We better know exactly
Yeah.
what we've obligated ourselves to,
Absolutely.
which I can't tell from reading this.
Right.
And I don't think the staff knows.
No, and I don't think this motion obligates us in that way. That's not my reading of it. We're all in agreement on that this would have to come in front of the board if there was any money involved. Right?
There's not financial obligations, but there's administration.
Right. But
Yeah,
what we're hearing is low
reporting
ball.
requirements that you
Yeah.
agree to by signing up to
And
this.
if it gets
So,
egregious,
I just want to
we
be
bail.
sure, be careful what you ask for.
Right.
Correct.
But if it gets to be egregious or, it's like, okay, this is not a good thing for us anymore and we move on. Is that fair?
Assuming that you can terminate the program, because I don't think it's just as simple as just saying we don't want to be in the program anymore. But again.
Is there a
I'm
motion or
inclined-
do we want to push this off to another meeting?
Is there a time deadline on this? I don't have the email.
I would prefer to push it off.
I believe they needed a response, by.
I'm gonna make a motion.
Thank you, Dietmar.
Get this figured out here.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution, hopefully I'm on the right one here.
Yep.
R 2025-12, approving participation in the Dane County Urban County Consortium for fiscal year 2026-2028.
I second.
Thank you, Bob. Further discussion? All those ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. Thanks, ladies. Thank you all. Thank you, Dietmar. All right. Where are we at? Are we on swing sets here? Yeah. Okay. You heard Michael Lanningham's public comment right at the beginning. You saw Brian's summary on this. Seems like it's a great fit. The league is stepping up at what, $10,000?
Getting from it.
Can we have a motion to move forward on the playset?
So
There's a motion here as well.
the total is 30,000, right?
Yep.
Yeah, right.
And the village is not paying for any of it?
The additional money was coming out of the capital contingency, but there's still fundraising efforts underway that we anticipate will recoup a majority of that funding.
I like having a playset there. I do. I miss it.
Yeah.
But when I look at the picture, I'm like $30,000 for 2 slides. You can't get something better. It's just 2 slides. Like you go to Home Depot for $500. I don't know. I love the idea, but I just think, look at the photo. I don't know.
I kind of agree with you. I looked at it and thought that's really pretty expensive for what's there.
So can I ask, where, did Michael identify this one? And
So these, when he gave me the quote,
Yep.
For what he was affording. I went and looked at a few different websites based on what he was looking to attain, the age group parameters, and came up with a few that were in the somewhat comparable cost range that didn't look like it was going to overburden the village. I was not aware of the league at the time that I looked that up, making a similar contribution. So it's significantly minimized the overall investment once they made their contribution pledge. And then they added the bocce bash fundraising.
Which is Saturday night, yeah.
Pool committee, I spoke with Dane about them possibly looking into a fundraising endeavor themselves, since they'll be located near the pool. So he's going to talk about that at his next meeting. So we anticipate a good part of this will come back in almost full payment.
Okay. And we had two different bids. One was 30. Sorry, Kate, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, I couldn't grab him in time during the public comment. Do we know if Michael approves of this design? Like, did Michael have any feedback to you, Brian?
Yeah, so I did contact him and spoke with him, and he actually said the set that was the preferred of the two that I did receive the quotes on is the one that was recommended in the packet. So, and it happened to be the less expensive of the two.
Okay. I just wanted to know because the wood, I don't know if there was nostalgia for like the wood style, that was there, and it was sort of a very unique kind of setup. So I didn't know if he was trying to actually replace that sort of vibe of us, playground more versus a newer set. But it sounds like he's on board.
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
And this would be wood chip around here, correct? Or is it a manufactured bag?
Yeah,
Wood fiber fill is what they call it.
yeah, I can't remember how, it's not.
It's EWF surfacing, Brian, is what you're looking for.
Kind of like,
There you go.
by the schools.
There you go.
That cushiony surface. Well, I would
can't
caution
guarantee
against like
what
shredded
EWF
tires. I don't think you want something like that. Wood chips is better because then it does fill it. It tends to degrade into the environment.
I will
Whereas
ask that
some of
question.
the, like they used to make crumb rubber ones loose and they get everywhere and it doesn't degrade and it's dirty. So
there's
if it's a manufactured mat, that's a different situation.
So the quote I'm reading, we can also provide the excavation of the area and installation of the 50 yards of engineered wood fiber surfacing. So
Well, I'd be
I
very
guess that would
interested to
be
know what they mean by
what that is.
We have some pretty cheap engineered wood fiber right up in the quarry.
So
It's not engineered, it's natural.
Oh, sure it is.
and it's very wet right now, by the way.
All right, let's keep pushing it.
So fiscally, this is fully covered. We had a resident that stepped up at a meaningful level to make this happen. So is this something we're going to support or we don't?
It's not fully covered. Part of the motion is we're guaranteed $20,000 in pledge money right now.
Right.
And there may be more.
Right. I was hearing.
The difference is the village would have to contribute the difference between what was donated and the 30,000. So we wouldn't have to donate more than 10,000. It'll probably be less.
Yeah.
But it would have to pay for that out of funds. And the place that we found there was something available there is still money left in the capital fund contingency account.
Yep. And I'll go to you, Deepak. Go ahead, Deepak.
No, well, I was gonna get the motion on the table, so I'll let you finish your.
Well, I was just, and Brian was mentioning money from the bocce event on Saturday, so did we talk
I
about
don't
what that
know
expectation is?
I do not know that answer.
Okay. All right. Well, the weather's gonna be good for once, so it's because it rains a lot on bocce, not this year.
I would say that if we have such a generous resident that.
Yeah, let's move forward.
We need to do this.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
sounds like the cost will be relatively minimal to the
Dietmar?
village.
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
And I'll make a motion to authorize our village administrator to purchase a new playground playset for Post Farm Park from Northland Recreation in an amount not to exceed $30,000.
Yep.
Funding will be provided primarily through donations with a village contribution from the capital fund contingency account covering a remaining amount not to exceed $10,000.
And you guys will report back to us on what it actually ended up being.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Bob. Further discussion?
I'm gonna vote in favor.
Yeah.
Because obviously we need to, but if they find something better, that's great too.
And I would just make sure that folks, Michael Van Lanaham is very happy with the choice.
Right.
So,
Yeah, it's a big donation. All right, ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye, raise your hand. That motion carries.
You needed a
Approval of
second
Did
on.
somebody
I don't know if
second?
there was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can second it. So.
Bob seconded it. Yeah, Bob
Okay.
did.
Oh,
second.
Bob did? Okay, we didn't hear that.
That's all right. So, very quickly, item 7C7, discussion possible action, approval of village participation in the Renew the Blue Watershed Council. I think, Brian, you speak to this, but I'll just, the motion rationale is Sherwood Hills would strengthen its leadership in environmental stewardship, ensure our community has a seat at the table on regional water quality issues, and directly support efforts to protect the Yahara Lakes, that define our quality of life. For a modest investment, we gain influence, partnerships, long-term benefits, and our residents, for our residents and the environment. So I could frame the opportunity. I can talk about the direct benefits to Sherwood Hills. I could talk about some of the practical considerations. It is $1,250. We met with the Clean Lakes Alliance. You saw the list of communities that are already involved. And I just thought it was a good partnership. That this is about lake health as a regional challenge, and for us to be part of it at a meaningful level seemed to make sense. So I won't spend more time on it than that, other than they're asking for delegates. We thought myself and Brian would be available to. Certainly I can attend meetings, but that's it. And if you have other questions, or if you want me to talk more about it, I'm fully prepared to do so. Dietmar.
So Carol's.
Oh, Carol, go ahead, Carol.
Thank you. I remember when we first signed up for this, either a year ago or two, and the group has all the right ideas, all the great plans and initiatives, but I'm curious, what have they done in the time that you've been there, John?
Well, I think this is a new initiative. And so they've kind of laid out what's next, and I don't have it in front of me, to be honest, Carol. So have you worked with the Renew the Blue is a brand new initiative, and I think it's related to the new Dane County Executive as well.
Okay, it's my mistake. I know there's another environmental thing that we needed to put a couple
That
numbers
was
on.
that was the Wisconsin Local Government Climate Coalition.
Okay. But these folks, despite the fact that my boss is one of the signatories, I can't tell what they're doing.
Okay.
I think what they do is, do they lobby at the Capitol?
No,
I don't think they've met yet. Their first meeting is October.
right, the first meeting's in October.
Oh, okay. Well, then I withdraw my objection, comment, whatever.
So it's a brand new group, John?
Yep.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And they essentially have been meeting with, heads of mayors and heads of different communities to build buy-in. The new county executive is involved. I'm just looking for my notes on this.
Is it $1,200 a year or one-time fee?
No, this is a first-year commitment, and I anticipate it covers 2025 dues. Well, 2025 is almost over, and launch phase. And I expect it'll probably be that $1,250 a year.
I think they said it would be $1,750, like the next.
Thank you, Julie, for that clarification. I'm just looking at there was a letter of intent signing document. Was that in the packet? I'm trying to remember. It was attached. I thought it was in there.
So.
I was just looking for the list of partners.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, you know, the city's involved, Dane County's involved, the Ho Chunk Nation's involved. You know, various committees or communities, Middleton's involved. I think the builders are involved, the Capital Area Regional Planning Commission, the Villages Association, UW Center for Limnology, the Realtors, MMSD, the Nelson Institute for Environmental Studies, just to name a few.
Carol, you said your boss is one of the signatories on this, so that would be your department as a member?
Yep, that's right. So what money, if I can just put it plainly, what money can we use for this?
Fund balance?
It would have to be, yeah, because we did not have a contingency in the general fund operating. And so that's why I couldn't make a recommendation like I could with the capital funds. And we have taken some of the fund balance. I just wanna, I mean, it's not a huge amount, but I just wanna remind you guys that we did take that for some other stuff.
I mean, is there a precedent where an innovative environmental nonprofit organization that I'm closely affiliated with could, you know, pay half as a matching deal just to move this forward? Would that help sweeten the deal?
I think we just have to vote.
Well, it's still not clear to me. I mean, it's great belonging to these different organizations. I'm just wondering, are we doing it for altruistic reasons, or is there grant opportunities? Are there activities we can participate that'll help our lake shore? Beyond belonging to another group, I guess I don't see the advantage right.
But here, I'll read what I identified, the direct benefits for Shorewood Hills. Cleaner water, healthier lakes. Our residents value safe, swimmable beaches and vibrant lakes. Council membership helps ensure continued progress on phosphorus reduction, stormwater management, and shoreline protection. Influence on policy and funding. By participating directly, we'll be better positioned to advocate for resources and infrastructure investments that benefit Shorewood Hills. Keep in mind that we're also up for a $500,000 grant for McKenna as part of the DNR
Knowles
Nelson Institute.
So belonging to this could help.
That's right. I mean, because
you sold me.
Because DNR is involved, and then they're one of the major partners. And then community pride and reputation. Membership reinforces our image as a forward-thinking, sustainably minded community, which benefits property values, recruitment of residents, and long-term vitality. So those are some direct benefits I came up with.
Okay, you sold me, John. 12.15. It was an easy sell.
Okay.
$3,000 sounds like it's worth.
Okay. Is that a motion that I'm hearing then from you, Bob?
I think I was rambling.
Okay. I'm looking,
Somebody can put something together more clear.
if we can move forward on this.
Motion, because we do have to specify the funding. Because it's an unbudgeted item. So,
There's a motion on page 3 of the packet. Does someone want to make that motion?
That's my scribbling, but don't worry about that. This is the motion in bold.
Yeah, I'll make a motion then to authorize the village president to sign membership agreement with Blue Lakes Alliance Renew the Blue Watershed Council. Funding will be provided by the blank in the motion. Do we need to state that?
well, John is recommending that we take it from the general fund balance.
Maybe I'll just say funding will be determined.
We have
By
to, we
staff.
have to specify it
We do.
because it's unbudgeted, so it has to be a board item.
Okay.
And
I
especially.
don't know how
with
to
the fund
answer
balance.
that.
So if you want to say general fund balance, that is where it would have to come from.
That's the only
Funding will
place
be
to go.
provided by general fund balance. Board designates John Imes and was it Carol Barford? Or no, I'm sorry, Brian
Brian.
Mooney as the village's representative member. Huh?
Yes.
I'm done, it's late, sorry.
I know. So
Okay, I got
that's
it.
my motion.
All right.
We have a second.
Monday.
I'll second.
Thank you, Shabna. Further discussion? I mean, I was serious about that offer of contributing. So, you know, if we don't do it this year, you know, we could maybe consider doing it next year, particularly if it works out. Or if they raise the cost.
That should be John.
Yeah. All right, ready to vote on this? Ladies, ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye, raise your hand. That carries. Next item is village president. I know I was gonna speak to the plan commission doings, but I already did that earlier, so I'm not gonna speak to it anymore.
Not on the line at 12:15 anyway.
Right.
You mean
Right.
the CSI?
No, the work that we're doing with,
Oh.
yeah, I
Yeah.
did a summary on that for the residents, because I thought they needed to hear, because they weren't gonna be here at 12:15. But that's what I was gonna share as part of my, and I don't have anything else to share. It's been a long night. Brian, you've got your monthly report in the packet. There's a CSM statement in the packet, police chief's monthly report, the treasurer's report, committee reports. Anything anyone wants to add?
I just have a question.
Go ahead.
The CSM report, who at the staff approved it?
I believe I approved this CSM report.
We ran it by the board.
Yeah,
It
and
was
ran it by Attorney Cole.
Because it doesn't have an author on it. So it's not clear who it's from. And I'm uncomfortable with everything that's happening with the CSM. I sent out an email to the board asking if we're going to have a written report, and there wasn't a response. I don't know if I should put it on the next month's agenda if we're not allowed to answer that question. So it doesn't seem right. I'll be honest, like this being on this board it hasn't been fun for a while, and it's losing its interest because I don't think I'm aligning with the board in a fun, like we're on the same page, we see the good in each other, we're all trying to, I just think that something is off. I don't know if others feel that way, but I don't think it's fair that, John, you got, you know, more of the load of what happened with the CSM. I think it's distributed. Plan Commission is a team. They didn't step up.
I was a little surprised.
Could I jump in?
Yeah,
Yes,
Peter.
go ahead.
Just,
Take my turn.
I'm gonna, I thought the agreement and understanding after our last meeting, talked about this in closed session, was the outcome of that closed session was an information memo, documents, multiple pages, here are the facts. I remember
Correct.
stating, why can't we compile the facts? Here are the facts. That information should be out there. This is all done on the up and up. Here are the facts. What is preventing us as a body to put that together and have that be issued?
I don't think there's anything preventing other than the timeline. I think we were all waiting just to get through the ZBA. Get it done. I know it's a separate issue, but get through that.
I wrote it and just needed some pointers and some edits. So why can't any?
No, and I shared it with Brian, and he thought it was really factual and something worth working on. But logic's also on our plate right now, and so, I mean, believe me, I would have loved to have a report ready to go today. I don't know if that was realistic, Bob.
I would feel more comfortable if some of these responses that you write up, John, are shared with the board before you send.
Yeah.
Give us a chance, and in some cases, you have asked for input, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But I don't think really anything that goes out that is reflective of the board is, I agree with Shabnam that I don't know what's going on, and I don't know if I agree exactly the way you put some of this, and or Brian, and I think we all ought to have the benefit of, since it's reflecting on all of us, be able to see it before it goes out.
You talking about the logic stuff, or are you talking about?
Any of it. CSM, logic.
I think,
Or if it doesn't, I apologize for interrupting, I apologize. It should say who the author is. It's coming from John Ives. He's owning that document. This press release is coming from John Ives. If it's from the board, we should all look at it and provide some input and approval.
Yeah, I guess if you're writing a letter from you, that's, you authored it. And
Right.
But if it's perceived or it's intended to be from the board, I think the board ought to see it.
I think, I don't disagree. I mean, obviously I work very closely with staff. Time is of the essence on this. I think we heard that today, and we have to be. So, maybe 24 hours on whatever it is, it'll have to be 24 hours. I'll send it.
I think that's fine, but
Yeah.
we're all electronic. If you send it 24
Right, and
hours,
if I don't
say, hey,
hear,
Can you read this and get it and provide any comment?
Yeah. I think that's fine. I think that's totally fair, Mark.
Yeah, the other thing that concerned me, John Clancy, when he made his statement, said he made 2 requests of the village, and the latter request having to do with the trees. And I thought that staff had already answered that question, so I didn't feel any need to do as a trustee.
Yeah.
But I don't think the residents know
No.
that the staff did investigate. They came to conclusions that the only trees that were cut were on the, not in the setback, and that the village trees in the setback were spared. But that message is not out there based on what we're hearing tonight,
I
so.
think John knows that too,
Could-
which is
Brian,
disappointing.
could you please, or Julie, just say with respect to this?
And
Because what's happening, these requests are they're coming to the board.
Right.
But we're not the fact-finding body here. I mean, things like this are determined by the forester and the administrator.
But it's another, but if I could interject, I think all of that could be, to Dietmar's point, factual, covered in the report,
Absolutely.
laid it out.
When's this report coming out? In the meantime, we're getting barraged by all this criticism. We're getting accused of all this stuff.
Yeah.
And to Mark's point, like on that issue, I don't know what to tell people, because I don't know what
Well, I
what's
said-
on the tree and where it was.
Yeah, I said tonight, we have to do a report, and so we'll have to do a report.
Well, I think the report should have been much
3 months
sooner than
ago.
this. We can't wait 4 months to do this.
And to add, sorry, I'll wait till I'm called.
Go ahead, Sean. Yeah.
It was about the attic and it was about the inspection. And I remember I emailed Brian and I asked, give me the details of the inspection. And I got it in an email before closed session. But what I would have wanted is the proof of it. I think that you guys might have some kind of a training. When I if I do an open records request, I kind of want to see the actual document. But I have a feeling that you guys are trained to give the least amount of information possible. Is that true? No. So if I ask for the building permit and when was this attic done and when was it inspected, I don't get a document. I get, here's the dates. And I have to go off of that.
If you ask me for a document and I have it, I will share it. Sometimes people ask for things that
So
are,
why doesn't
aren't
the public,
specific.
but why doesn't the public know that? That's like a critical piece of all of this.
Believe me, the public knows. I have a ton of open records requests. The problem is some of them are so general that it's very difficult to fulfill them.
Okay.
And so it's very time.
So just moving forward, because these things come up. I think when 50 people show up at a meeting, we gotta react and respond faster. And if, Brian, you feel uncomfortable, we have to be there to provide guidance and support. I can't answer the question doesn't rub anybody the right way, even though I understand where it's coming from. It's not acceptable.
Bob, and we're still in committee discussion here, so we gotta wrap this up.
Well, okay, but I would reinforce my earlier point that information needs to get out. We can't wait for a report that might come out in December, because we got 80 people in the room breathing down our necks. I think when we have information to share, that, like tonight with what Bill said, that should be out sending to people.
Right.
So they feel, even if we have to say, look, if we can't answer this right now because the ZBA is coming out, and that's going to be determined in this forum, say that. At least people know that we're thinking about it, we're trying to respond, we're saying what it is we can say.
Yeah.
And I think that's really important to mitigate this problem we're having with the residents not feeling like we're telling them either the truth or telling them what's going on.
Abby, if we're just disseminating facts, which is kind of what Demar is suggesting, I don't think it's the board. The board's not the fact-finding body, it's the administration. So Brian, I don't think you should feel like, well, I gotta run these things by the board. If all you're telling them is the facts, they've asked for the facts, and give them the facts and we're done.
Hey, see your hand up?
Yeah, one suggestion. Is there a way on the website that we could just have like a microsite like what you did for the facilities and just post, since we have so many open records, can we just post the relevant documents there? And that way we can direct residents to that. And we can include the tree investigation, we can include anything, and just that can be the source of truth as the village. Just a suggestion.
Good idea.
I'm okay with, whatever you want to put on the website, that's how we gotta be careful not to get the site cluttered, but as far as if I have an open records request, I'm statutorily required to respond.
Yeah.
I believe some of the residents are very frustrated with me at the moment because I used to try to respond within a couple days.
Yeah.
I can't, and I haven't. I've had some other deadlines that are extremely pressing.
Yeah.
Statutorily, the rule of thumb is a basic request is a 10-day reply. And I'm not that far out on any of these, but I think people are so used to instant responses that they're frustrated and surprised that they're not getting them right now. And I apologize for that, but literally I'm up against some deadlines that are a priority for the village as a whole. So I'm trying to share it just so I know nobody's watching, but they might be watching the recording tomorrow.
Yeah.
I am trying to respond to these open records requests. But they're not asking for, some of them are asking for one specific document, very few. Most of them are much more extensive, and some of them I'm going to have to reach out to our IT. They're asking for like every email that regards this subject from this date to this date. That's not something that I can just make up here. And there may actually be costs involved if they decide, we spoke with Computer Magic today and they said, well, depending on how expansive these are, we may have to charge you for them and I have to pass those on. So I'm still researching and trying to get information for people. And I hope people are frustrated with that, but they need to understand that it's not an instant process to answer these.
Is it fair to say that all the data exists and we just have to put it in a presentable form? Because I'm willing to.
No, they're asking for like every email, and that's something we can't share. That's not something you can put on the website.
Right.
The fact sheet would be helpful.
I'm talking about the report. Is it fair to say that we've got all the data? We just have to simulate it and organize it and put it in a present. So we've got something on the website that says, this is the village's standpoint. These are the facts, bit, all the way down. Does that sound realistic? Cause I'm willing to
John, we-
I'm willing to do the work.
Yeah, Shabnam
Not to
started
address
it.
this.
That's right. Calvin has started that. Yeah,
But advice, I mean, we can put out facts.
right.
We've been advised to not create documents and put new information that's could be used in future litigation. I'm gonna
Right.
be clear on this.
Right.
We have to wait till things shake down and then, I mean, all the decisions
Yeah,
made were legal and they're based on legal things. So
Right.
Well,
we have to
maybe
follow the advice
that's
of our
part of it to
attorney.
put out there too.
Yeah. So you'll have 160 people at the next one.
So it's not that we're trying to hide
Yeah.
anything. We are not hiding anything.
Yeah.
But also, we have so much stuff right now. We've been buried under.
I know you
stuff
have.
From the citizens.
Yeah.
And I understand their frustration, but they also, they don't realize that what they're doing is making it more difficult for us to respond instead of easier.
But that's because we're not responding to them. So we have to
But we can't
respond.
respond the same day. We can't respond.
Right, but the continued lack of response is causing a
It's true.
snowball effect.
Oh.
So if we, if
They all
it's okay,
came in at the beginning.
I want to add 3 items to the list of future agendas.
Are we ready to go to that?
There was nothing else on committees?
Well, I did have a question for Brian.
Okay.
So I think we're somewhere between village president report and and something else.
Yeah.
So just real briefly, Brian, do you know off the top of your head the status of the tennis courts and resurfacing, and if in fact that'll happen in the month of September or month of October?
I can tell you, we had a meeting with 2 individuals from the tennis program. And Terry reached out to the contractor who won the bid. I believe they are moving forward with it the end of this month or early next month for the.
So in the next 4 weeks.
I
6
think
weeks,
that's a
it should
safe
be-
assumption of timeline, yes.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
I know everybody wants to go to bed, but I feel it's important to give a shout out to Terry. In Public Works, Lieutenant Dogsworth brought forward an issue at the new crosswalk at Oxford Road across Shorewood Boulevard. That there was a parking problem and that we need to get some signs up there to keep the cars away from the intersection, and Terry did it the next day.
Right.
And, or at least got the poles up. I think we're still waiting on the signs. And there was also, an issue near Mark's house on, Sumac and Lake Mendota Drive. There was a triangle there with a strip of asphalt that was falling apart and was a trip hazard, and we got a complaint about that, and Terry and crew got right on it. So they have been, super responsive, and I think kudos are in order. So Brian, please pass that on from public.
All right, nothing else. We were on committees. So if there's nothing else on committees, then we'll move to future agenda items. Shabna?
Okay, number 1, I would like us to waive the fees for the appellants. We've never charged anyone, any resident for Brian Mooney's time or Brian Burquest's time or village attorney time, and all of a sudden we are putting a fee on the appellants. That doesn't seem fair, given that we have some responsibility and given that like the day before, we're going to say that we're removing public comment from the ZBA meeting. I felt that rage and I thought it was appropriate, and we should maybe not even, either we do it tomorrow or I want it on the September agenda. We should just do it tomorrow. Is it $200? Is it $300? Whatever the fees are, we should not be telling the appellants that we're going to charge them. It comes off like you're punishing, you're silencing, you're dismissing, you're trying to, when you never did this before and all of a sudden there's going to be charges, legal or not.
Yeah, second issue? We can't have a big discussion about it.
Yeah, we can.
You can have a discussion though, you can.
Discuss in order so the
Okay, can we
board
tell them
understands it,
tomorrow
but
that
not
we're gonna
tonight.
waive the fee, or should I put it on the next month's agenda?
The board's not meeting tomorrow.
Can we just write an email to the appellants saying we will not charge you fees?
No, we have to talk.
That would have to be a board issue because that,
Okay, so then I would like it on the September board agenda.
Okay, we got it.
Next issue, evaluation of the village administrator. It's just, it's been a year. We didn't have the 3-month one. We didn't have a 6-month one. We didn't have a 1-year one. Brian Mooney needs to have an evaluation and we're not doing it. And then the third thing I would like to add is an opportunity to review and reflect on our decisions. Because we spent $30,000 on the study for the pool, when so much of the information, residents already knew what was wrong with the building, the asbestos and the leaks. And we spent another 40,000 on the facilities site, and then another 30,000 on governance, and then another 20,000. I just think, would you reflect and wonder if they were good? Can we reflect on our decisions and see if they were good decisions and if we want to proceed? I think that the money, the $30,000 for the pool, we had that information. If you had a 5-minute call with the residents, they would have told you there's asbestos on the roof, there's leaks, the toilet leaked, the building is low. We didn't have to spend 30,000 on it.
Well, I would say there's some things, corrosion issues and some of the rest that were only found by professionals reviewing that, whether or not we needed to have them point out obvious toilet leaks is another situation, I guess, but all right.
We're getting into the issue instead of just getting it on the agenda. So what do you want to review consulting fees?
Are there decisions we would make differently? Are there decisions we made this past year that we would do differently? You only learn by reflecting.
so just review and reflect on decisions.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
I got it.
Okay, got that.
I didn't know if you wanted to specify more. That's good. I got it.
I can write a
Okay,
memo.
and I'll help by striking item D, referral to the planning commission to make changes on the zoning code since we're already doing it without a referral. So
I
there's no
also
point in keeping that on the list.
don't know how my name is next to street lighting. It's just been there for a while.
I believe you brought that up like 2 years ago.
Yeah, we want you to change the bulbs, so.
I mean,
I believe it was someone was almost hit by a car and then you had brought that up.
is it something I should do? Is it something that works with services?
We have a dark sky ordinance. That's one of the issues. We just did added lights along the new bike trail though, didn't we? Thought I saw new lights there.
I think it has come up with residents that they feel it's kind of dark in certain spots.
Well, it's still on the list.
Can we send it to a committee? Public Works?
No.
Okay,
I think
proceed.
it's necessary.
Yeah. All right, it's up to we're not gonna decide it right now, but we can definitely not forget about it. I think that's fair. Carol, Kate, thanks for hanging out.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Yeah, all those in favor?
Second.
Second.
Dietmar.
Okay, Dietmar is a second. Carol, get some rest. All those in favor, we have to vote.
Has the sun gone down yet, Carol?
No, it's coming through the screens. I can see it.
It's still there.
That's way up.
Crazy.
Where are you in Norway, Carol? Where in Norway are you?
I am in Oda, the outdoor capital of Norway.
Oh. Guess I don't remember where that is.
Have you done
It's,
any more?
South of Bergen.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Have you done any more sauna plunges?
No, one plunge in the North Sea was good.
Yeah, awesome. Have a safe trip. Thanks for hanging out so long.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Okay.
Night.